Chapter 151 You bastard, let go of Yin. Yin. Tanghao stared at the figure and said excitedly, Yin, is it really you? Tanghao, you dare to attack our spirit hall? People don't think about leaving today. The spirit Fini Douluo blocked him in front of him, waving the huge Fini feathers, and the terrifying Fini true fire surged around her, making her look like a scorching sun falling from the sky. You running dog of the spirit hall, give Yin back to me quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. While Tanghao was speaking, he carefully sensed around and found no other title Douluo's aura, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't take it seriously, just a spirit Fini Douluo. He was a 95th level super Douluo, and there were few people on the continent who were taken seriously by him. As long as those two old monsters were not there, he was fearless. At this time he was full of excitement. He was late for the whole time. The saint of the spirit hall left Tiandu city and didn't come back for 3 or 4 months. He was impatient to wait and went back to Notting City. Today he returned to Tiandu city again. Earlier he heard Tang Yuahua say that the saint of the spirit hall had returned and several female soul masters were also participating in the soul fight. He planned to kidnap them and exchange them for Yin. While thinking about the plan, he took money from Tang Yuahua and found a high-end restaurant to eat and drink. Unexpectedly, the female soul masters of the spirit hall passed by on the street in the distance. After hearing this, Tanghao hurriedly checked the situation to see if there was a chance to take action. Unexpectedly, he saw Yin, who he had been thinking about, at a glance. The aura on her body fluctuated and she was discovered at once. Tanghao saw that there was only one female title Douluo, probably the so-called Ling Yuan Douluo, and he stopped hiding immediately. Yin is the woman of His Royal Highness the Saint's son. What does she have to do with you, a stray dog of the Haoshan sect? Ningfanggzi Douluo unceremoniously provoked Tanghao. After hearing about the disgusting things Tanghao did to Yin, she felt deeply sorry for Yin and despised Tanghao very much, so naturally she had nothing good to say. What did you do to Yin? Tanghao's face darkened, veins on his forehead throbbed, and he felt that the color of his hair was a little abnormal. He thought of Wong Shenm, that little thing who was lewd and lustful. He had many girls around him at such a young age. Yin was so beautiful. If she fell into his hands it would be fine if she was in the form of blue-silver grass, but if she turned into a human form she might fall into that boy's hands. Ningfanggzi Douluo sneered, what did you do? You will know soon. Tanghao looked at Yin coldly and asked, Yin, tell me, did that little thief bully you? No. Yin shook her head and Tanghao's face was happy. He finally let go of his hanging heart. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, he heard Yin giggle, I volunteered to be your highness's woman. Boom. Tanghao was struck by lightning and said blankly, what did you say? Tanghao, is there something wrong with your ears? Suddenly a voice came from a distance and then a golden light flashed in the void. Wong Shenm suddenly appeared beside Yin, hugged Yin in his arms and smiled. Yin means that we are in love with each other and have been married for a long time. Yin lay obediently in Wong Shenm's arms, kissed him on the face with a happy face and let his hand caress her soft waist. You bastard, let Yin go. Tanghao's eyes were bloodshot and his eyes were about to spit fire. Without saying a word he opened the Haoshan true body. The Haoshan hammer in his hand issued a terrifying aura and the blood-colored lines spread like a spider web. The huge hammer body swelled up in the wind. In an instant it was like a small mountain with extremely terrifying oppression bombarding Wong Shenm. Tanghao, your opponent is me. The SITH soul ring on Ningfanggzi Douluo flashed. 9th soul skill, rising sun blazing. The huge ball of fire turned into a huge fireball. 9 fireballs in a row, each bigger than the other, bombarded the clear sky hammer and bursts of terrifying shocks broke out in the void. Chaotic cloak hammer technique, first strike. Tanghao looked down coldly and the clear sky hammer smashed the fireball with one blow, followed by a more powerful second strike which smashed the second fireball. Your Highness, can Sister Ziyan defeat Tanghao? After Wong Shenm appeared, the women stopped panicking and began to worry about Ningfanggzi Douluo in the battle. Tanghao's soul power is 1 level higher than Ziyan's and the attack power of the clear sky hammer is indeed very powerful. He also has a 100,000 year soul ring which gives him a great advantage. However, he is injured and his strength is affected. Ziyan's martial soul is no worse than the clear sky hammer and she has improved a lot in recent time. The two are evenly matched, Wong Shenm commented. At the other end of the street, Wong Ling Douluo had appeared and blocked Tanghao. Wong Shenm suddenly frowned and looked at a certain place in the restaurant where Tanghao had been hiding before. Ningfanggzi appeared here with 2 titled Douluo. At some point there were no people in the restaurant anymore, even the lobby manager and waiter were nowhere to be seen. Ningfanggzi was surprised and asked, how did the spirit of Ling Yuan Douluo turn into a Fini? Jian Douluo said solemnly, not only did her spirit change but her strength also improved greatly. Last year she was only slightly stronger than Dugabo and was not very powerful among the titled Douluo, but now even I have to take her seriously. immensely. Her spirit power has almost increased by 2 or 3 levels in a short period of time. Ningfanggzi's eyebrows jumped and his face looked a little ugly. Uncle Jian also knows what happened in Tiandu Royal Academy yesterday. It seems that the change in Duguyan is not an isolated case. Could it be that the son of the spirit hall has mastered some secret method that can make the spirit evolve? His breathing was rapid. If there really was such a secret method, it would be too attractive to his Kaibao Liulai sect. It might be able to solve the spirit defect problem that has troubled them for thousands of years. Sword Douluo said it is very likely that all of those girls are not simple. Look at the Zhu sisters. They were at the dinner last year. Their strength has improved too fast. The younger girl is about the same age as Rong, but she has the aura of a soul master and she is not a weak soul master. When did the nether spirit cat martial soul become so powerful? When she was 12 years old. Gu Rong frowned and said, according to our intelligence, the little girl named Zhu Zuking is not very talented. She was only 25 or 26 levels before. In less than half a year she has improved her soul power by at least 5 levels and crossed a major realm. This is incredible. Sword Douluo said lightly, if she didn't use the secret method of sacrificing potential, she must have got a great opportunity. Maybe her martial soul has also evolved. Ningfanggzi's voice was faintly excited and trembling. Net time they participate in the soul fighting. Let's go and observe together. If the holy son of the spirit hall really has mastered some secret method that can make the martial soul evolve, then we have to seriously consider it. Chapter 152 Tanghao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions one after another bloomed in the void like firework, plotting into balls of flames and falling like a meteor shower in Tiandu city. Any place where they fell would instantly cause a large fire. The area within a radius of tens of meters where the two fought had been bombarded into ruins by the aftermath of the power. Fortunately, the nearby residents had already fled in a hurry. The few who could not escape were directly moved away by Wong Shenm. Trouble. Wong Shenm frowned and the second soul ring under his feet flashed. The powerful soul skill Deep Sea Ice Whirlpool was activated and a huge ice blue whirlpool was instantly formed in the void. The whirlpool issued a rolling tide which rotated to form a terrifying devouring force, swallowing all the scattered flames into the void and then was extinguished by the frost in the void. He has become a soul Douluo. Ningfanggzi saw the 8 soul rings under Wong Shenmen's feet, especially the blood-red 8 soul ring, and fell silent. This boy is really... Jian Douluo didn't know what to say, as if any words of praise were not enough to describe his genius. The fierce battle continued and many soul masters in Tiandu city were alarmed and came to the vicinity to check the situation. Most of them were soul masters of the Tiandu royal family. At this time in the palace, many ministers asked to see the emperor and wanted to ask for instructions on the battle in the city, but they were stopped outside the palace by the snake spear and the thorny pig. Your Majesty is at a critical moment in his cultivation and cannot be disturbed. Your Majesty said that the empire will not intervene in the dispute between the Spirit Hall and Haoshan Douluo and will try its best to ensure the safety of civilians. After they finish fighting, they can just compensate for the losses. The ministers looked at each other and felt that there seemed to be no problem. The Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect were not allies of the empire. The Haoshan sect also implicitly supported the Xingluo empire. If the two sides thought it would be a good thing for the empire, so why bother with them? So all the ministers withdrew and ran to eat melons and watch the show. Ling Yuan Douluo, I underestimated you. Tanghao had a gloomy face and was puzzled. In the news he received, Ling Yuan Douluo's spirit was clearly a flame spirit kite. Although it was also a top-level spirit, it was still a long way behind the Haoshan hammer. Ling Yuan Douluo's strength was just so and he should not be his opponent at all. However, the spirit kite Douluo he was facing at the moment gave him a lot of pressure. That martial soul was not a flame spirit kite at all, but a flame divine Fini. Its monstrous ferocity and powerful attack power were not inferior to the clear sky hammer at all. He had already used the 74th strike of the chaotic cloak hammer technique before he could barely defeat the 8 fireball attack of the rising sun. Each of his 9,981 hammer chaotic cloak hammer technique was accumulating power for the NET1, and each hammer was stronger than the last. The more he used it, the more incredible his power became. The 74th hammer was stronger than most of the 10,000-year spirit skills, but he still couldn't defeat the 9 fireball. The opponent's spirit skill actually had 9 attack, each one stronger than the last, and the increase was much stronger than his chaotic cloak hammer technique. Tanghao also felt the signs of a faint outbreak of his injuries at this time. He gritted his teeth and struck out with the 75th hammer, which shook the fireball and seemed to be about to collapse, but it didn't. Tanghao's eyes lit up, and if he worked harder he would surely be able to defeat this difficult soul skill with the NET hammer. Just when his 76th hammer was charged to the peak and was about to strike, Ling Feng Douluo's black and white eyes suddenly flashed with rich brilliance eyelids, and the 7-color light was like a rotating rainbow turning into an endless abyss in the pupil. When Tanghao saw those eyes, it seemed as if his soul was about to be pulled in. There was a moment of blankness in his mind and his consciousness seemed to stagnate. Not good. In just a moment Tanghao instinctively realized that something was wrong and his powerful mental power shook violently, breaking free from the opponent's control. But it was this moment of distraction without the continuous input of soul power that his 76 hammer, which was charging, suddenly slumped, and the chaotic cloak hammer method was directly interrupted. The superposition of the first 75 hammers that had been charged for a long time was immediately useless. Boom! The 9th fireball bombarded, and the clear sky hammer, which had lost the superposition of the previous 75 hammers, was suddenly burned red by the fireball. The huge power plotted and the high temperature seemed to burn a hole in the void. The clear sky hammer, transformed by the soul power, began to melt. Tanghao groaned. The martial soul and the soul master were one. The martial soul was injured and the soul master was naturally backlashed. His body, which already had old injuries, was now even worse. Tanghao spat out a mouthful of blood and was horrified. He didn't expect this woman to be so insidious. She had a soul skill of mental power pupil technique, but she didn't fire it and made him suffer a great loss at the critical moment. Tanghao surrender. Ling Yuan Douluo's face was also slightly pale. Although the 9th soul skill was powerful enough, it consumed soul power equally. In addition, using the infinite demon pupil to control Tanghao was also a heavy burden on mental power. The opponent's soul power is one level higher than hers and he has entered the ranks of Super Douluo. The gap is not as simple as a simple one-level soul power but an all-round suppression. His mental power is also much stronger than hers and it is naturally more consuming to control the opponent. Dream on, you lackeys of the spirit hall, Tanghao will not let you go. After saying a harsh word, Tanghao shouted loudly and his momentum rose again. Just as he was about to use a big move, he suddenly twisted his body and fled quickly into the distance. Tanghao, don't run. Ling Yuan Douluo didn't expect that Tanghao, who had just fought to the death, would suddenly flee. In the blink of an eye the opponent became a small black dot and he hurriedly chased after him. Catch him, write him off. Wong Shenm ordered Guangling Douluo and then said to the women, you go back first, I'll go and see. Tanghao is not that easy to catch. Well, be careful. The 5 women nodded obediently and then quickly returned to the spirit hall. Tanghao used his speed to the extreme and escaped from Tiandu city in the blink of an eye, but the clear sound of the Fini behind him made his face gloomy. Although all titled Douluo can fly in the air, their speed and endurance are still much worse than those of flying spirit masters of the same realm. The speed of the Fini martial spirit is the top one and he can't fly faster than the spirit Fini Douluo. Swoosh! Tanghao went straight into the dense forest with towering trees covering him. He was careful. Contain your breath. The forest is so big that if the Fini in the sky is shaken off, it will not be able to find you at all. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The legendary Haoshan Douluo. Just as he entered the dense forest, a sinister voice sounded in his ears and then he felt the earth tremble and a thick dragon claw slapped him fiercely. Tanghao's eyes shrank and he smashed it with a hammer without hesitation. Boom! The dragon claw and the Haoshan hammer collided violently and the terrifying power was like a small mountain pressing down from the top of his head. Tanghao, who has always been absolutely confident in his own strength, did not gain any advantage at this time. The dragon claw was repelled by the Haoshan hammer and Tanghao himself was like a cannonball and was blown out of the forest at a faster speed than when he came. Chapter 3. Take it down. How is it? Haoshan Douluo. Tanghao, is this old man's claw okay? As Tanghao was slapped away, the people who intercepted him in the woods also stepped out and asked with a smile, are you Dugabo? Tanghao's face was filled with shock and anger. The old man in front of him looked vaguely familiar and he looked about 70% similar to the Dugabo he had seen before. But didn't Dugabo have green eyes and green hair? How did he become black eyes and blonde hair? And wasn't he already over 70 years old, looking very old? But in front of him at this moment was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, who looked even younger than him. Tanghao. The most important thing was that Dugabo's martial spirit was the jade-scaled snake king, but what he saw just now was clearly a dragon claw, and it was a golden dragon with the power of the earth. No matter how injured Tanghao was, no matter how old and blurry his eyes were, he could still tell the difference between a dragon and a snake. Yes, you have a good vision. I am Dugabo. Dugabo laughed loudly. After practicing hard for nearly half a year, he got a piece of earth dragon, golden gourd, immortal grass, and finally refined the dragon snake 9 transformations, achieving the body of the green scale golden dragon. His soul power increased from level 91 to level 94 in one breath and soon entered level 95, becoming a super Douluo. This is the result of decades of accumulation. Since entering the titled Douluo realm due to the backlash of the poison, his soul power has not increased by one level, but the soul power of countless years of practice has accumulated more and more, and in the process of rebirth it has all been reabsorbed. How shameless! Die! Tanghao, Tanghao, where are you going to escape today? You are the most wanted criminal in our spirit hall. We haven't avenged the previous pope yet, but you actually fell into our trap and attacked our spirit hall again. Dugabo came out of the woods in a panic. Although he was not injured, he was still embarrassed to be hit by a hammer. Boom boom boom. The clear sky hammer danced wildly, smashing a huge hammer shadow in the void. Within a radius of hundreds of meters it was a mess, almost turned over. He was already injured, relying on the soul power from the implosion ring to support himself. He was slashed by the spirit blade and there was a sharp pain in his head and he almost fell to the ground. In this wilderness she didn't need to worry. The previous 9th soul skill plus the infinite magic pupil consumed a lot of her energy. This time she simply used martial art secret. Although it still consumed soul power, it consumed much less than soul ring skills, but the power was no less. Boom! The 2 yellow soul rings under Tanghao's feet plotted instantly, and the powerful force was directly integrated into the clear sky hammer, which increased the power of the clear sky hammer by several points again and smashed violently into the sea of fire. Boom! The 3rd hammer, Guangling Douluo's aurora arrow, was directly hammered away. Although Guangling Douluo was not injured, he was determined to run and Guangling Douluo couldn't stop him. The time of freezing Tanghao for a few seconds was enough for Wong Shenm to perform his spiritual soul skill. The huge golden blade directly fell into Tanghao's spirit like drawing a knife to cut water, cutting it in two with one stroke. It seemed that there was no trace, but Tanghao's spirit was instantly traumatized. Immortal body. Wong Shenm's body turned illusory and transparent. Tanghao's terrifying hammer passed through his body and smashed directly into the ground, creating a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. There was another Guangling Douluo watching from the side and he didn't plan to intervene for the time being, but the bonus brought by his ring implosion skill was too strong at this time. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his head and swung the hammer towards Wong Shenm. Guangling Douluo said he used the unique martial arts created by Tang Chen, which can only be passed down by the master of Haoshan sect. He used this set of ring blasting skills and severely injured the 95th level pope as soon as he became a titled Douluo. Another titled Douluo elder died directly to protect the pope. However, the sequelae of this ring blasting secret method are also very serious. Once used, it can backfire for a long time. It is an attack method that hurts both sides. Ningfanggzi Douluo flashed over and nodded slightly to Dugabo. The two prepared to attack Tanghao from the front and back. With a light shout, Dugabo shot out 2 lasers from his 2 dragon eyes and rushed towards Tanghao. The second light of beheading the god passed through Tanghao's spiritual sea. Tanghao's mind was in a trance and he could not tell the directions. His entire thinking almost stopped. His mind was blank and only the violent instinct to kill the enemy remained. Tanghao saw that the roads ahead and behind were blocked. Even if he fled into the woods now, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of Dugabo the Earth Dragon. He gritted his teeth and said disdainfully, "You idiots of the Spirit Hall, what's the use of having more people? Your former pope was killed by a hammer. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you, or I will kill another titled Douluo today." With a loud bang, the sea of fire plotted instantly and Ningfanggzi Douluo floated back more than 10 meters. Tanghao's face turned pale, blood flowed from his mouth and he was about to escape. Bang! Another hammer. Dugabo directly fell into the forest like a cannonball, knocking down a large area of towering trees. Tanghao roared, "Big Sumi hammer!" 9 rings plotted. A series of implosions sounded and the remaining 7 soul rings on Tanghao plotted together, turning into a vast and endless soul power all poured into the Haoshan hammer. Tanghao also activated the ultimate move at the first time. In this situation it is really not suitable to entangle anymore. He originally had old injuries and now he has suffered new injuries. He has really reached the point of being exhausted. After a while he became weaker. Blade of God's lair. Tanghao's 7 orifices were bleeding. The backlash caused by the implosion of the 9 rings made his already serious injuries implode directly. Before he could hit the enemy he lost half of his life. Little beast, die! Wong Shenm suddenly flashed and his move was a big move. A huge golden ring was directly put on Tanghao's body, defying him. This Tanghao is really good. Boom! With one hammer Ningfanggzi Douluo was knocked back hundreds of meters and his aura was unstable. Medusa's gaze. Great Sumuru hammer implode the ring. Tanghao surrender. Liang Yi stillness field. Ningfanggzi Douluo snorted coldly and launched an attack. Fire burn the wilderness. While speaking, Wong Shenm fired another god-slaying blade. This time Tanghao's eyes rolled back and he staggered to half kneel on the ground. Ningfanggzi Douluo also controlled the vitality of heaven and earth again, turning it into a huge fireball and smashing it towards Tanghao. In an instant the clear sky hammer surged to dozens of meters and the terrifying aura made Dugabo and Ningfanggzi Douluo's faces change. Today, with a small test of the knife, Tanghao was beaten up and his escape was cut off, but the power brought by the implosion of the ring was boiling in his his body, making his soul power almost reach the peak of the human world. Boom! Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the vitality of heaven and earth rioted, instantly turning into endless flames gathering in front of Ningfanggzi's palms, and the temperature concentrated and rose to a terrifying level in an instant, sweeping towards Tanghao. The hatred in Tanghao's eyes could not be washed away even if 3 rivers were poured out. Today it was all caused by this little beast who also robbed his Ayin, and the hatred of stealing his wife was irreconcilable. Attacked from front and back, every attack was fatal. Blade of slaying god. Ningfanggzi looked at Tanghao as if he was looking at a dead person. In addition to the effect of the fairy grass, he broke through the realm continuously, from the goalkeeper among the titled Douluo to a strong man who dared to fight Haoshan Douluo. Now 2 yin 2 stillness field. At the moment of freezing him, Ningfanggzi, who was in sync with Wong Shenm, attacked at the same time. Tanghao howled miserably, and the Haoshan hammer in his hand was directly burned, and he also fainted with his dying breath. Chapter 154 Ningfanggzi's choice. Grandpa, please carry Tanghao, let's go back. Wong Shenm glanced obscurely in a certain direction and said to Dugabo, haha, this is a small matter. Dugabo is now extremely strong. It's like twisting a straw to carry a person. He directly grabbed Tanghao's ankle and carried him upside down in the air. Let's go too. Wong Shenm left with Ningfanggzi and Guangling Douluo. In the distance, Jian Douluo, who was watching the battle, silently sighed and was not in a good mood. He quickly returned to Tiandu city. Ningfanggzi had been waiting and hurriedly asked Uncle Jian what was the result. Did Tanghao escape? Jian Douluo shook his head. Tanghao was stopped by Dugabo and then besieged by 2 titled Douluo. He was forced to use the ring explosion skill. He couldn't escape even with the explosion of 9 rings. He was captured by the people of the spirit hall. Ningfanggzi's eyes jumped and he sighed. I told him to think twice before acting and not to act rashly. He didn't listen to others and thought that he was invincible in the world. Now he fell into the trap. She walked to Lu Erlong and gently pulled her hand. With Tang Chen's strength, basically no one could kill him. Even if Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu could defeat him together, they would definitely not kill him. Although Wong Shenm didn't care about Tang Chen, he was still very afraid when he thought that Tanghao was the father of the 3rd child and might have been noticed by the god. It would be better to win without fighting, so the things he showed were undoubtedly coercion and inducement for Ningfanggzi. The biggest possibility is that Shura god directly released Tang Chen. As long as the inheritance of the sect can be guaranteed, it is not unacceptable to surrender to the spirit hall. What's more, the Holy Sun has something they desire. If the defects of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda can be solved, then surrendering to the spirit hall is completely fine. Wong Shenm laughed and said, how could it be? I forget myself, but I can't forget Sister Erlong. I'm preparing a gift for you and I want to give you a surprise. Surrender to me, there are benefits. Resist to the end and there is only one way left, destruction. The choice was given to Ningfanggzi. No matter what he chose, Wong Shenm didn't care. Even if he resisted to the end, it would only cause more trouble. No. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at him charmingly. I won't come to you and you won't come to me. If I don't come again, will you forget your sister? Of course it would be best if she was willing to surrender. Wong Shenm was still a little interested in Ning Rongrong. She was pretty and he was very philanthropic. Ningfanggzi said coldly, never mind, there is nothing we can do. Tell Tang Yuahua the news and let Haoshan sect figure it out. We are not Tanghao's nanny. If we don't listen to the advice we give, we deserve it if something goes wrong. Moreover, the group of high priests were afraid of Tang Chen and probably didn't want to kill Tanghao, otherwise Tanghao would have died more than 10 years ago. Jian Douluo looked serious. The spirit hall is too strong. Qingluan Douluo didn't show up today. He couldn't resist Dugabo and Ningfanggzi. He could have escaped by using the ring explosion stunt, but the son of the spirit hall came and used several big moves in succession, so Tanghao couldn't escape. Lu Erlong's eyes lit up. What gift? Why did you suddenly think of giving me a gift? Jian Douluo immediately told Ningfanggzi all the details of what he saw with his own eyes. Ningfanggzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle Jian, you said Dugabo's spirit has also mutated? Jian Douluo said yes, his spirit used to be Bai Lin the Snake King, has now turned into a golden dragon and his soul power has increased a lot. He used to be the bottom of the titled Douluo. The poison has little effect on the titled Douluo and other means are not a threat to the titled Douluo. His soul power is low and he is stuck at level 91 all year round. But the Dugabo I saw today is enough to fight Tanghao, who does not explode the ring head on without losing. His soul power is not inferior to Tanghao and he has entered the ranks of Super Douluo at level 95. Not to mention there is another sea god who is eyeing Qian Ren Yui. Maybe Sea God Island will also intervene at that time. If Bo Sai I and Tang Chen join forces, this force will be enough to threaten the spirit hall. In the living room there are only 2 of them left. Wong Shenm has a hunch that this scene will come sooner or later, but he hopes it will be as late as possible. What he was most worried about was that Shura God would definitely find find a way to increase his bargaining chips when he saw the gap between him and Xiao Sanzi getting bigger and bigger. Tanghao would definitely be one of the chess pieces. If he killed Tanghao, it might cause a chain reaction. Gu Rong said. Then Tanghao don't care. The two titled Douluo had no objection. They were not afraid of a fight, but the premise was that there was hope of winning, not a meaningless sacrifice. Wong Shenm smiled mysteriously. We haven't seen each other for many years. After we meet again, of course I have to prepare a gift for my sister. For so many years I miss my sister day and night. Ningfanggzi hurriedly said, Uncle Jian, please tell me in detail. Although Tang Chen was parasitized by the nine-headed blood-red length, the city of slaughter was the territory of Shura God. As long as he wanted, he would definitely be able to unseal Tang Chen. Returning to the spirit hall, he ordered Saras to imprison the dying Tanghao and was not in a hurry to kill him. Ningfanggzi shook his head. Dugabo's poison has little effect on title Douluo, but it is the most terrifying instance against spirit masters below title Douluo. One person can massacre a city and destroy a country. The five of them can destroy all the sects. Sister Erlong, you are here? He still wanted to use Tanghao to fish and see who would come to save him. Ningfanggzi's hands trembled and he murmured, this must be the work of the holy son of the spirit hall. This sun, with this sun the spirit hall is invincible. Ningfanggzi, you old FO, I have played so many cards. If you still don't know how to choose, you don't deserve the praise of wisdom. Wong Shenm was thinking about the problem of the seven treasures glazed tile sect on the way to the spirit hall. Wong Shenm returned to the bedroom and unexpectedly met Lu Erlong. You will know what gift it is in a while, Gu Rong said solemnly. Then we. Ningfanggzi took a deep breath. Contact the holy son of the spirit hall secretly and arrange a time for us to meet in secret. If Tang Chen jumped out now, it would be really troublesome. Gu Douluo. Gu Rong said he can create a brand new Dugabo and he can definitely create more strong people. The strength of the spirit hall is unfathomable. Now it is getting stronger and stronger. The strength shown on the bright side is invincible. Swanshan Spirit Hall, Holy Sun, Guangtian Dushan. They have gathered five titled Douluo, Guangling, Qingluan, Lingfeng and Dugabo. This strength is enough to destroy most of the sect. Lu Erlong's body trembled. Her pretty face flushed, but she did not refuse and let him hold it. A jade bow suddenly appeared in Wong Shenm's other hand. Sister Erlong, what do you think this is? Chapter 155 Dragon Rider. What kind of plant is this? Lu Erlong opened the jade bow and a small grass with a fiery red top and a small fruit appeared in front of her. This is a dragon fruit, a rare and precious immortal product. It will be good for you if you take it. Rare and precious immortal product. It was the first time that Lu Erlong heard this term, but since Wong Shenm asked her to eat it, she certainly would not doubt anything. She immediately ate the dragon fruit according to the method taught by Wong Shenm. The net moment a heat spread throughout her body, her soul power began to boil and her martial soul appeared directly. Wong Shenm said, hurry up and sit down to absorb it. Lu Erlong hurriedly sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to absorb the medicinal power of the dragon fruit. After more than an hour, she suddenly issued a strong aura and her whole body burned into a ball of fire. The clothes on her body instantly turned into ashes and she was posed in front of Wong Shenm. Wong Shenm nodded and said, okay then, tonight. Lu Erlong's fire dragon martial soul is a mutation, not a benign mutation nor a malignant mutation. It is neither good nor bad. The quality of the fire dragon martial soul and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re martial soul is similar, but after eating the fairy grass it is of course better than before. Dugu Yan laughed and came over, half hanging on Wong Shenm. A Yin's eyes were cold. How it's already this time and you are still quibbling? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, we have broken off our friendship. I am now a Dream Brothers people. I came here today just to see what good end you will have after plotting against me and getting my 100,000-year spirit ring. Bad boy, you've taken advantage of me. Are you satisfied now? This prison is specially made to imprison spirit masters. If Tanghao was still strong, he probably wouldn't be able to be imprisoned, but now he is useless and dying. Even if the door is open, he can't escape. The net morning, Wong Shenm put away the plum picture on the bed, nibbled on the face of Sister Long who was sleeping in Haitangchun with satisfaction, and then got up. Wong Shenm let go of his hand, but Yin put her arms around him and gave him a sweet little mouth. Sister Long, why don't you sleep a little longer? Lu Erlong gave Wong Shenm a coquettish look. If it was someone else she would have lost her temper long ago, but since it was this little bad guy, it didn't matter if she showed him a look. He would get the advantage sooner or later anyway. Lu Erlong was overjoyed. As the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she was rejected by the sect and was not even qualified to recognize her ancestors. She was full of resentment towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Tanghao shook his head painfully, not knowing whether he regretted it or refused to admit what Yin said. Tanghao heard the voice and raised his head with difficulty. Seeing this scene, his eyes suddenly widened. His mouth trembled and his eyes showed hatred. Tanghao shook his head in grief and indignation as if he had suffered a great injustice. Tanghao's eyes were bloodshot and he began to scold Yin. I feel great, just like taking a tonic. Even my martial soul is much stronger than before. One night of butterfly and dragon dance. With her excited mood she looked at Wong Shenm with seductive eyes. Little rascal, you gave me such a precious gift. How do you want your sister to repay you? If those self-righteous high-handed people from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect knew that her fire dragon martial soul surpassed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re martial soul, what would they think? Regret? Jealousy? In short, she felt very happy. How, when you designed me for my unmarriage and asked me to sacrifice myself to you, you should have thought of this day. Ah! Wong Shenm walked over and put his hand directly around her slender waist. Lu Erlong froze and glared at him but did not push him away, letting him hug her. Lu Erlong looked at him shyly and said with a red face, it's noon now, what's the point of sleeping again? Sister Erlong, bitch. The feeling of being a dragon knight is just great. No wonder everyone wants to kill Yin's hyping, but everyone wants to replace him. Wong Shenm said, well, we've seen it. If we want to know whether he was deliberate back then, we can just go and see it ourselves. Several girls laughed. They were all experienced people, so they certainly knew what happened to Lu Erlong. Outside the prison, Wong Shenm hugged Yin and stood in front of the iron fence looking at Tanghao, who was leaning against the wall like a dead dog. Lu Erlong made an extremely comfortable sound. Her breath fluctuated continuously and her soul power increased by several levels in a row, touching the bottleneck of soul Douluo. This sister Long, I didn't expect her to be so thin-skinned. She opened her eyes and was about to say something, but suddenly Wong Shenm stared at her with shining eyes and her body was also cold. She looked down, screamed, her face flushed, and quickly took out a set of clothes from the soul guide and put them on. Tanghao, are you used to living here? Yin and I are here to see you. After saying that, she directly used the dream entering magic. No? Yin gently scented Wong Shenm while saying something that made Tanghao's whole body tremble. Wong Shenm said, the dragon fruit you eat is bred from the essence and blood of the fire dragon king. It is a perfect match for your fire dragon martial spirit. Although it cannot make your martial spirit become the new fire dragon king, it has already surpassed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. Let go of Yin. Turning to look at Ningfanggzi, Douluo, how is Tanghao? Wong Shenm said, do you think everyone is the same as you, little bitch? Lingxian said, he has woken up, but the new and old injuries broke out at the same time. He is already disabled and has only half his life left. If he is not treated, he may die. Lu Erlong's delicate body trembled, her eyes slightly closed and her head slightly raised. Wong Shenm looked at Lu Erlong with burning eyes and slowly approached. How do you feel? Duguyan said charmingly, your highness, Ye Lingling and Ye Weiyo were supposed to come last night, but there was a big fight, so I asked them not to come first. How about tonight? Let's go, Yin, let's go see him. No, it's not. Wong Shenm took Yin and came to the prison where Tanghao was imprisoned. Yin leaned on his arms obediently, looking at Tanghao's eyes. A trace of pleasure flashed. Wong Shenm first went to the palace to deal with a group of ministers and handle a pair of government affairs and then slip back. Dog bitch. Wong Shenm lowered her head and savored it for a while, then looked at Tanghao and spread her hands. It's not that I don't let go of Yin, it's Yin who doesn't let go of me. Tanghao, Yin is willing to follow me. I didn't force her. In addition, I have to say that Yin is very smooth. Really? Lu Erlong couldn't stand the gazes of the crowd and hurriedly stood up and said, there is something else in the academy, I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Wong Shenm to speak, she ran away like a fly. I want my sister to hug me like this. At this time Tanghao had become a disabled person and his huge mental power had collapsed. Wong Shenm was no longer the same as before and directly took Yin into Tanghao's spiritual world. In the world, what he saw was a huge hammer. Wong Shenm was about to use his power to extract the essence from the hammer, but the hammer flew away. Chapter 156 Ye Lingling. Is this Tanghao's spiritual world? Yin looked at the scenes that appeared and disappeared curiously, all of which were Tanghao's thoughts at the moment. Most of them were not even noticeable to him, and some of them were the thoughts that he actively thought about. Those thoughts were mostly about the angry Tanghao torturing Wong Shenm in every way, and even Yin was abused and even beaten by him, showing his true inner world. Let's go, I'll take you to see Tanghao's memories. Everything back then can be seen clearly. Wong Shenm took Yin and flew towards Tanghao's inner city and then entered the memory corridor. Everything Tanghao had experienced was presented, many of which he had forgotten, but the spiritual world had backups. I'm so stupid. They played me like a fool. Yin clenched his fist when he saw what Tanghao and Tang Xiao did after they met him. They were right, as Wong Shenm said. They discovered Yin's soul beast identity very early. The temptation of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was something that few soul masters could resist, including the Haoshan twins, who were arrogant and wanted to catch up with their grandfather Tang Chen. Qiansunji died unexpectedly, angering the spirit hall, causing the Haoshan sect to expel him from the sect. The Haoshan sect was forced to close the mountain gate, and the 4 single attribute families broke away from the Haoshan sect and became independent. His old father was also directly angered to death. Wong Shenm nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know Lingling's problem. This should be a curse rooted in the origin of the martial soul. There is no cure and no one else can solve it. I am probably the only one in the world who can solve this problem. Brother Meng, love me." Yaoyu smiled generously. "Your Highness, I hand Lingling over to you. From now on I will let her serve you just like Yunyan." A half day of leisure. At night Yin had recovered. Yin was still entangled with him like a vine, and Tanghao stared at the 2 people who were entangled. If eyes could kill, they would have died thousands of times. Yin murmured. Duguyan stood up, took Lingling with one hand and sent Yaoyu out. Wong Shenm patted Yin's fragrant back and comforted her softly. Let's go back. Your Highness the Holy Sun." Yaoyu and Lingling breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and were very surprised. Yin gritted her teeth. "Then everything will be handed over to Your Highness. Your Highness, rest assured, from now on our 9-star begonia family is willing to submit to the Spirit Hall and obey Your Highness's orders." Brother Meng. Wong Shenmen's mouth trembled lightly. A girl over 100,000 years old called him brother. "Sit down." He had seen both of them. They both attended the palace dinner last year. "Xiao Meng, Lingling and Yaoyu are here," Lingling said in a mosquito-like voice. "Mom, I know." Duguyan saw that Yin changed her name to Brother Meng, so she also changed her name, which seemed intimate, but she couldn't call him brother. It was too embarrassing and it didn't seem appropriate to call him brother, so she just called him by his name. "Please let them in." Wong Shenmeng said. "Yanzi, come with me to see Aunt Yea." "Yeah." So Tanghao took advantage of Yin's innocent feelings, and after all kinds of planning and calculation he finally got Yin's sacrifice. Not only did his soul power rise directly from level 90 to level 95, but he also got the coveted 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. But Yin is unkillable. If she didn't sacrifice herself, no one could do anything to her, let alone get her soul ring and soul bone. Forget it, just treat Yin as starting from scratch after her rebirth. Well, she is only 1 year old this year. After a long while Yin stopped crying and released all the grievances she had suffered in the past. Wong Shenmeng said, "Let's do it tonight, the sooner the better." Wong Shenmeng knew that she wanted to visit Lingling tomorrow and nodded. "You can come anytime. We are now family members and we are also a family. Don't be so polite." In a moment he returned to reality. Wong Shenmeng invited the 2 to sit down. Duguyan served tea and sat beside Wong Shenmeng without leaving. Wong Shenmeng slapped her plump flesh hard and snorted coldly. "Dare to question my ability? Even if you all come together I can still win. Okay, it's all over. No one can bully you with me in the future." Duguyan looked at him coquettishly. Her eyes seemed to be about to drip with water. "You just got along with Sister Erlong last night and you favor Lingling tonight. Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of Lingling?" Tanghao Tang-san. Seeing that it was getting late, Yaoyu stood up and said, "I'll go back first and visit Your Highness tomorrow." Yin saw the memory of Tang-san again. All the abnormalities showed that this was not her son at all. A moment later 2 women, one big and one small, followed Duguyan in. Although Wong Shenmeng wanted to attract Tanghao's martial soul essence, he gave up temporarily because of the danger. With his status he didn't need to deceive them. Although Lingling was very beautiful, there were no beauties in this room who were inferior to her. Yaoyu and Lingling bowed slightly. It's okay for others, but he couldn't afford to offend Tang Chen in his prime with other strong men. If they rush into the core rashly they might suffer a great loss. However, the price is also tragic. In order to force Yin, he used the Pope Qiansunji of the Spirit Hall, but the situation got out of control. Wong Shenmeng hugged her and disappeared directly and then appeared in her bedroom. Yaoyu seemed to be in her early 30s with delicate features, fair skin and a slender figure. The whole person exudes a charming temperament. "Hehe, I know you are powerful, right?" Although Duguyan said confidently that His Highness could solve Lingling's problem, they still had some doubt. After all, this is a difficult problem that no one has been able to solve for thousands of years. "Brother Meng." After returning, Duguyan asked, "When will you help Lingling solve the spirit defect?" Yaoyu's eyes were like water, but she was thinking in her heart that if solving the defect is not so difficult, she can also ask His Highness to help solve it in the future. Yaoyu smiled gently and said to her shy daughter, "Lingling mom is back. You have to listen to His Highness and serve His Highness well, understand?" Witnessing everything Tanghao did with her own eyes, she completely cut off her past self. Wong Shenmeng was still very afraid of Tanghao's spiritual world. The Tanghao here was Tanghao in his prime, Tang Chen in his prime, and even other strong men Tanghao was familiar with. It was absolutely dangerous. Lingling was completely the opposite. She wore a black dress, a black veil, blue hair draped behind her back, blue eyes were slightly empty, and she exuded a lonely and desolate atmosphere. mother. Yin threw herself into Wong Shenmen's arms and burst into tears. Ya Lingling lowered her head, her ears were red, her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look at Wong Shenmeng. But since His Highness the Son of God said in person in front of them that it could be solved, then there should be no problem. Wong Shenmeng smiled and said, I will be able to rely on Aunt Ye in the future. Duguyan blushed and dared not provoke again. This young man is young, but he is very capable. When he shows his power, no one can resist him. Tonight is a good day for Lingling. She doesn't want to get into trouble and ask her sisters to help put it out. Chapter 157. The Spring of Begonia. Your Highness, what should I do? In the bedroom, Ya Lingling asked in a trembling voice. Lie down first and have a good sleep. Everything will be fine. Oh, Ya Lingling misunderstood. A man and a woman were alone in a room and their relationship was clear. In this case it is difficult for people to think in a normal way about what sleeping means. Ya Lingling untied her black veil, revealing an oval face that was both charming and charming. Her facial features were very delicate. Her skin was slightly pale due to wearing a veil for many years, but it was extremely tender and flawless. Her rosy mouth, straight nose and curved eyebrows were all beautiful enough to make people's hearts flutter. Ya Lingling then began to unbutton her clothes, her hands trembling, her pretty face blushing, and she dared not look at Wong Shenmeng. Under the black dress there was dazzling white and smooth skin, a slender figure but very well proportioned, fat where it should be but not cumbersome, straight and round and in perfect shape. Wong Shenmeng admired it quietly for a while, then used the magical power of entering dreams to enter her world. In the spiritual world, Wong Shenmeng also drew out a dark and twisted strange energy body from the origin of her 9-star begonia martial soul, which changed into various shapes in his hands like a poisonous dragon that chooses people to eat. Ya Lingling naturally didn't believe Duguyan's exaggerated word and said lightly, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to wash up and get to know my sisters later. My mother will be here soon. Duguyan blinked her eyes. Lingling was really different. The indifference and loneliness on her body were all melted by His Highness. Now she has returned to the youthful and bright appearance of a normal girl. This is the state that a happy person should have. The previous Lingling was closed in her heart, full of pessimism about life, and there was no color in her life. How tiring it was to live. After washing up, she had lunch with her sisters at noon, got to know each other deeply, and then took a nap. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon her mother Yaweyu came. Ya Lingling shook her head quickly. Mom, this is not good, right? Yaweyu looked serious and summoned the 9-star begonia martial spirit with Ya Lingling. She knew that her curse had been lifted and she felt grateful and sweet in her heart. The long-lost happiness lingered in her heart, and she was also grateful to Duguyan. Yaweyu suddenly said, since His Highness can help you solve the martial soul defect, do you think my martial soul defect can also be solved? The next morning Ya Lingling got up at almost 10 o'clock. Duguyan saw her walking carefully and said with some jealousy, I gave you a share of my man and I was complained by my sisters for this. Lingling, you have to work harder. In the future we sisters will work together to make His Highness bow down to us, and he will have no time to respond to those 6 ends. Yaweyu was happy for her daughter. It can be seen that her daughter is very happy without the slightest reluctance of being forced. The Holy Sun's charm is really great. He completely won Lingling over in just one night. Ya Lingling said shyly, Mom, let's talk about having a baby later. The Holy Sun is still young and there is no rush. How can I tell my mother this? I can't let my mother do this. Ya Lingling smiled. Mom, I'm fine, better than ever. And the black veil that her daughter had been wearing for many years had been taken off, just like her closed heart was completely open. In the real world, Ya Lingling felt that Wuhan there was an incomparable feeling of relief, as if the whole person had taken off a heavy shackle. As he said that, he went directly to the bathroom. Yaweyu's eyes condensed and her beautiful eyes looked back and forth at the 2 9-star begonias. The appearance did not change much. The white trees and pink flowers exuded a fresh and soft natural breath, and the 9-star begonia in Yaweyu's hand was still entangled by the disease. It looked delicate and beautiful, but with a kind of morbid beauty. But if you look closely you will find that the 9-star begonia in Ya Lingling's hand has a little more spiritual fire vitality. Compared with the 9-star begonia in Yaweyu's hand, it is like a long-term illness, suddenly a serious illness and then a new life. Ya Lingling also found something unusual. Hey, you are so generous. There is only one prince but there are many sisters. If you don't fight and I don't fight, we will fall out of favor. Do you want to be banished to the cold palace? It's really different. Ya Lingling blushed. She had just ended her girlhood, but she was not as bold as Duguyan. However, she felt very steady and relaxed. The invisible depression disappeared overnight and she seemed to be reborn. Although she didn't know how the prince solved her curse problem, she still vaguely knew that it should be when she and the prince were inseparable. At that time she had a special feeling, but it disappeared afterward. As a person who had experienced it, Yaweyu saw the changes in her daughter at a glance. She had a little more feminine charm and less girlish immaturity, but she was more beautiful and moving. Lingling, that's great. Now that your martial soul is fine, you can live a good life with His Highness in the future. It would be even better if you can have a few children to expand our family. Yuehua was relieved when she was sure that her daughter was happy. She talked to Lingling carefully and asked about the problem of martial soul. Lingling was also a little confused. His Highness said that it has been solved. I don't know when and how he solved it, but I feel that the martial soul is indeed a little different, as if the worms inside have been removed. Let's summon the martial soul together and I'll see if there are any changes. It's different. I didn't feel it before, but now I compare it. Mom, your martial soul look like there is a problem. Lingling, are you okay? Yuehua was completely relieved and infinite joy surged in her heart. The terrible curse that troubled their family for countless generations was finally solved. From now on, the dark clouds above their heads have dissipated and they don't have to worry anymore. Yunyan, I will get along well with my sisters. Don't always think about fighting with others. We are all sisters. Isn't it good to get along well and serve His Highness together? Yuehua frowned and said, why not? Don't you want your mother to be reborn? Lingling hesitated. Yuehua had already made up her mind to find an opportunity to let her daughter's man remove the curse for her. It was okay before that there was no way, but now that there is a way, who would want their martial soul to be cursed all the time? Who knows, if this curse is not completely removed, will it be transferred to the younger generation in the future? In the evening, Wong Shenm came back again. He had to come back. A room full of beautiful women were counting on him. If he didn't come back for a long time, the complaints at home would overwhelm him. Chapter 158 Tang Yuahua is in action. In the few days, Wong Shenm ran back and forth between several places. Not only did he have to go around the Wuhan Hall and the palace, but he also had to find time to go to Lanba Academy. Although Sister Erlong was not young anymore, she was very shy. She was afraid of being laughed at by her younger sisters, so she was too embarrassed to come to him again. Wong Shenm had to work harder, often sneaking into the dean's boudoir in the middle of the night to steal her fragrance and jade, and his life was very enjoyable. Lingling, you can eat this fairy grass. Wong Shenm chose one of the remaining fairy grasses for Lingling. Is this a fairy grass? Lingling looked at the beautiful fairy grass with a soft milky white color in the jade bow with surprise and instinctively felt a desire in her heart. This is the immortal crimson pearl grass, which has a huge vitality, can bring back the dead and can reshape the foundation and replenish the soul power. It is the most compatible with your martial soul function. After you take it, your auxiliary ability will be greatly improved. It can not only restore blood but also assist in restoring mana. Although the mana restoration function is only incidental and cannot compare with blood restoration, it is also rare. Lingling had never heard of the two words restoring mana and restoring blood, but she could still understand the general meaning. She looked at the immortal grass with a more fiery look. In fact, your 9-star begonia is also a fairy grass. Your ancestors should have taken the 9-star begonia immortal grass, and then the martial soul evolved into the 9-star begonia. So that's it. Tang Yuahua walked around the room feeling angry and helpless and couldn't find anyone who could help her. Although Wong Shenm was guessing, he was basically certain and continued. However, during the growth of the 9-star begonia, it absorbed a powerful curse power from nowhere. Your family's martial soul is inseparable from this curse power from the source, so the younger generations cannot get rid of it. The only way is to remove the curse from the source of the martial soul, but this requires an extremely special ability. For thousands of years, perhaps only I have this ability. She is a useless soul master, and she and Yu Xiaogang share the same suffering. She was despised and ridiculed in the sect back then, and only Tanghao always loved her. In the eyes of everyone, Tanghao was indeed fooling around. Any love between soul beasts is shocking and incomprehensible, not to mention pushing the sect into an irreparable situation for the so-called love with soul beast. This kind of selfish, self-centered, ungrateful behavior that only cares about one's own pleasure and ignores the lives of relatives and friends in the sect is hateful, no matter where it is. Those elders have been very patient for not coming out to clean up the sect, and they still want them to go through life and death for Tanghao. Tang Yuahua also knew the twists and turns in this, but she still couldn't help being angry. In her heart, her second brother was more important than everyone in the sect put together. By the way, Ningfanggzi, Tang Yuahua thought of the 7 Treasures Glay sect that sent her a message as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. If Tanghao died or disappeared, everyone would have nothing to say, but he was still alive and well, and he still had the energy to make a big fuss over a trivial matter of jealousy. It can be seen that he never thought of sending back the sect's treasures and the inherited skills that only the sect master can practice. Therefore, there are countless people in the Haoshan sect who have opinions about Tanghao and even hate him. How could they come out again for him regardless of the threat of the spirit hall? Lu Erlong is level 80. She is going to hunt a sub-dragon soul beast that is more than 50,000 years old. It is not easy for her to do it with her own strength. With Wong Shenm it will be no problem. Wong Shenm Shenm calculated that with Yalingling's current qualifications plus the power of the remaining fairy grass she can reach level 40 in 3 months at most. At that time he will take her and Lu Erlong to hunt soul beast together. Yalingling suddenly realized, take it quickly. Ningfanggzi and the two titled Douluo had returned long ago. When they heard that Tang Yuahua was visiting, the three looked at each other. Douluo frowned and said, Tang Yu came to us at this time, it must be because of Tanghao's matter. She sorted out her emotions as general manager owed to prepare the car and then came to the gate of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. The reason is very strong. Tanghao was expelled from the Haoshan sect more than 10 years ago. Now his life and death have nothing to do with the Haoshan sect. Back then he killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall for a soul beast, causing the Haoshan sect to be almost destroyed. Although they did not dare to kill them all in the end due to Tang Chen's residual power, they also caused heavy losses to the Haoshan sect. Not only did the 4 single attribute families break away from the sect and become independent, but many inner disciples of the Haoshan sect also died in the battle, including the descendants of some elders. Gu Rong shook his head and said there is no way to save them. Tanghao attacked the woman of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall in broad daylight and was captured by others. What else can we say? You can't say that he wants the entire sect to play with him for the sake of love with a soul beast, right? Ningfanggzi said. After so many days the Haoshan sect should have sent back the news. It seems that they are not going to come forward to rescue Tanghao. Yu Xian, this milk volume is already terrifying. With her the team's endurance and recovery capabilities are enough to make opponents of the same level despair. Yalingling immediately ate the crimson pearl immortal grass according to the instructions. Soul bones are fine, after all glass soul bones will cost a huge price, and it is understandable that Tanghao is unwilling to do so, but he has never thought of handing over the great Sumuru hammer skill to the sect so that this skill that only the sect master can learn can return to the Haoshan sect. An hour later her soul power rose from level 33 to level 38. The appearance of her martial soul did not change much, but the quality was obviously greatly improved. Her blood recovery ability was simply to the point of being against the sky. Although her mana recovery ability was much worse, it was still stronger than most auxiliary mana recovery soul masters. What's more, Tanghao took the initiative to attack the woman of the Son of the Spirit Hall this time, and it was said that it was related to the soul beast that year, which was even more unbearable. During this time you should practice well, try to absorb all the remaining medicinal power and increase your soul power to level 40, and then I will take you to get the soul ring. For a soul beast they faced the Spirit Hall twice and the end was worse each time. Even the last time they hurt the sect was not enough, and this time they wanted to drag the sect into the water as if they would not stop until the Haoshan sect was annihilated. As expected, her request for the Haoshan sect to rescue Tanghao was ruthlessly rejected. Except for sect master Tang Xiao, all 5 titled Douluo elders opposed it. Tang Yuahua squeezed the letter in her hand into a ball, her face full of anger and despair. Even the old sect master was so angry that he died, but Tanghao disappeared for many years. He neither came back to admit his mistakes nor returned the sect master's exclusive soul bone. He didn't even think of returning the great Sumuru hammer ring explosion skill to the sect, which resulted in the current sect master Tang Xiao not only lacking the inherited soul bone but also not learning the sect's unique skills. While Wong Shenm was working day and night, another person was also suffering. Her biggest backer was the Haoshan sect, but now she couldn't count on it. She herself was just a useless 9th level soul master, and her most powerful subordinate Ode was just a soul emperor. With such a little power, let alone saving people, he couldn't even enter the Wuhan Hall. The 3 people present were not love-minded. They looked at the problem from the practical and the interest and sneered at Tanghao's actions. Douluo stroked his beard and smiled. Haoshan sect doesn't care about him. Does Tang Yuahua think that our Kaibao Liulai sect will risk her life for him? Tanghao? Where does she get the confidence? Ningfanggzi sighed. Maybe she is desperate. Let's go and see what she has to say. From beginning to end the 3 never thought of saving Tanghao. Chapter 159. Tang Yuahua broke down and cried. Kaibao Liulai sect. Reception hall. Ningfanggzi smiled. Master Xian is really a rare guest. You come to my Kaibao Liulai sect as a guest. Fengzi failed to welcome you. Please don't blame me for being rude. Master Ning is polite. Yuahua is the one who came to visit presumptuously. If there is any disturbance, please don't be rude to me, a woman. Tang Yuahua was very humble. Ningfanggzi thought that when you show your courtesy to others you must have something to ask for. Asked Master Xian would not come to us without anything. Now that you are visiting, it must be something important. Please tell me. Tang Yuahua smiled bitterly and said, Master Ning, please understand. Yuahua did come here to ask for something. Please help my second brother for the sake of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the Haoshan sect being the top 3 sect. Ningfanggzi was silent for a moment and said, Master Xian wants to save Haoshan Douluo. Shouldn't he go to the Haoshan sect to ask ask for help? Tang Yuahua said helplessly. Several elders in the sect have some misunderstandings with my second brother. They are still discussing it. I am afraid that my second brother can't wait that long. If the elders have discussed and started to act, if my second brother has been killed by the people of the spirit hall, then all efforts will be meaningless. Ningfanggzi and the two titled Douluo looked at each other and sneered in their heart. They all believed that Tang Yuahua's words were not entirely true. I am afraid that the Haoshan sect has already finished discussing it, and the result is to refuse to rescue Tanghao. If she was still discussing as she said, she probably wouldn't come to ask them outsiders. Ningfanggzi said, then what does Suanzu want us to do? Tang Yuahua said, please ask the sect master to negotiate with the saint of the spirit hall. With your status and influence, the saint of the spirit hall will give you this face. Ningfanggzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head and said, Suanzu thinks too highly of me. The saint of the spirit hall dared to arrest Haoshan Douluo, so how could he give me face? Tang Yuahua hurriedly said, that's because the second brother had a grudge against the spirit hall before, and this time he attacked the people of the spirit hall first. He was in the right, so he dared to go against the people of the three sect hand. You are different. You are famous in the soul master world and have a high status. Even the spirit hall has to give you the honorary position of honorary elder. No one will ignore your word. Although Tang Yuahua's words were beautiful, Ningfanggzi was not moved at all. Master Xuan, you must know that when the Tiandu palace changed last year, the saint of the spirit hall fought with Uncle Jian on the spot and hurt Uncle Jian without any scruples. How much do you think he will respect me? The so-called influence and the so-called giving face must be supported by strength. If it is a small, he might be willing to give me a face, but Tanghao killed the previous pope and attacked his confidant. I heard that he cares a lot about his confidant and spends a lot of money to train them. I am afraid that this will offend him. In this case, I am afraid that no one's words will work. Besides, the holy son of the spirit hall has many strong men under his command. There are 3 or 4 titled Douluo who have been sitting in Tiandu city for a long time, which is stronger than the high-end combat power of our 7 treasures glaze sect. Why should he give me such a big face? Tang Yuahua was speechless. She knew Ningfanggzi, what she said was true, but this was the only straw to save her life. She wanted to continue to fight for it. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are both famous and powerful title Douluo. If that doesn't work, please, for the sake of the 3 sect common blood, secretly help to rescue my second brother. Yuahua knows that this is difficult to ask, but there is really no other way. As long as the sect master is willing to help, Yuahua is willing to pay anything. Sect master Ning Yuahua begs you. As Tang Yuahua spoke, tears fell down her knees softened and she was about to kneel down and beg for you. Ningfanggzi waved his leaves quickly and a soul power stopped Tang Yuahua. With his good temper, he was a little angry and laughed at this time, and his words were a little impolite. Master Xuan, you are not forcing others to do something but just fanciful. Going to the spirit hall to rob the prison, it's amazing that you can think of it. Do you think those titled Douluo in the spirit hall are dead? Not to mention whether they can be rescued. Once I do this, it will be a break with the spirit hall, which is equivalent to declaring war on them, and they will inevitably face their thunderous revenge. Our 7 treasures glazed tile sect may be destroyed. We have no relatives or friends with Tanghao. You ask us to sacrifice our sect to save him. Do you think we are fools? He was very dissatisfied with Tang Yuahua in his heart. If he could ask them to go through life and death for Tanghao by kneeling, it would be too much to please them. Who does she think she is? Does Ningfanggzi still need people to kneel down for him? As for the hint in Tang Yuahua's words, what is willing to give everything, he didn't take it to heart. He is not a person with a lustful mind, let alone Tanghao, who doesn't even want a sect for a woman. Ningfanggzi had no shortage of beautiful women. He bought those female slaves from the Tiandu auction house every year. Did he really think he was doing good deed? Although Tang Yuahua was very beautiful and her temperament was second only to Pope Bibidong among the women he had seen, Ningfanggzi was not the kind of man who loved beauty more than the country, so he never thought of having any involvement with Tang Yuahua. She was ruthlessly rejected. Although she had expected this result when she came, when everything really happened, her fluke mentality was shattered. Tang Yuahua suddenly broke down and cried and collapsed directly on the sofa, feeling helpless. Ningfanggzi and the 2 titled Douluo watched her cry quietly, neither comforting nor stopping her. After a while, Tang Yuahua forced herself to restrain her emotions, wiped her tears and said sadly, Yuahua lost her composure and made you laugh. In this case, I will not disturb you. After saying that, she stood up and left her back full of loneliness. Wuhan Hall. After Wong Shenmen's repeated efforts, Lu Erlong finally agreed to come over and integrate into the circle of the sisters. After all, it has come to this and she can't hide forever. They will live together for a long time in the future, so how can she do this? Fortunately, the sisters are quite tactful and no one dares to be sarcastic, which makes her feel much better. Slowly she completely put aside her worries and talked and laughed with everyone. one. In fact, she was completely overthinking. It's true that she is an older unmarried woman, but the problem is that there is another Ningfanggzi Douluo who is older than her at home. Several girls are a little afraid of this titled Douluo sister, and no one dares to talk about age, otherwise they will offend more than one person. Besides, among the women in the room, only Zhu Zuqing is younger than Wong Shenm and all the others are older than him. As long as Zhu Zuqing doesn't mention it, the others are very taboo about the topic of age and no one will talk about it. Even Xiao Wu, who used to mock Zhu Zuyun with this, rarely mentions it again. After her soul beast identity was posed, her real age was countless times older than everyone else present except Yin. How dare she take the initiative to bring up this topic and make herself look boring. Chapter 160 Dragon and Butterfly Academy. Xiao Meng, what do you think about me giving you the Blue Tyrant Academy? At night, after a lot of trouble, Lu Erlong leaned on Wong Shenmen's shoulder with a blushing face. She now has her own bedroom in this palace and the treatment is the same as that of the other girls. Of course, this so-called bedroom is definitely not a small single room but a complete set of independent suites with sufficient private space. The bedroom, living room, bathroom, toilet and cloakroom are all complete, covering an area of several hundred square meters, and they are all of the highest configuration. When these suites were built, they were for the elders, platinum bishop and cardinals to live with them. They were all arranged in a circle around the Pope's bedroom in the middle. There were dozens of suites and there were also gardens, restaurants, pavilions, waterside pavilions and other scenery in between, occupying nearly half of the area of the Wuhan Hall. Originally, when Wong Shenmeng did not come, only Saras and two cardinals occupied 3 suites in accordance with their respective identities, but after he came, he regarded this place as his own crystal palace and sent the 3 bishops away. However, Saras and the other 2 left happily without a single complaint. They just couldn't find an opportunity to show off. Freeing up their own residence was a rare opportunity to show their loyalty. Facts have proved that Wong Shenmeng is a particular person and is very generous to his subordinate. He gave them some ordinary soul bones of thousands of years, which made everyone in the spirit hall grateful and willing to die for him. Hearing Lu Erlong's sudden proposal, Wong Shenmeng said, "Why do you suddenly want to give me the academy? Isn't this the fruit of your hard work?" Lu Erlong was a little shy. "I used to value the academy the most, but now it's different. In my heart you are more important than the academy. Giving you the academy will be the fruit of our common hard work in the future. At that time it will be affiliated with the spirit hall and let several sisters go to the academy for training. After all, the facilities of the academy are more comprehensive and the atmosphere is better." Wong Shenmeng nodded and said, "Well, anyway, even you are mine. Your academy, of course, it's mine too. Being affiliated with the spirit hall makes it easier to recruit students. Anyway, most of the students of our spirit hall academy are civilian spirit masters, which does not conflict with the school philosophy of Blue Tyrant Academy." Lu Erlong said coquettishly, "Then it's settled. With you as a big sponsor, I don't have to worry about school funding in the future." As she said, she looked at Wong Shenmeng gently, remembering the first time they met. It was when the academy was short of funds and couldn't even pay the teachers' salaries. She had no choice but to go to the Stardo Great Forest to make money. In the end, she made money but lost herself. Wong Shenmeng also thought of that scene back then, which was still vivid in his mind. The 2 women he met in that life are now his people, which shows that their fate was determined long ago. "Xiao Meng, let's give the academy a new name." "Don't worry, let's talk about it later." Wong Shenmeng got up. The next morning the 2 got up refreshed. After having dinner together, Wong Shenmeng went to the palace. Lu Erlong told the sisters about inviting them to study at Lanba Academy. Although everyone was surprised, they all raised their hands in approval. There is nothing wrong with practicing in the academy. There are many people and the atmosphere is different. You can also feel the joy of going to school, making life more colorful. Besides, the academy will be theirs in the future and no one can control them. Sister Long will be responsible for their training personally. They can come and go freely and live alternately between the academy and the spirit hall. How great! It was settled. The name of the new academy was also decided during the Dragon and Butterfly battle last night. It is called Dragon and Butterfly Academy, which symbolizes the beautiful and romantic story between the female dragon and the butterfly in Chinese and American literature. Lu Erlong is a decisive person. She returned to Lanban Academy in the morning and informed all teachers and students of the news. Lanba Academy was built by her from scratch. It is her property. She wants to give Lanba Academy away and merge it into the Spirit Hall. No one has the right to interfere. For most teachers and students, this is a happy thing to see. With the backing of the Spirit Hall, Blue Tyrant Academy will not lack educational funds in the future and the resources will be more abundant. Going out will be more confident and more sufficient. More importantly, after graduation there is no need to worry about not finding a suitable place. For these civilian soul masters, the Spirit Hall is extremely welcome, and for most civilian soul masters, joining the Spirit Hall is also the best choice. But not everyone is willing willing to join the big family of the Spirit Hall. Dean Lu Blue Tyrant Academy has joined the Spirit Hall and Tai Long can no longer study here. We want to drop out. The speaker is a sturdy middle-aged man who is more than 2 meters tall. There is also a sturdy young man who is one size smaller than him, but his face is 8 points similar. Lu Erlong nodded and said, everyone has his own ambitions. I will not force everyone to join the new Dragon Butterfly Academy. I welcome those who are willing to stay, and those who are unwilling to stay can also part ways in peace. Mr. Tianyu, students, since Tailong does not want to join the new Dragon Butterfly Academy, then follow the procedures to withdraw from school. Tainyo said in a muffled voice, thank you, Dean Lu. After that he took Tailong away. Tailong reluctantly said, Dad, I'm doing well here, why do you want me to drop out? Tainyo said, what a bullshit, people can graduate at level 30 and your broken academy still wants to set up advanced classes to prevent them from graduating. Just do it. But now they want to be a running dog for the Spirit Hall. Don't they know that we have a grudge against the Spirit Hall? Your grandfather hates the Spirit Hall the most. He was furious when he heard about this. It's good that he didn't come to find trouble, but he still wants my son to be a dog for the Spirit Hall. Tailong said, then where should I go to school if I leave here? I also want to participate in the Soul Master competition the year after NET. Tainyo was confident, don't worry, your father has already arranged it. I will send you to the better Tiandu Royal Academy. There is a better faculty and training environment as well as the overall strength of the students, which is not comparable to this broken Lanba Academy. If you go there you will definitely be trained as a key person. Isn't it a foregone conclusion that you will represent Tiandu Royal Academy in the competition? Taylor was excited. That's great, Dad, send me to Tiandu Royal Academy quickly. I want to join the Royal Do team. I heard that 2 of their players dropped out one after another. With my strength won't I be trained as a key person immediately after I go there? Tainyo slapped Tailong on the head. Why are you in such a hurry? Go home first. Tyrone's dropping out was just a minor incident without causing any trouble. The NET morning, the plaque of Blue Tyrant Academy was replaced by Dragon Butterfly Academy. Bishop Sara personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony and Wong Shenm was also present. Lu Erlong announced on the spot that Wong Shenm would serve as the dean and she would serve as the vice dean. The Heaven Do Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazek both sent gifts. So far Blue Tyrant Academy has become history. Now there is only the Dragon Butterfly Academy under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Wong Shenm immediately wrote a letter with a big stroke of his pen and transferred 5 Soul Emperors and 3 Soul Saints from the Spirit City to serve as teachers. The teachers of Blue Tyrant Academy are generally not strong. The strongest one is the former Vice Dean who barely reached the Soul Emperor. In their eyes there is a lack of high-end teaching staff. This is not worth mentioning to Wong Shenm. The Spirit Hall has a lot of Soul Saints and Soul Emperors for free. There was nothing to do during the meal, but as soon as he opened his mouth many people rushed to come. Wong Shenm took out a large amount of money to expand the Academy's area, upgrade equipment, renovate buildings, optimize the simulated environment and other projects, which immediately won the warm support of all teachers and students in the school. Wong Shenm has long been no lack of money. Even if he does not allocate funds from the Wuhan Hall's finances, the good things in his pocket can be sold at random, which can buy more than 10 Blue Tyrant colleges. The cost of reconstruction is just a drop in the bucket. After all, the academy is now under his name and represents his face. It can't be too shabby. Moreover, the overall specifications of the academy have been improved, which will make it easier to recruit students, attract more sponsors and cooperate with more forces. Its own hematopoietic ability will be greatly improved and its dependence on financial allocations will decrease. If it is well managed, it can make money in return. Chapter 161. Tang Yuahua wakes up from a dream. The rebellion in the empire is in full swing and the work of suppressing the rebellion is in full swing. After all, the Emperor Tiandu has a righteous reputation. The Shui family's rule for hundreds of years has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As time goes on, the situation gradually gains an overwhelming advantage. Seeing that there is no hope of winning, the rebels secretly colluded with the Xingluo Empire, wanting to surrender the border town to the Xingluo Empire in exchange for glory and wealth. Wong Shenm summoned several imperial generals to give instructions in person and secretly sent Dugabo to the front line. He not only wanted to catch the last rebels in one fell swoop, but also prepared to let the Xingluo Empire suffer a big loss. After the arrangements were made, he began to busy himself with post-war reconstruction work. The war caused great damage and many places were turned into ruins, causing a large number of refugees, all of whom needed relief and resettlement one by one. In the evening, after returning home, he was enjoying the massage of Duguyan Zuzuyun and Xiao Wu when a guest suddenly came to visit. Tang Yuahua, the owner of Yu Yuan. What is she doing here? Duguyan, who was half hanging on Wong Shenm, was a little unhappy. I finally came back at night and someone disturbed disturbed me again. I don't remember anyone in our family who has a relationship with Yu Yuanzu. A Yin said Yu Yuanzu is Tang Yuahua. I remember Tanghao's sister is Tang Yuahua. Don't guess this Yu Yuanzu is Tanghao's sister, an eyeliner placed outside by Hao Shenzong, and she came from Tanghao. Wong Shenm pulled Dugayan off his shoulder, stood up and said, I'll go see her and see what she has to say. Xiao Wu asked curiously, Tanghao's sister, isn't she a direct descendant of Hao Shenzong? She should be very powerful. Ye Linglin shook her head and said, I haven't heard how powerful Yu Yuanzu is, but her temperament is really good. She is born with an aristocratic, elegant and noble demeanor. Every move is pleasing to the eye. Most of the noble children in the empire have studied in Yu Yuan. Xiao Wu said, then you have also studied? Your family seems to be noble, right? Ye Lingling shook her head. My family is a family of soul masters. The title of nobility is just a name. Unlike those imperial nobles who are loyal to the emperor, we are not the same kind of people. We have more of a cooperative relationship with the empire. I have never studied etiquette. Zhu Zuyun curled her lips and disagreed with Tang Yuahua. The only two real empires present were the Zhu sisters. They didn't learn etiquette specifically. They didn't have the time. They had to practice hard. Fortunately, they survived the prince's raising of Gu. Moreover, the Xingluo Empire has a bad environment and barren land which is far less prosperous than the Tiandu Empire. The nobles there do not have so much capital and time to indulge in luxury and pretentiousness. The limited resources must be invested in strengthening strength. This is also an important reason why the military strength of the Xingluo Empire is superior to that of the Tiandu Empire. The two empires also began to decay, but the Tiandu Empire was obviously more corrupt. The noble class was almost rotten, living a life of luxury and living a life of drunkenness and dreams. Pursuing vanity and pleasure became the whole life of most people. The establishment of Yu Yuan only gave those idle nobles another place to pretend to be elegant, especially the new nobles who urgently needed to get rid of the impression of nouveau riche and bumpkin. Going to Yu Yuan to learn etiquette and culture can shorten this process. Therefore, Yu Yuan is still very famous in the imperial noble circle. Even the imperial princess Shueke studied there. Of course, the main purpose is to get closer to the Haoshan sect. In the reception room, Wong Shen dreamed of Tang Yuahua. This was not the first time he had seen her, but Wong Shenmeng still felt his eyes light up. Tang Yuahua's beauty was unquestionable and her temperament was top-notch. Among the women he had seen, she was mature and elegant, second only to his teacher. She looked only 27 or 28 years old. As she came in, a faint and elegant fragrance wafted in with the wind, refreshing the heart. It can be seen that Hua Yu had dressed up carefully before coming. The elegant and well-fitting light blue skirt showed her mature and plump figure. She wore silver high-heeled sandals on her feet, and her snow-white and delicate feet were half covered. Her 5 toes were as tender and cute as silkworms. Wong Shenmeng looked her up and down for a while, as if he was looking at a peerless work of art or as if he was looking at a commodity. That look made Tang Yuahua feel ashamed, but she could only pretend that nothing had happened. Wong Shenmeng looked at Tang Yuahua's exquisite and beautiful face for a while. He could see that she looked a little haggard recently. Even under the light makeup he could still see the sadness and fatigue in her eyes. Tang Yuahua greets His Highness the Holy Sun. Tang Yuahua leaned forward and bowed deeply, revealing her deep cleavage in a large area of white. Wong Shenmeng smiled and said, no need to be polite, Yuahua. Walk forward, held Tang Yuahua's hand, helped her up and sniffed gently. The fragrance filled his nose. Your Highness, please respect yourself. Tang Yuahua quickly stepped back and shook off Wong Shenmeng's hand. She looked like a frightened deer with panic in her eyes. Boring. Wong Shenmeng sat back on the sofa and said calmly, you were here to deliver the gift. I pretended to be a beauty trap, but you became reserved. You. Tang Yuahua bit her rosy lips with a complicated expression and a deep sense of humiliation in her eyes. Wong Shenmeng said, you should know the grudge between Tanghao and our Wuhan Hall. He killed the former pope and attacked the people around me. He fell into my hands. I have no reason to bypass him. There is no need to talk about empty pleas. We don't have that kind of friendship. Wong Shenmeng stood up and made a gesture to see him off. Okay, we have met. I have made my words very clear. You can go back. It will be bad for your reputation if a man and a woman live together in this world. Tang Yuahua smiled with silver teeth, suddenly hugged Wong Shenmeng from behind and murmured, don't kill him. I am willing to give you anything. Wong Shenmeng said indifferently, have you thought it through? I didn't force you to do this. You really did it voluntarily. Tang Yuahua's tears she rustled down and said in a trembling voice, think it through. Besides, what else can I do? You really love Tanghao. Are you sure you won't regret it? Do you know that if you do this, the thought in your heart will be completely impossible? He may not be grateful to you if he knows it. Tang Yuahua's delicate body trembled, and after a moment she hugged Wong Shenmeng tighter. No regrets. It was a thought that shouldn't have eased in the first place. It is also a good result to completely break it off in order to save him. Wong Shenmeng Shenmeng smiled lightly. She knew that Tang Yuahua had special feelings for Tanghao. Yin followed her and she might have thought about running away with Tanghao and starting over in a place where no one knew her. But this is just a thought. Everyone living in the world does not exist alone. Tanghao can't let go of his hatred for the spirit hall, let alone his son Tang San and the sect that he thinks he is full of emotions for. Now that Tang Yuahua has made such a great sacrifice to save Tanghao's life, she probably understands that the love that is not tolerated by the world is just an illusory dream. It is because of Tanghao, and now it is also disillusioned because of Tanghao. Chapter 162. Let the Shura god shoot himself in the foot. More than an hour later, Tang Yuahua, who was weak and powerless, staggered away. Wong Shenm put away the red plum picture in his hand and recalled everything just now. He suddenly found that this mature big sister was more attractive to him than a little girl. He didn't intend to provoke Tang Yuahua, but since she came to the door, if he pushed her away, how hurtful would it be to her self-esteem? And if it was spread out, maybe someone would think he was not good enough. Therefore, for Tang Yuahua's dignity and his own reputation, he chose to let it go. As for Tanghao, even if there was no Tang Yuahua, he didn't plan to kill him for the time being. He kept Tanghao just to see what other tricks the Shura god had. He really wanted to know how Shura god was going to overthrow him and make his cherished successor Tang San turn the tables, since he had such a huge advantage. Shura god really didn't have many chess pieces to use, and the two most important ones were the chess pieces are Tanghao and Tang Chen. If Tanghao is killed, Shura god might find a way to release Tang Chen right after. Although Tang Chen has been parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed bat for so many years and has reached the point of exhaustion, as long as Shura god is willing to pay the price, he will definitely be able to recover. It is better to keep Tanghao as a chess piece and delay for a while. The later he is, the stronger he will be. When he reaches the titled Douluo realm, Tang Chen may not be able to do anything to him. Of course, what Wong Shenm fears most is the Shura blood sword in Tang Chen's hand. It is a real super artifact, and Shura god must have left his divine thoughts in it. If Heater is too cruel, Shura god will overturn the table and stab him with a sword, and then he will be finished. Now Wong Shenm is not afraid of the means on the surface at this point. Unless the god come down to the world in person or attack him without following the rules, no one can do anything. The strength gap is too big. Keeping Tanghao is to keep a chess piece for Shura god. No matter what means he has, as long as he is discovered, it is within the controllable range. He is afraid that he will find that there is no hope of winning and start to play like in the original book. At this time, Tanghao in the prison suddenly fell into a strange state. It seemed that blood waves appeared in front of him and the murderous aura condensed into substance was suffocating. But his clear sky hammer was shaking, and the blood-colored mark attached to the hammer was like a dying person who took a big tonic pill to bring back to life. The killing god domain opened automatically and strands of killing power flowed into his body from the blood-colored mark of the martial soul clear sky hammer. The body that was already on the verge of collapse was invaded by this blood-colored murderous aura and began to repair rapidly. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, a loud bang woke everyone up. What happened? The two sisters of the Zhu family, who were wrapped around him like an octopus, were also awakened. Wong Shenm got out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. Don't come out. I'll go take a look. If I'm right, something must have happened to Tanghao. When he walked out of the bedroom, Sarath came running over with sweat all over his head, panicking. Your Highness, it's not good. Tanghao ran away. Huh? Wong Shenm said. Tanghao is already a cripple. How did he escape from the dungeon? Sarath said. I don't know. A hole was blasted in the dungeon. The man is gone. Come on, take me to the dungeon. Wong Shenm's eyes flashed and he immediately came to the prison. As soon as he entered here, he felt a special breath which he had felt more than once on Shura god. Wong Shenm's mouth curled up a playful smile, thinking with such a strong killing power, Shura god still took action. Tang Yuahua has done her best to endure until today, probably because she knows that if he doesn't take action personally, no one can come to save Tanghao. Wong Shenm knew that Tanghao had obtained the killing god domain which was left by Shura god in the inheritance place, the killing city. Anyone who got the killing god domain was his potential successor. Since Tanghao had the killing god domain, Shura god must have a way to directly affect him. When the teacher Bibi Dong was tested by the god, it was so easy for Shura god to do something to her which was also closely related to the killing god domain on her body. At least Shura god divine thoughts could easily enter her god test secret realm. Your Highness, do you want to chase? Saras asked nervously. No need. Anyone below the title Douluo will die if they meet Tanghao. Tanghao ran away. Wong Shenm was not worried. As his strength increased, Tanghao became less and less of a threat to him. But if Shura god only helped him escape, what's the point? Can a mere Tanghao make waves? Wong Shenm thought in his heart, perhaps Shura god's means are more than that. His face became solemn. Now it was not about him and Tanghao but fighting with the god. Although Shura god God could not go down to the world if he really wanted to shamelessly cheat Tang San. There were still many ways. In the original book the dead could be resurrected. What else could they not do? No, don't we have a god here? We can't let her be idle. Wong Shenm looked at Saras. Don't worry about Tanghao's affairs, I'll retreat. Yes. Everyone left in a hurry. Wong Shenm returned to the living room of the palace and began to call people according to the contact information given by the Rakshasa god. After a while the endless blood red spread in front of him and the strong evil aura turned into two black wings that covered the sky and the sun. The enchanting and Sey Rakshasa god descended with a wisp of divine thought. Little guy, why did you call me here? I secretly sent down my divine thought. If the god of destruction found out I would be scolded. Just scolded? That's okay. Wong Shenm said. Didn't the Shura god send down his divine thoughts again and again? He just took action himself and let Tanghao escape from my hands. Rakshasa god chuckled. He didn't send down his divine thought. He just passed a trace of divine power to Tanghao through the killing god mark. Although it was only a trace of divine power, it was enough to let Tanghao recover from his injuries. Wong Shenm said. Just recover from injuries? I don't believe that the Shura god has no backup plan. In this situation, if he doesn't think of a way, I don't see any possibility of his turning the table. He little brother, you are very smart. If I guess correctly, the Shura god has arranged a big gift package for Tanghao. What big gift package? The inheritance of the throne of the killing god Sapras. Do you think this gift package is big? Yes. Wong Shenm took a breath. This is really a big gift package. How did you know? Is there an undercover agent net to Shura god? A hint of pride appeared on Luosha god's charming face. There is no undercover agent and Shura god will find out. However, in terms of strength I am indeed not as good as Shura god, but in terms of playing trick and seeing through people's heart, he is not even worthy of licking my shoes. What do you think? I have fought with him for so many years and I have always stood firm and I always make him suffer, but I can't do anything about it. His self-righteous little cleverness, no matter how secretive it is, how can it be hidden from this god? Wong Shenm frowned and said, what should we do? If Tanghao becomes a killing god, it will still be a threat to us. Luosha god circled a few times, flew to Wong Shenm and stopped, waved his hand and said, don't worry. Do you think anyone can inherit the throne? Tanghao is now in a state where inheriting the position of god of killing is just his own destruction. This god only needs to use a little trick to make sure that god Shura shoots himself in the foot. As she said that, she hooked her little hand and said in a charming voice, come closer to my ear and this god will teach you the tricks. Wong Shenm thought, what is the difference between whispering and speaking loudly in this situation? But he still honestly put his head closer. Chapter 163 Toolman Tanghao. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang parted. Just when Wong Shenm and god Rakshasa were conspiring in the god realm, god Shura also summoned his subordinate god of killing Shapras. Although god Shura is the law enforcer of the god realm, there is no main god directly under his line. The most powerful subordinate is god of killing Shapras. Shapras said respectfully, respected god king, what do you want me to do? The Azura god came straight to the point. The inheritor I value in the human world is in trouble. He is now suppressed by the descendants of the Rakshasa god. I need to strengthen his power. Shapras, the throne of the god of killing that you left in the human world can be opened and passed on to this person. After Azura finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and saw Tanghao, who had fled in a hurry through the connection of the killing god mark. Hipras's face changed. Many gods in the god realm have managed to leave their inheritance in the human world just so that if they want to leave the god realm one day, or if they don't want to bear the responsibilities brought by promotion, they can pass on the throne conveniently. Although killing god Hipras is only a second-level god, he has left his inheritance in the human world early on, but he doesn't want to leave now, nor does he want to lose the killing god position, and he has never thought about looking for a successor to the throne. He was preparing to wait for Azura god to leave, and the successor had not yet grown to the peak. During this period of time, he planned carefully, snatched some shares of the law of killing and promoted the throne to the first level main god. If it was passed on at this time, wouldn't the plan fail? But he did not dare to resist the words of the Lord Luo Shen, so he had to follow the picture he showed. He saw a middle-aged man in a slovenly and dirty black robe fleeing from Tiandu city in a hurry. Even if he did not mention the inheritance of the godhood at first sight, Shapras was displeased with this guy. He looked like a beggar and he was frightened by the enemy. How could he be worthy of being a killing god? He sensed the killing god mark on Tanghao's body. After carefully checking Tanghao's condition, his eyes flashed with joy. He said respectfully, respected Lord God King, this person's spirit is severely injured and his body is on the verge of collapse. At this time he relies on the trace of divine power you have descended into the killing god mark to support him. Although he seems to be recovering, the killing power is the power of destruction and extinction. It seems to be repairing him, but in fact it is overdrawing his vitality. If he becomes my successor, I am afraid that he will not be able to withstand the erosion of the killing god power and will never become a god. The Azura god said pressionlessly, you can see it, don't I know it? What I need is a strong man who can protect my inheritor at a critical moment, who can temporarily shelter my inheritor from the wind and rain and give him enough opportunities to grow rather than really cultivating a new god of killing. Hyperose's face changed slightly and then he completely realized in his heart. It turned out that he wanted to force a tool man to fight, which would be simple. Your Majesty, the respected god King Hyperose understands what you mean. I will guide him to find my inheritance place and then let him become the inheritor of the god of killing. Tiandu City. After Tanghao escaped, Wong Shenm ordered the people of the Spirit Hall in major cities to search for him. He only asked them to investigate his traces but did not let the people of the Spirit Hall arrest him. Tanghao is a top powerhouse after all. Without the strength of a super Douluo, it would be a death sentence to catch him rashly. Ordinary titled Douluo might not be able to escape. Then he stopped paying attention to Tanghao. This person would have to come back to Tiandu City sooner or later. He just waited for him to fall into the trap. Yu Yuan. Tang Yuahua was in her boudoir. Wong Shenm suddenly appeared and scared Tang Yuahua. Since last night she was a little dazed. She was in a trance. Whenever she thought of those scenes, her shameful reaction seemed to be uncontrollable. Her skin would burn and she felt ashamed and embarrassed. Seeing Wong Shenm at this time, her heart was extremely complicated. She didn't know how to face this young man who took away her innocence. She thought she would hate him, but in fact the resentment did not seem strong. After all, this was her first man and the only man. After all, her heart was different. She looked at Wong Shenm's lawless face and his clear eyes. For some reason she couldn't say the words to drive him away. She just said indifferently, what are you doing here? Wong Shenm smiled lightly, sat on the sofa and said calmly, I came to tell you that I kept my promise and did not kill Tanghao. He has run away. What? Ran away? Tang Yuahua was surprised and said, second brother, he ran away? Wong Shenm said lightly, yes, he ran away in the middle of the night last night. Tang Yuahua was silent for a moment and asked, did you let him go? She went to the Spirit Hall last night and Tanghao escaped that night. She didn't think it would be such a coincidence. If Wong Shenm hadn't instructed, how could Tanghao escape from the net? You can say that. Wong Shenm smiled and said, if I hadn't let him go, even if he ran out of the prison, I could catch him back with my backhand. He was not bragging. If he was willing last night with his flying soul master's speed, the ability to shuttle through the void and the huge spiritual perception, Tanghao would be helpless even with the help of Shura God. But after a conversation with Luosha God, he let Tanghao go. Tang Yuahua looked at Wong Shenm with a softer look. At least this man still kept his promise. She just begged him not to kill her second brother, but he let her go. Could it be that she still had a little weight in his heart? Tang Yuahua's heart became more and more complicated. Suddenly her waist tightened. An arm was wrapped around her thin waist and she fell into a broad and warm embrace. You, what are you going to do? Tang Yuahua's heart jumped violently and two blushes quickly climbed on her face. She struggled hard and said in a panic, let me go. It's over between us last night. If you do this again, I will call for help. Wong Shenm smiled lightly, sniffed the pleasant body fragrance of Tang Yuahua and whispered in her ear, and no, that's just the beginning. I have exceeded your requirements. Shouldn't you compensate me? After a while, Tang Yuahua's body softened and her struggle turned into a reluctant acceptance. Wong Shenm smiled brightly and picked her up. 3 months later, the Tiandu Empire's anti-rebellion army annihilated the rebels who were about to surrender to the Xingluo Empire with the border, and with the help of Dugabo they successfully surrounded the Xingluo army that came to take advantage of the fire, causing the Xingluo Empire to lose 100,000 troops. Of course, most of these 100,000 troops were alive, but they were captured. Wong Shenm did not kill the prisoners but ordered all soul masters to be identified and either secretly surrendered or abolished their martial souls. Only the stubborn diehard or the guys who did many evil things would be executed. Ordinary soldiers who were willing to stay in the Tiandu Empire stayed, and those who were unwilling to stay simply cut off their right thumbs and let them go. Wong Shenm was not a bloodthirsty person, and he was still a person who killed ordinary people without weapon. If they can't do it, cut off their thumbs and they will never be able to hold swords and guns to become elite soldiers and can only be ordinary people. After this incident, Wong Shenm was completely free. He and Qian Renyui used coups and rebellions to purge a large number of nobles in the empire and then promoted people who lurked from the Spirit Hall. At this time the Tiandu Empire was really a sieve and there was no power to resist. And by killing a large number of fat and remaining termites, the money seized and the large amount of fiefdoms recovered could do a lot of things and ease the internal contradictions of the empire. After this incident, Emperor King He became famous and was generally supported by the subjects of the empire, and he completely sat on the throne of the emperor. For a time the memorials advising the emperor to take concubines and establish queens piled up again, giving him a headache. I don't know how Sister Schwetter's inheritance of the throne is going. Wong Shenm missed Qian Ren Yui so much at this time. The throne was really not even for dog. For him it was completely a bondage. However, thinking about the divine emanation, after inheriting the throne he would start the divine emanation. Although the first few emanations were easy, they would take some time. He knew that his boring and dull emperor career would continue for a while. However, now that the empire has returned to stability and his position has been stabilized, he dared to delegate power boldly. He only focused on the general direction and major affairs, and the general trivial matters were handled by the newly formed cabinet committee. He was much freer than before, and he could run out to play during the day under the name of cultivation. Originally I planned to take you to hunt soul beasts myself, but I have something to do recently and can't get away. Let Ziyan take you to the Xingdu Great Forest. She is already a level 95 super Douluo, so there is no problem with her safety. In the Dragon and Butterfly Academy, Wong Shenm sat in the dean's seat, leaning comfortably on the soft chair, enjoying Xiao Wu's attentive service. There were also Ye Lingling and Lu Erlong in the room. One of them was level 80 and the other was level 40. They were going to the Tiandu forest to obtain spirit rings. As for Ningfanggzi, as the strongest among all Wong Shenmeng's women, Wong Shenmeng spared no effort in her training. Any good things and good secrets, as long as they were useful to her, were given to her. Now she has easily crossed the threshold of level 95 and become a super Douluo, and is rapidly moving towards level 96. Although a little disappointed, Lu Erlong also knew that her little man had a different identity. He might have some secret mission to stay in Tiandu city for such a long time. She was too lazy to ask as long as he was by her side. In front of her little sister she must of course maintain the image and demeanor of a big sister, and said with understanding, "It's enough to have Sister Xian with you, just wait for us to come back peacefully. But there is one thing, you are not allowed to flirt with other girls anymore. If you continue like this, I think your palace will be too small to accommodate you. Think about your health." Wong Shenmeng touched his nose awkwardly, feeling a little unconvinced. He is in good health. He can even subdue the female Tyrannosaurus and even beat all the little goblins one by one in a round-robin battle. What is there to worry about? He is not afraid of another fight. But of course such a worthy remark cannot be said. Lu Erlong smiled and covered her mouth. "Then we are leaving. You have to be careful. Sister Xian is not around. You have to pay more attention to the little sisters. Tanghao attacked them last time, and there is no guarantee that there will be no one else who will use them to threaten you." Wong Shenmeng nodded and said, "I know. Don't worry about it." Although Ningfanggzi has left, there are still Dugabo and Guangling Douluo in Tiandu city. There are also Snake Spear and Thorny Pig in the dark, and their strength is still strong. Lu Erlong left with Ye Lingling, who was reluctant to leave. Young girls are still a little different from mature women. They are more clingy. Ye Lingling was not happy when she thought about being separated for a few months. Wong Shenmeng looked at their back and thought that summer was coming. In the original book it was almost time for the Shrek 7 devils to get together. He looked at Xiao Wu, who was working hard to massage his shoulders, and stroked the soft rabbit ears on her head. The touch was very good, soft, furry and elastic. It stood up immediately after being pressed down, which was very cute. Xiao Wu, Tang San should have graduated from Notting College. Xiao Wu was stunned and then said calmly, "According to the time he has graduated, he should have been admitted to a high-level Soul Master College." Hehe. Wong Shenmeng smiled softly. Notting College. Yu Xiao Gang was admonishing his beloved apprentice Yao San. Shrek College is near Soto City in Barak Kingdom. Barak Kingdom is adjacent to our Fasno province. It's not far away. You are already level 30, which is stronger than the teacher. The teacher will be relieved if you go alone. Tang San's face was a little gloomy. Since Yao Wu was taken away, he rarely smiled and became more and more gloomy. "Teacher, won't you go with me? The teacher has something to do and will be away for a while." "I can't go with you," Yu Xiao Gang said lightly, "but don't worry, when the teacher finishes his business he will go to Shrek College to find you soon." Tang San nodded. Although he had never been far away, he was not afraid of anything. He even wanted to go to Shrek Academy right now. It had been several months since his soul power broke through level 30, but there were no 1,000-year soul beasts suitable for him in the soul hunting forest. Most of the soul beasts raised in captivity were 100 years old, and there were very few 1,000-year-old ones. Even if there were a few, they were not suitable for him. As for going to the Stardo Great Forest without the protection of the strong, going there would be suicide. The strongest dean of Notting Academy was just a soul master. When he helped him get the second soul ring, he had to use all his strength to hunt the 100-year-old ghost vine and barely succeeded. The dean of the Stardo Great Forest did not dare to go, and Tang San did not have so much money to hire a soul hunting team. He had to wait until he entered the Advanced Soul Master Academy and asked the teacher to help hunt soul beasts. "Teacher, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." After bidding farewell to Yu Xiao Gang, Tang San set off alone. Yu Xiao Xiaogang looked at the back of his beloved disciple. A firm look flashed in his eyes, and after going back to pack up he also walked in another direction. That was the direction of Wuhan City. Earlier something happened in the Seven Treasures Glazek. Miss Ningfanggzi ran away from home. Ningfanggzi seems to be going to that Shrek Academy. I have arranged people to protect her secretly. There is no problem with her safety, Douluo said with a smile. Ningfanggzi nodded and said, I know the Dean of Shrek Academy Flanders. The conditions of his academy are not ordinary bad. How can Rong bear that? But it's good. Let her suffer a little, and it's best to polish off her willful temper. I'll write a letter to Flanders and he will know what to do. Douluo sighed. If I hadn't let it slip, how could Rong react so much and directly run away from home as a resistance? Ningfanggzi also had a headache. I originally wanted Rong to enter Longdi College, which was also to pave the way for us. Now it seems that we have to find another way. Douluo said, although Wong Shenm injured me, I still admire that boy. That boy is powerful, has a high status and has a beautiful face. I thought Rong would like him, so I said a few more words, but I didn't expect Rong to react so strongly, as if she didn't have any good feelings for Wong Shenm. Ningfanggzi shook his head and said, on the contrary, Rong didn't have no good feelings for the Holy Sun, but it was precisely because of her good feelings that she heard that I was going to send her to the Holy Sun, and thought that this was an change of interest me ed with too much utilitarianism and tarnished her pure feelings, so she reacted so strongly. If she really didn't have a good impression, she would at most oppose it, and she wouldn't be so angry. Douluo suddenly realized, oh, that's the case. I said that since the palace banquet last year the girl's reaction was not quite right every time she mentioned that boy. It turns out that she really liked him. Chapter 164 Yu Xiaogang enters Wuhan City again. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Yu Xiaogang hired a carriage and arrived outside Wuhan City after more than 10 days. Seeing the magnificent city wall that had not changed much from his memory, Yu Xiaogang's cheek twitched slightly. This place left him with a nightmare-like unforgettable experience. That high and mighty man trampled his dignity in the mud, and when he was most proud beat him into the stinking ditch. This made him full of hatred for that man, the spirit hall, and that woman. He suffered such treatment back then, but in return he was ruthlessly abandoned. Even if he later knew that there might be other hidden reasons for the incident and that woman still loved him, he still couldn't forgive her. He wanted her to suffer the torture of being loved but not being loved. If it weren't for his beloved disciple Tang San, Yu Xiaogang would never be willing to step into this city that brought him shameful memories. Tang San was his hope for a comeback. As long as it was good for Tang San, it was not impossible for him to forgive that woman. After entering the spirit city, Yu Xiaogang came directly to the outside of the spirit hall, and the knights of the temple immediately stopped him. The spirit hall is a restricted area. No idle people are allowed to enter. Leave quickly. Yu Xiaogang glanced at the captain in the lead. After so many years the people of the spirit hall were still so arrogant and domineering. He straightened his chest and said proudly, I am your honorary elder Yu Xiaogang. I want to go to the library to check some information. Why don't you leave quickly? Honorary elder Yu Xiaogang? The captain of the palace guard knights had never heard of this person, let alone such an honorary elder. He immediately said coldly, where did this swindling Feng madman come from? How dare you pretend to be an elder of our spirit hall? With your strength as a mere great soul master, you are qualified to be an elder of our spirit hall? Are you still dreaming? If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being rude. The captain is a soul king after all. Yu Xiaogang's strength is naturally clear in his eyes. He directly regarded him as a lunatic. Yu Xiaogang frowned and said unhappily, you are new here, right? I advise you not to be so arrogant. It will be bad for you to offend me. Get out of the way or I will let the Pope punish you. The captain kicked Yu Xiaogang to the ground and cursed, you blind thing, you came to our Wuhan hall to go crazy. Do you have the right to see the Pope? Follow me and get out. If you don't get out, I will break your leg. He kicked a few more times. Yu Xiaogang looked aggrieved and looked at the captain angrily, thinking that he had been away for too long. These people who joined later didn't know the relationship between him and the Pope. They dared to treat him like this. When he saw Bibi Dong, he must let her severely punish this person. But now he couldn't even enter the gate of the Wuhan hall. These people who looked down on others would definitely not report to him. If he argued with them again, he might really break his leg. Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to use the token. He quickly took out a palm-size sign from his soul guide. This was given to him by Tanghao before he left. It was the elder sign issued by the spirit hall to the leaders of the three upper sects. Although he had no actual power, seeing the sign was like seeing an elder, and the status represented was still very high. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Yu Xiaogang quickly got up from the ground and regained his indifferent look. Looking at the captain's face that had turned green, he was full of joy. Elder, please come in. The captain was familiar with the elder sign and cursed in his heart, fuck, such a useless guy actually has an elder sign. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Could this guy really know the Pope? If he offended him, wouldn't he be retaliated by him? For a moment he was very uneasy and his face immediately changed color. He was extremely respectful to Yu Xiaogang and took him in personally with a flattering smile. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, not even looking at the captain. He hated him so much that he wanted the Pope to punish him severely. Take me to the library, Yu Xiaogang said calmly with his hands behind his back. Yes, follow me. Lead the way. The captain saw Yu Xiaogang's stubborn attitude and knew that he was hated. He was secretly ashamed and angry. He thought that he had done nothing wrong. Shouldn't he stop a person of unknown origin from breaking into the spirit hall? You have a token, why didn't you take it out earlier? You have to pretend to be cool. You have to suffer a little to face the reality. Isn't this cheating? He saw that Yu Xiaogang looked like he was going to settle the score later and thought, if that's the case, then why should I please you? His attitude changed immediately and he said seriously, I am the gate guard, not the errand boy. It is not my duty to lead the way. Even if you report it to the Pope, I am not afraid. If you want to go to the library, ask someone else. After that, regardless of Yu Xiaogang's livid face, he walked away. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had to follow his vague memory and headed towards the library. On the way he met a few patrolling knights. This time he learned his lesson and showed his token at the beginning and asked about the approximate direction and location. The gate captain came back with a depressed look on his face but saw 3 people standing at the gate. In the middle was a 17 or 18-year-old girl in pink clothes, and the young men on both sides were handsome and the other was tall and mighty. The captain's face changed and he bowed with his subordinates. Wang Bin greets Miss Hu and greets Lords Xia Yu and Yan. Although the strength of these 3 people is also at the level of Soul King, they are Soul Kings at such a young age and their future prospects are limitless. They are the genius Soul Masters finally cultivated by the Spirit Hall, and they are simply incomparable to Soul Masters like him who are almost exhausted. Also, although this Miss Hu does not hold any position, she is the eldest disciple of His Holiness the Pope and the senior sister and confidant of His Highness the Holy Son. She is very popular in the entire Spirit Hall. With a superior status, he can be calm and composed in front of the elders. Hulina frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Her voice was soft and charming and it felt numb in the ears. Captain Wang, what were you doing just now? Guarding the gate is your only responsibility. How can you leave your post during your duty? Wang Bin's forehead immediately sweated and he stammered, Miss Hu, please listen to my explanation. Just now a great soul master named Yu Xiaogang came and claimed to be an honorary elder of our Wuhan Hall. He also took out an elder token and ordered his subordinates to lead him to the library. The subordinate did not dare to refuse and sent him there, but after entering they suddenly thought of their duties, so they came back to continue to perform their duties despite being blamed and hated by the elder. Yu Xiaogang. Hulina's eyes lit up. This name is so familiar. Isn't she the guy who looked down on Xiao Meng in Nodding City? Yan nodded and said loudly, it's this guy, and he is also known as the so-called master. It is said that at first he thought that the boss had twin spirits and he insisted on accepting him as a disciple. Later, when he found out that it was not the case, he looked down on the boss in various ways. It is said that after learning that the boss had a grudge against Prince Shuiying, this person secretly reported it but was stopped by their dean. Xia Yu nodded and said it is true. Xiao Meng once told us that after Xiao Meng became the son of the Spirit Hall director, Su was worried that Yu Xiaogang's report would be e-post and Nodding College would be implicated, so he took the initiative to come out and tell the matter. The dean was even rewarded by His Holiness the Pope for this. Hulina's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. This Yu Xiaogang dared to treat my junior brother like this. It's really hateful. Now he dares to come to the door and fall into the trap. I have to vent my anger for my junior brother. Chapter 165. Bibi Dong, let him go. Yan raised both hands in agreement. Nana is right. The boss gave me a secret method not long ago which solved the biggest law and trouble of my martial soul. I don't know how to repay him. Let's help him vent his anger first. Xia Yu frowned and said, you can teach him a lesson, but you must be careful. This person is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. Don't kill him. Hulina said, brother, don't worry. It's not easy to kill him, but when my junior brother passed by Nodding College last year, he didn't do anything to him. Maybe he has some plan. Of course I won't kill him without authorization, but I have to teach him a lesson. Xia Yu said, let's go and see what he is doing in the library. He is not going to plagiarize the new knowledge developed by our martial soul hall again, right? It must be. Hulina looked at Wang Bin. Since there is a reason, let's forget it this time. Don't leave your post in the future. Yes, I will remember your teaching. Wang Bin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was not so worried. He just heard the conversation between several adults. Did Yu Xiaogang actually offend His Highness the Son of God? And was he planning to inform on His Highness and assassinate him? This is a way to get yourself killed. Everyone knows that His Highness the Son of God is the Pope's favorite. Why don't don't you go to harm His Highness the Son of God. Now you dare to come to see the Pope. Isn't this courting death? The worry about offending Yu Xiaogang and fearing his revenge disappeared in an instant, and he was ready to see Yu Xiaogang's joke. Yu Xiaogang took the elder token, and the library administrator did not dare to stop him. He let him enter smoothly, found a catalog and began to search for the latest research results in the past 20 years. He had read all the previous ones, and the main purpose of coming here this time was to find the method for the spirit hall to cultivate the holy son Wong Shenm. Wong Shenmen's name has spread all over the continent, and Yu Xiaogang has heard a lot about it, especially the strength of the other party's 14-year-old soul Douluo, which makes him still feel like he is in a dream. He didn't believe that a person could be so talented, especially since he had missed this genius. He would rather believe that the spirit hall had new research results and could use special methods to surpass common sense to cultivate an artificial genius. This was what he had dreamed of. As long as he had this secret method and used it to cultivate his apprentice Tang San would be able to become a peerless strongman at a young age like Wang Shenmeng in the future. Wouldn't Yu Xiaogang turn over? Yu Xiaogang also knew that such a secret method would be hidden very tightly by the spirit hall. He came here just to try his luck and search for some other knowledge to make it his own. As for the secret method of cultivation, he planned to ask Pope Bibidong directly. Presumably, as long as he asked and was willing to forgive that woman, she would be overjoyed and immediately offer the secret method with both hands. If this could help Xiao San find the secret method to quickly become a strong man, then it would not be so difficult for him to sacrifice himself and reluctantly forgive that woman. Hey, there are indeed many new research results. Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up and he found a lot of good things. He immediately went to look for them according to the catalog, and when he found a book he began to read it with relish and even used a special soul guide to record while reading. Just then Hulina and the other two walked in. With their identities they would certainly not be blocked from entering and leaving the library. Except for some of the most core things, most of the information could be viewed. That guy really came to plagiarize the research results in our library. His so-called master name was obtained by cheating like this. It was all stolen from others. Yan looked contemptuous, clenched his fist and shouted, "Don't move, let me see how thick his skin is." As he said, he walked over and lifted Yu Xiaogang up by pinching his back. He was tall and lifted Yu Xiaogang up like a big black dog. Yu Xiaogang was immersed in the experience, and suddenly the back of his neck with a sharp pain, the whole person was suspended in the air. His eyes rolled back in pain and tears were about to flow out. "Who let me go?" Yan lifted Yu Xiaogang to the same level as himself, facing each other, and grinned. "You had fun copying, right? Stealing the secret martial arts knowledge of my Wuhan Hall. Do you know what crime it is? Break your limbs, destroy your martial arts, and throw you outside the Wuhan city to fend for yourself." As he said, he threw Yu Xiaogang to the ground, snatched the soul guide that specially recorded various knowledge and crushed it into powder. Then he strode forward and was about to step on Yu Xiaogang's hands and feet. "No!" Yu Xiaogang screamed in panic. "Your Pope and I are old friends. If you hurt me, she will not let you go. I want to see the Pope. Take me to see her." Yan hesitated for a moment. The Pope's Majesty had a huge deterrent effect in his heart. If this guy was really an old friend of the Pope and was injured by himself, it would not be good. Hulina said hurriedly, "I'll go ask the teacher first. If he is really an old friend of the teacher, we'll talk about it later. If he dares to lie to us, we'll double the punishment." She said to Yan, "You carry him and go with me to see the teacher." "Okay." Yan grabbed Yu Xiaogang's back strength again, carried him like a mouse, and came to the outside of the Pope's palace regardless of his struggles and screams. "I'll go ask first." Hulina was the Pope's disciple and could come and go freely. When she saw the teacher was sitting on the throne in a trance, thinking about something, sometimes smiling, sometimes slightly angry, and sometimes even a little shy. Hulina was no longer surprised. The teacher seemed to be thinking about spring and must be thinking about his junior brother. She had long been aware of the strange relationship between the teacher and the junior brother. The teacher also tried to stop her from being with the junior brother, which made her have some bad thought. As a result, the teacher defended himself but failed to defend the beautiful women outside. Since leaving Wuhan City, the junior brother has let himself go and started to build a harem, and he is so happy that he doesn't want to return, which makes the teacher angry. Hulina felt sad and happy. Her junior brother was shared by others, but the junior brother got rid of the teacher's control, so she didn't have to worry about the teacher breaking up the couple in the future. "Teacher." Hulina bowed respectfully and called Teacher Bibidong back from her strange thought. "Nana, are you okay?" When Bibidong saw this disciple, she thought of another disciple, and then she was furious. She wanted to run to Tiandu city to catch him, spank him hard, and then lock him in a secret room to reflect. And that Ling Xian, she trusted her so much and sent her to monitor her little disciple and stop all kinds of bad women outside. Unexpectedly, the number one bad woman was her, and she dared to steal from the public. She was angry, so her words were not so gentle. Hu Lina was no longer surprised by the teacher's unkind tone. Since her junior brother left, the teacher's mood had never been good and her temper was getting worse and worse. Teacher, there is a man named Yu Xiaogang holding an elder token running to our Wuhan hall to show off and plagiarizing our research results in the library. We caught him on the spot. He said he was an old friend of the teacher and wanted to see you. Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong almost forgot about this person. Since she had a caring little Ao, she had no one else in her heart. Who is Yu Xiaogang? A trace of mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. So many years have passed and he still has only this little bit of potential. A waste is really a waste. Apart from the filter, Yu Xiaogang was unbearable in her eyes and she even found it a little unbelievable. What on earth had fascinated her back then that she would actually like such a person? She sneered, I don't want to see him. Let him go. Go find his sister Erlong and see if she still wants him. Hu Lina was confused. Wasn't that Lu Erlong his junior brother's new love? What does she have to do with Yu Xiaogang? Did his junior brother cheat on Yu Xiaogang? Chapter 166. I am your beloved Xiaogang. Hu Lina had a clue after hearing what her teacher said. When Yu Xiaogang saw Hu Lina coming out, he straightened his clothes, raised his head and chest and said calmly, how is it? I told her that the Pope and I are old friends. When she heard that I was looking for her, she must be so happy. Looking at Hu Lina, you are the Pope's apprentice, right? Why don't you lead the way for me? Hu Lina looked at Yu Xiaogang with a strange look in her eyes. Where did this top-notch guy come from? She said coldly, the teacher told you to get out. Go find your sister Erlong. She doesn't want to see you. What? Yu Xiaogang's face froze. Then he said nonchalantly, she is jealous of me and Erlong now. Then he felt happy. What does jealousy mean? It means that she cares about me. If she doesn't love me anymore, how can she be jealous? He said to Hu Lina, again, your teacher is not sincere. She told me to get out, but she really wants to see me. She is just jealous. When you report it again, say that I forgive her. Erlong and I haven't seen each other for many years. I still have her in my heart. I am willing to reconcile with her and don't mind the harm she caused me in the past. How dare you? The three young people's faces changed. Hu Lina wanted to laugh when she heard Yu Xiaogang say that the teacher was jealous. The teacher was indeed jealous, but it was definitely not for this person. She said coldly, Yan, why don't you throw him out? He is talking nonsense outside the Pope's palace. He is simply asking for his own death. Okay. Yan smiled grimly and picked up Yu Xiaogang, walked directly outside. Yu Xiaogang was an eas and shouted, let me go. You dare to do this to me? Do you know who I am? I want to see Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, come out. I am your beloved Xiaogang. Have you forgotten the past? Ah. Yan saw that he was getting more and more presumptuous and directly twisted his jaw and dislocated it, and the world suddenly became quiet. Walking to the door of the hall, he kicked Yu Xiaogang's left leg and sneered, dare to come to our Wuhan hall to be presumptuous? Only breaking one of your legs is already a bargain for you. Net time you do it again, I will break your kidney. After speaking, he turned to Wang Bin and said, throw this man out of Wuhan City. Our Wuhan City does not welcome this so-called immortal guy. Don't worry, sir, I guarantee that this guy can go out but not come in. As he said, he walked to Yu Xiaogang with a sneer on his face and sneered, isn't this elder you? How can you follow a lying on the ground like a dog? Didn't you say you would punish me? I'm waiting for it. While saying this, he kicked Yu Xiaogang's other leg off with a clang. He felt refreshed and called two subordinates to order, this man is a swindler and disrespectful to the Pope. Now his legs are broken. You throw him out of Wuhan City for me. Yes, sir. The two wolf-like subordinates dragged Yu Xiaogang away with one leg each. After a while, Yu Xiaogang screamed and his face was rubbed on the ground, leaving a blood mark. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's mental power was always open, watching coldly. When she heard Yu Xiaogang's nonsense, she frowned and almost couldn't help but go out and slap him a few times, but she thought it would dirty her hands again, so Yan told Yu Xiaogang to shut up. When she saw Yu Xiaogang being dragged away, she sneered and stopped paying attention. She thought that if you really go to Tiandu City to find Lu Erlong, it would be great. That woman is simply haunting her and opposing her everywhere. Tiandu City. Wong Shenm, who had been idle for a while, was also ready to do something else. Salas, send an invitation to Ningfanggzi and say that I invite him to meet at Yu Yuan. Yeah, Salas responded respectfully, secretly guessing in his heart what His Royal Highness the Sun wanted to say to Ningfanggzi. Uncle Guang, I'm going out for a while. You keep an eye on the academy. Got it. Guang Ling, Douluo said nonchalantly. The benefits of taking the fairy grass were gradually manifesting. He felt that he was about to pry open the bottleneck of the 98th level. He was in a good mood and meditated on breakthroughs every day. He didn't believe that under the nose of him, a peak title Douluo who was about to reach level 98, there would be someone who dared to cause trouble. If there was such a person who didn't know how to live or die, he didn't mind sending him off. Wong Shenm came to Yu Yuan and several pretty young ladies at the door smiled smiled and welcomed him in. He had been a frequent visitor to Yu Yuan during this period and often came to listen to music. Tang Yuahua was very accomplished in music, especially in playing the flute, and her skills were becoming more and more proficient, which made him linger and couldn't stop. After a while, everyone in Yu Yuan knew that the owner of the pavilion and His Royal Highness the Sun were good friends. The two often talked about music knowledge together for hours, and then His Royal Highness the Sun left with a satisfied look on his face. The door was pushed open directly, and he didn't need to look at Tang Yuahua to know who was coming. Except for him, no one else could enter and leave his boudoir at will. Why are you here again? You came last night and left less than half a day ago. I really can't take it anymore. Tang Yuahua was resting in bed. She was tired from working all night last night. Her tone was a little scared and a little ashamed. She felt that she had fallen. At first she had no choice, but soon she became half-hearted, and then she was reluctant to do it. It has only been a few months now, but she can't stop. She can no longer resist this little man. She is even more and more addicted to him. She is gradually captured by his gentleness and thoughtfulness, his handsome and flawless appearance, and his unparalleled talent. After not seeing him for a while, she still has a little attachment in her heart, especially when she is alone at night and can't sleep. She feels like there is fire burning in her body. It was not like this before. Since being harmed by this man, she has become unrecognizable. If you can't take it anymore, take a rest. I also want to rest, so I'll give you a massage to relieve your fatigue. Wong Shenm went into bed after saying that. After a while, Tang Yuahua's soft and tender voice came out. No, press gently, don't be too hard, it still hurt. Wong Shenm: okay, I'll press gently and make you comfortable. This massage lasted for more than an hour. The person who was being massaged felt refreshed, while the person being massaged felt soft and fell into a deep sleep. Wong Shenm took a bath. At this time, General Manager Ode said respectfully, Sir Ningfanggzi, the leader of the Ning clan, said that you invited him to meet. Wong Shenm came out of Tang Yuahua's boudoir. General Manager Ode, who was Tang Yuahua's confidant, seemed to know nothing and looked more respectful. I invited him to meet at Yu Yuan. Take me to the reception room. We can't keep the guest waiting for too long. Sir, please follow me. In the most upscale reception room of Yu Yuan, Ningfanggzi, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo were all there. They had already guessed the purpose of Wong Shenm's visit to them, and their hearts were very complicated. At the same time, they could not hide the fact that Wong Shenm went in and out of Yu Yuan and was always with Tang Yuahua. They were speechless. This saint's son really didn't care about people. As long as she was pretty enough, even if she was old enough to be his mother, he would not hesitate to do it. Even if Tang Yuahua only looked at her appearance, she was already 27 or 28 years old, just the age of that saint's son, twice his age. Is this what the art of war says? Attack when the enemy is twice as old. Chapter 167. The Seven Treasures. Glaze Sect surrenders. Sect Master Ning, I haven't seen you for a while. Can you come? Wong Shenm laughed heartily. He actually felt okay about Ningfanggzi. Although this person is a bit of a fence-sitter, he has never done anything bad. He is elegant and easygoing, and he is also very smart. He gives people a good impression, and smart people like him are often the most aware of the current situation and will not be stubborn to the end, so there is a chance to surrender. If they are all as self-righteous, stubborn as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, there is no way to talk. What's more, they are closely connected with the Tiandu Empire, so they may have to be eliminated. Haha, thanks to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, I eat well and sleep well. Ningfanggzi replied politely. Maybe not. Wong Shenm doubted whether Ningfanggzi had a good sleep during this period. He was afraid that he might be awakened in the middle of the night, fearing that one day he would take down the Seven Treasures Glaze Sect with his men. Who made the Seven Treasures Glaze Sect too close to Tiandu City? There was a tiger lying beside the bed, and the relationship seemed to be a bit hostile. Who could sleep well? That's good. You had to hurt His Majesty Sword Douluo last time. There was a reason. I hope His Majesty Sword Douluo will not blame me. Sword Douluo snorted proudly, pretending to be indifferent. I am not as skilled as others. What else can I say? Sword Douluo is generous. I admire you. Wong Shenm smiled and asked, Master Ning, do you know how many people with my strength are there in my Wuhan Hall? Ningfanggzi, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo looked lightly condensed, thinking that they were going to threaten each other. Just then there was a knock on the door. Wong Shenm's eyes flashed with an inexplicable color. He pressed the door beside his seat casually, and Tang Yuahua stood at the door. Master Ning is visiting my Yu Yuan. As the host, it would be too rude for Yuahua not to come and greet you. I hope I didn't disturb you. At this moment she no longer looked like she was soft and blushing not long ago. Her beautiful eyes stayed on Ningfanggzi and the other two for a moment and finally fell on Wong Shenm. Ningfanggzi felt a little embarrassed. That night Tang Yuahua asked him to save people, but he refused. Unexpectedly Tang Yuahua turned around and got close to His Royal Highness the Son of God. Thinking of the scene that night, he felt a little uncomfortable, but Tang Yuahua Yuahua was met up with the enemy of Haoshan sect. Did Haoshan sect know? He suddenly thought that Tang Yuahua and the Son of God were met up. Maybe it was the instruction of Haoshan sect. Even Ningfanggzi knew that he had to find a way out. Could it be that Haoshan sect was so stubborn that he would go all the way to the end? Ningfanggzi was shocked and felt that Tang Yuahua's relationship with Wong Shenm was not that simple. If using such a useless soul master with no talent for cultivation could bring a ray of hope to the sect, why wouldn't Haoshan sect do it? If it were him, Ningfanggzi, he would even sacrifice his most beloved genius daughter Ningfanggzi for the sake of the sect's plan, not to mention that Tang Yuahua was just Tang Xiao's sister. At this moment Ningfanggzi, who had already been inclined, tilted the balance in his heart even more and had made a decision. He smiled casually. Master Xian, you are too polite. Compared with the Holy Sun, what kind of guest is Fengzi? Wong Shenm waved his hand. That different. I am also half the owner of Yu Yuan. Master Ning is the guest. Yuahua, since you are here, make tea for the 3 guests in person. It's my honor. Tang Yuahua was secretly happy. She wanted to know what Wong Shenm and Ningfanggzi were going to talk about. Not long ago Ningfanggzi was still here discussing with his second brother how to deal with the spirit hall. Unexpectedly, in less than half a year he was sitting here and chatting happily with the holy son of the spirit hall. She swayed her slender waist and walked to Wong Shenm and sat down. She began to show her gongfu tea on the tea table. The level was indeed beyond word pleasing to the eye and had reached the height of art. Master Ning, please. Wong Shenm picked up the teacup and took a sip. The mouth was full of fragrance and endless aftertaste. It was indeed a good tea. Let's continue with the topic just now. Sect Master Ning, do you know how many people with my strength are there in the spirit hall? Ningfanggzi put down his teacup and pondered. Your Highness's strength is already comparable to that of a titled Douluo. I used to think that there were more than 3 titled Douluo level fighters in the spirit hall, but now I know that I underestimated them. In my estimation there should be at least 10 titled Douluos in the spirit hall. 10? Wong Shenm smiled softly. Tang Yuahua was listening with her ears perked up. She had some understanding of this man and she immediately heard the disapproval in his laughter. Could it be that there are more than 10 titled Douluos in the spirit hall? She was secretly shocked. The 5 elders of their Haoshan sect were all titled Douluos, and many people thought that they didn't need to worry about the spirit hall anymore as they already had the strength to fight. It seemed that they were too optimistic. Ningfanggzi was shocked. Could it be that there are more than 10 titled Douluo in the spirit hall? Okay, tea is finished. Yuahua, you go down. I will talk to Master Ning about some private matters. Net. Then I won't bother you. Tang Yuahua was reluctant, but she couldn't stay, so she had to force a smile and go out. She stopped at the door unwillingly for a while, but unfortunately the living room bow was specially made with top-notch sound insulation and she couldn't hear any movement. Helplessly she had to leave with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Inside the house, Wong Shenm said lightly, Master Ning's vision is still a little small, to tell you the truth. There are nearly 30 titled Douluo in our spirit hall, at least 10 super Douluo above level 95 and 2 level 99 ultimate Douluo. Even if all the spirit masters in the continent are enemies of our spirit hall, they will still be defeated. What? Ningfanggzi, who had maed out his chi cultivation skills, also broke down at this time. His face changed drastically and his eyes were full of disbelief. He looked at the 2 titled Douluo and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Nearly 30 titled Douluo, how is it possible? Ningfanggzi murmured. His Tao heart was severely hit. Level 99 ultimate Douluo. Sword Douluo. Chen murmured a few words and suddenly said solemnly, could it be that the previous generation of spirit hall Pope is still alive? Wong Shenm smiled indifferently. Of course he is alive. Titled Douluo has a long lifespan. There is no one in this world who can kill him. How could he die? Sword Douluo sighed. My father, a level 98 super Douluo, failed in his challenge and died. But I don't hate him. My father died in a dignified challenge. It was not for justice or personal vengeance, and he died without regret. Ningfanggzi also recovered at this time and suddenly said, I wonder who the other Extreme Douluo is. The old senior who is hidden. Since Senior Qian is still alive, is the golden crocodile Douluo who followed him back then also alive? Did he advance to level 99? Wong Shenm no longer planned to hide it at this time. The more muscles he showed, the less the 7 treasures glazed tile sect dared to hesitate. If he refused to surrender even after real coercion and inducement, then he had to use thunder and lightning method. Senior golden crocodile is indeed still fine, but the other Extreme Douluo is not him but my teacher, the contemporary Pope. It's incredible that the Pope is so young and already an Extreme Douluo. Although they still couldn't believe it, their reason told them that it was true. The spirit hall was really that terrifying. Ningfanggzi smiled bitterly and said, it seems that the water on this continent is much deeper than we imagine. Then he said very bluntly, Your Highness, you have said so much. What else can I say? If I still refuse to surrender, I am afraid that the end will be very bad, right? Wong Shenm smiled, took a sip of tea, and the meaning was self-evident. Ningfanggzi felt cold in his heart and sighed. Then if my 7 treasures glaze sect surrenders to the spirit hall, I wonder what benefits it will bring. There are many benefits. The most direct benefit is that I can help someone in your sect to upgrade the 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower. Previously it was coercion and now it is inducement. Only by using both soft and hard methods can people be convinced. Ningfanggzi stood up suddenly and laughed. I know that your highness has great skills and can help me solve the defects in my spirit. Has the girl from the 9-star Begonia family solved the defect of her martial soul? You mean Lingling? Yes, I have helped her solve the defect of her martial soul. Wong Shenm seemed to be talking about something very ordinary, but Ningfanggzi's eyebrows jumped. The 7 treasures glaze sect and the 9-star Begonia family are recognized as the 2 strongest auxiliary martial souls, but both have congenital defect. One cannot break through the 79 level and the other can only exist for 2 people forever. Now the defect of the Ye family's martial soul has been solved first, but his own family still has no way. He stopped hesitating and said solemnly, Your Highness, Ningfanggzi is willing to bring the 7 treasures glaze sect to the Wuhan Hall. Very good. Sect Master Ning will be glad of this decision. Wong Shenm smiled with satisfaction. Ningfanggzi also suddenly felt relieved and the invisible dark cloud that had been hanging over his head for some time dissipated. Chapter 168 Rongrong will be entrusted to His Highness in the future. Your Highness said that the matter of solving the defects of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Ningfanggzi couldn't help asking. Wong Shenm took out a jade bow and said, there is a magical medicine in this bow. As long as you eat it in the right way, you can transform the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Magic medicine. Ningfanggzi took the jade bow with trembling hands, opened it and saw a medicinal herb inside. Just one look at it and his martial soul was throbbing and a desire came. He resisted the urge to swallow the herb, directly covered the jade bow and placed it solemnly in front of him. Thank you, Your Highness. He stood up and bowed deeply. The expectation of countless people in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect for countless years was about to become a reality in his hands. He was glad for his choice. Sect Master Ning, have you thought about who to give this herb to? I think Ning Rongrong is quite suitable. She is young, the herb can be more effective, and she is also very talented. She is your daughter. You should not be reluctant to give her up, right? Of course I am willing to give her up. Ningfanggzi's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, Your Highness, I heard that you are forming a Soul Master team to participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years. Your team seems to be missing a member. What do you think of Rongrong? Wong Shenm smiled and said, Sect Master Ning, if Rongrong is sent to me, it will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Any time we meet I may call you dad. Are you really willing to give her up? Ningfanggzi smiled and said, Your Highness is a top-notch figure in Douluo continent. It is her honor to be favored by Your Highness. Wong Shenm said, that's great, I like Rongrong too. Do you plan to take this magical medicine yourself? Ningfanggzi said, Rongrong is with His Highness. I believe His Highness will not treat her badly. This magical medicine should not be a big deal to His Highness. Old FO. Wong Shenm sneered in his heart. Ningfanggzi's calculations were indeed good. After Ning Rongrong followed him, strictly speaking she was no longer a member of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. At most she was her mother's family. Giving her the magic medicine he made a profit, but it was a bit of a loss for Ningfanggzi as the 7 treasures glazed tile sect got nothing. And he was right. After Ning Rongrong followed him, he certainly had a way to make her martial soul evolve. He could do it now without the magic medicine. This was the best result for Ningfanggzi. However, to help Ning Rongrong evolve her martial soul, the entire 700 glazed tile sect would have to contribute. It was like the wool coming from the sheep, and Wong Shenm would not suffer any loss. Then let's do it this way. I wonder where Rongrong is. Ningfanggzi was overjoyed. It seemed that His Highness really had other ways to help Rongrong evolve her martial soul. Then both father and daughter would benefit and everyone would be happy. He was happy and felt that joining the Spirit Hall was the wisest decision. Your Highness, Rongrong was bored at home, so he left Tiandu city some time ago and went to Shrek Academy to experience life. Shrek Academy? Yes, Your Highness should be familiar with it. That Zhao Wuji has fought with Your Highness before. Flanders is the sworn brother of Dean Lu Erlong. He didn't mention Dai Mubai and Davis. The 2 of them had their fiancés taken away, but they were the victims. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll send someone to bring Rongrong back. Wong Shenm's heart moved and he nodded. I'm familiar with Shrek Academy, but you don't need to send anyone. I'm bored in Tiandu city, so I'll go out for a walk and pick up Rongrong. Ningfanggzi said, then I'll entrust Rongrong to Your Highness. Wong Shenm nodded and smiled. Since you've entrusted Rongrong to me, I'll call you Uncle Ning from now on. If you want to absorb the magic medicine, do it here. I'll teach you the correct way to absorb it. Ningfanggzi said excitedly, thank you, Your Highness. Wong Shenm immediately instructed Ningfanggzi to take the ferry berry grass. An hour later, Ningfanggzi's 7 treasures glazed tower was promoted to 9 treasures and his soul power broke through the 80th level. He was so excited that he burst into tears on the spot. Your Highness, I'm going to find the 8 soul rings so I won't bother you anymore. Ningfanggzi couldn't wait to upgrade and he had been stuck at level 79 for too long. Uncle Ning, take care. Tang Yuahua stood at the window looking at Ningfanggzi with a smile on his face and was puzzled. She didn't know what they talked about that made him so happy. However, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect might have reached some agreement with the spirit hall and might have already turned to the spirit hall. This made her feel complicated and pessimistic about the future of the Haoshan sect. Just then Steward Ode sent a letter. Tang Yuahua opened it and her face turned pale. Master Xian, what happened? Tang Yuahua owed Steward Ode her life-saving grace and Steward Ode was extremely loyal to her. Nothing. Tang Yuahua's hands and feet were cold and she was slightly absent-minded. Just then Wong Shenm walked in. You can go down. Yes. Standard Ode respectfully withdrew. Wong Shenm took the letter from Tang Yuahua and read it, then sneered. Haoshan sect is now hardened and actually wants to punish you because you gave yourself to me, an enemy. The letter only recorded one thing. After learning about Tang Yuahua's close relationship with him, Haoshan sect caused a huge uproar. Countless people cursed Tang Yuahua, calling for her to be beaten and killed, and denounced her as a whore who ruined the sect's reputation. Especially several elders who had a blood feud with the spirit hall. They strongly demanded that Tang Yuahua be recalled to the sect and executed. They didn't care why Tang Yuahua gave herself to Wong Shenm, even if it was to save Tanghao. Tanghao was no longer a member of Haoshan sect and had long given up saving him. Tang Yuahua acted privately, which made the elders even more angry. Although Tang Xiao didn't want to punish his sister, he couldn't bear the pressure of the entire sect, so he had to agree to let Tang Yuahua go back first. As for how to punish her, it has not been decided yet, but it will definitely not be light and she will most likely be executed. What are you going to do? Are you going back? Wong Shenm looked at Tang Yuahua with interest. I don't know. If I don't go back, it means I will break with the sect. If I go back, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. She knew very well the hatred of several elders towards the spirit hall. She herself had no status in the Haoshan sect, a useless soul master who couldn't practice and couldn't even find a good partner for marriage. Her value to the sect could be imagined. She suffered so much injustice back then that she didn't want to stay in the sect and chose to stay in Tiandu city for a long time. Now she has given herself to the enemy again, angering most of the clan members. Is there any need to ask what will happen? The biggest possibility is execution. If you don't know, just listen to me. You are my woman now. With me here, who dares to hurt you? Wong Shenm held Tang Yuahua on his lap without any hesitation, playing with her hair with his fingers, and said lightly, I won't let you go back either. If they dare to come to arrest people, I will let them know what it means to not die if you don't commit suicide. Tang Yuahua's delicate body trembled and she leaned weakly on Wong Shenm's shoulder, but she felt a long-lost sense of security in her heart. This sense of security made her very fascinated, and it was also what she had always longed for. Well, I listen to you. Tang Yuahua certainly didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. Whether she admitted it or not, the little man in front of her was already her support. Since the sect was ruthless and unrighteous to her second brother, let break up. Tang, a trace of determination flashed in Yuahua's eyes. Anyway, in the sect, apart from the eldest brother, there is nothing worth lingering on. She simply ignored the grievances between the two sides and stayed with this little man, peacefully loving him wholeheartedly. A smile appeared on Wong Shenm's lips. The domineering and cold style of the Haoshan sect finally hurt the beautiful woman. Well, you get ready. I'm going to go out and play for a while. You can go with me to Rela. Chapter 169. He is Tang San. The Net day, Wong Shenm, as the Emperor of King, he told the ministers that he was going to retreat for a while and asked everyone not to disturb him. Privately, he revealed to several important officials of the cabinet committee that he had broken through the soul sect and took 2 guards to the Xingde Great Forest to obtain soul rings. Because his whereabouts had to be kept secret, he announced his retreat to the public. Several ministers understood. Emperor King, he was the ruler of a country. If everyone knew that he was not in the imperial capital, it might cause unnecessary trouble. It was fine now. He claimed to be in seclusion. They knew the truth and would not let anyone disturb him. As for the safety issue, when the thorny porpoise and the snake spear showed the aura of soul Douluo, the ministers shut up. After making arrangements, Wong Shenm set off with Tang Yuahua, Zuzuyun, Zuzuking, Xiao Ayin, and Dugayan. As for Guangling Douluo, snake spear Douluo, and thorny porpoise Douluo, they also followed in secret. In order not to make them an eyesore, Wong Shenm specially asked them to stay a few miles behind and not to show up without being summoned. There were a lot of beautiful women, but Wong Shenm was the only man. Naturally, he enjoyed a lot of good fortune along the way. At this time, it was time for Shrek Academy to start school. school. At the intersection of the shabby little village, many soul masters gathered at this time. People who came from all over the country to study as well as their parents lined up in a long queue. There was a table at the entrance of the village, and behind the table sat an old man in his SI ties. A plaque that looked a bit shabby was hung on the wooden arch at the entrance of the village with 5 simple words engraved on it: Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 words there was a green head which looked like the head of a humanoid monster, green and a little cute. The old man behind the table also had a similar green round badge on his chest, which was the school badge of Shrek Academy. No way! Tang San looked at the plaque in surprise and was a little stunned. Even the scale of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was much larger than this place. Moreover, this was obviously like an ordinary small village. The arch at the entrance was not only made of wood but also less than 1/3 the size of Nodding Academy. Can this be called a Soul Master Academy? But since he was here, he decided to take another look. Hundreds of people lined up in front of Tang San. Many of them swore and shouted that they had been cheated. Tang San used the mysterious heaven technique to pay attention to the registration situation in front of him. He heard the sound of dispute and learned that this academy only accepted little monsters under the age of 13 with a soul power of more than 21. He nodded secretly in his heart, although it was not worth mentioning in his opinion that people under the age of 13 with a soul power of more than 21, they could still be considered geniuses. Therefore he became a little interested in this academy. Then, because of the matter of not registering but refusing to pay the registration fee, a parent and the registration teacher had an argument. At this time a lazy boy came out. He looked like he was 14 or 15 years old, but he showed the strength of a soul master. Then the teacher also showed the strength of a soul emperor and drove away the indignant parent. Tang San immediately looked at this academy more highly in his heart and felt that such an academy was worthy of him, and at least it could help him get the 3rd soul ring. As soon as the 2 standard came out, and with the threat of the soul emperor teacher, the number of people in the queue in front suddenly decreased by 90%, leaving only a few people. Suddenly a light exclamation caught Tang San's attention. The old man in charge of receiving the registration showed a look of doubt on his face. At this time a girl stood in front of him, retracting her outstretched hand. The girl was not accompanied by her parents, she was alone. A simple white dress gave people a very clean feeling. She had neat short hair and was about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu, who Tang San had been thinking about. Because she was facing away from him, he could not see her appearance, but from the skin on her neck it can be seen that the girl's skin is very good and extremely white and tender. Excuse me, can I pass the preliminary test? The girl's voice was soft and beautiful, lacking a bit of heroic spirit but sounded soft, giving people a soft feeling. Daimyo Bai, who was originally lazy, revealed a wolf-like light in his evil eyes when he saw the girl. It was a wolf with color. The teacher's surprise gradually subsided and he frowned and said, "Do your family know that you are here?" This girl was Ningfanggzi. In fact, she had already regretted it. At that time she heard that her father, who always loved her, wanted to make her a tool for marriage and a link to maintain the relationship with the spirit hall. She was very sad. If that person could pursue her seriously and move her with tenderness and love, she would agree. But why did he use such a utilitarian and cold method to make her a tool? The girl's feelings were hazy and beautiful, like a spring painting and like a poem. She hoped that the person she liked could he also liked her, and came to ask for her hand in marriage because he liked her and he didn't want to be involved in utilitarianism. However, after leaving home for a while, she was worried about gains and losses. If she ran away, would there be any possibility between her and that person? She really liked him, the kind of love at first sight. At that time in the carriage under Yu Yuan, she caught a glimpse of his back and a deep shadow was left in her heart. The NET day at the palace night banquet, his peerless beauty and versatile posture made this shadow instantly clear, and she couldn't forget it from then on. It's a pity that although that guy was a big-hearted carrot, he never pursued her, which made her very angry. Ningfanggzi was thinking about her worries, not knowing whether she should continue to go to school. Just when she was hesitating, Tang San was already impatient and frowned, saying, "Are you going to sign up or not? If not, get out of the way quickly and don't delay the time of the people behind." Ningfanggzi glanced at Tang San and thought to herself that she would go in first to see the situation. At worst she would drop out later. Anyway, she didn't need that little tuition fee. She smiled and said to the teacher, "As long as I meet the requirements of the college, you have no reason not to accept me." The old man hesitated for a moment, then waved to Daimyo Bai and said, "Take her in." Daimyo Bai's eyes lit up, showing a self-proclaimed elegant and charming smile, and said with a smile, "Hello beautiful junior sister, my name is Daimyo Bai. Let's get to know each other. We will be classmates in the future." As he said, he stretched out his wolf claws, ready to take advantage of the opportunity to shake hands and take advantage of it. "Are you Daimyo Bai?" Ningfanggzi looked strange. She had heard of this Daimyo Bai. Wasn't he the evil-eyed lecherous tiger whose fiancé ran away with that guy because of her bad behavior? Thinking of this man's reputation, she would not shake hands with him. Ningfanggzi showed a harmless smile. Classmate Dai Mubai, can I go in? The pure and charming face made Dai Mubai feel itchy, but the girl's behavior made his smile freeze and his hands stretched out in the air, extremely embarrassed. Well, of course, please follow me. Tang San looked at this scene indifferently and sneered in his heart. This Dai has a good appearance, but he is a se hungry ghost. I want to sign up. Tang San threw 10 gold soul coin. The teacher checked his bones and asked him to release his spirit. He was quite surprised by his blue-silver grass spirit, but he let him pass. Blue-silver grass spirit, 12 or 13 years old. He should be the Tang San that Grandpa asked me to find. At this time, a girl in white who was slightly younger than Ningfanggzi in the back of the line, her eyes lit up and she looked at Tang San deeply. Chapter 170. Farewell to Dragon Snake Mansion. Barak City, the capital of the Barak Kingdom. After SI years, Wong Shenm came to this city again. SI years ago, because of the hatred with Prince Shuang, no academy dared to accept me, so I went around looking for it alone. I thought that the peerless dragon snake couple of the Eodic Beast Academy were very powerful and their martial soul fusion skills could compete with titled Douluo. I thought they were not afraid of Prince Shuang, so I came here to study. Wong Shenm said calmly, but the peerless dragon snake couple was dragged down by their family and did not dare to offend the Tiandu royal family, but they were quite good to me. Although they did not dare to accept me into the school, they were willing to teach me privately. Alas, you were so pitiful back then. You traveled all over the country to study alone and were rejected everywhere. Who would have thought that you would have achieved what you have now? Dugabo hugged Wong Shenm's left arm and half of her body was almost hanging on him. She felt a little distressed when she heard the word. Wong Shenm smiled and said, it's nothing. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting. In fact, Grandpa knows the director of the Wuhan Hall in Notting City invited me to join the Wuhan Hall many times, but I didn't agree because of some concern. Tang Yuahua said, then why did you join the Wuhan Hall later? She thought to herself, if he had not joined the Wuhan Hall before the Haoshan sect took the lead, I wonder what the situation would be like now. But it seems that if that happened, she and him would not have been able to reach this point now. Thinking about it this way, she felt that it was good not to join the Haoshan sect. Wong Shenm said, even the peerless dragon and snake couple didn't dare to accept me, so I knew that I had no other choice except the Spirit Hall. So I came back from the Eodic Beast Academy and joined the Spirit Hall decisively. At that time, the Ghost Elder had come to my side and took me to the Spirit City immediately. When I passed by the Star Do Great Forest, I got the Spirit Ring by the way and met the second sister Long and Zuyun. Zuyun smiled and said, I have to thank the peerless dragon and snake couple for not accepting me, otherwise we would not have been destined to meet. Dugabo said, now do you want to go to the Eodic Beast Academy to meet the peerless dragon and snake couple? Wong Shenm nodded and said, let's go and see. It was rare for them to show me kindness back then. At that time it was a timely help. When many colleges heard that I had a grudge against Prince Shuang, they didn't even let me in and even wanted to take me down to please Prince Shuang. Tang Yuahua suddenly said, I heard that the peerless dragon snake couple has a very beautiful granddaughter. What, the granddaughter of the peerless dragon snake? The eyes of the girls looking at Wong Shenm changed. Dugabo held the hand on his arm and pinched a piece of soft meat on his waist. She said in a sweet voice, Meng, are you really here to see the peerless dragon snake couple? You are not here for their granddaughter, are you? At the same time, Ayin, who was holding his other arm, also pouted. Ahem, how is it possible? Meng Yuan and I only met once and we didn't communicate afterward. After so many years, who still remembers who? Wong Shenm glared at Tang Yuahua, who was making trouble, and reached out to slap her. The palm of his hand made the beautiful woman's face red as fire and her eyes were watery. Then we will go too to see what's going on with Meng Yuan. Yes, we will also visit the peerless dragon and snake couple. As soon as Zuyun finished speaking, she immediately won the approval of the others. There are si of them, all of whom are beautiful women with different styles. If they keep a close eye on the man, even if Meng Yuan has any ideas, he won't be able to find a chance. They just have to hold their noses and endure the coming of Ningfanggzi just to fill the last link of the team, but it won't be so easy if there are more. If they let it go with this man's ability to attract bees and butterflies, sooner or later they will not be able to live in the house. Okay, let's all go. Anyway, we are a family, so it's okay to go together. Shrek Academy. Tang San followed Dai Mubai into the village and all he could see were wooden buildings. The buildings here are best described by the word simple and plain. Dai Mubai brought him to an open space surrounded by wooden houses. The open space was about 500 square meters and was right in the center of Shrek Academy. The Iamini who had passed the preliminary test was in front, and the obvious soul power fluctuations made the air tremble irregularly. Dai Mubai pointed to the Iamines in front and said, you will take the second test here. The teacher will tell you how to do it. I still still need to go out and take a look. He hit a wall with Ningfanggzi. Knowing that this young lady who was suspected to be from a certain force was not easy to deal with, he decisively changed his target. He had carefully observed the students in the queue. In addition to this young lady, there was another slightly younger one behind. She was also very beautiful, only half a step inferior to Ningfanggzi. Mubai came to the registration office and his sparkling eyes secretly looked at the girl in white. She was tall but still had a good figure. There was a hint of arrogance on her beautiful face. Tang San waited inside for a while and saw Mubai leading a girl in with a smile on his face. The girl looked old and ignored him. Tang San's soul power was as high as level 30, so he could go directly to the 4th level. What surprised him was that the short-haired girl's soul power was also level 26, which was higher than level 25, and she passed the first 3 levels directly. After waiting for a long time, only the girl in white passed the first 3 levels. With so many students registered, only 3 people passed the first 3 levels. Tang San was secretly shocked and became more interested in Shrek Academy. Mubai, you 3 come with me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mubai, nicknamed Evil-Eyed White Tiger, 15 years old, martial soul White Tiger, level 37, strong attack system, battle soul master. Although Mubai's tone was calm, his presence was quite proud. He glanced at Ningfanggzi and the girl in white without making a sound. His talent in the whole continent is also considered the top, right? The girls in Soto City, however, lit up their eyes when they heard it and they admired him very much. But after waiting for a long time, the 3 people didn't show any shock and admiration, as if his talent and strength of a 37th level soul master at the age of 15 were nothing in their eyes. Mubai frowned and glanced at the 3 people. Tang San had no presence on his face. If you look closely, you can see a trace of disdain in his eyes. Ningfanggzi kept a polite and distant smile and didn't say anything about it. The youngest girl in white didn't care what Mubai said at all. Her attention was on Tang San. She looked at the person her grandfather ordered her to approach, help and even serve. She looked at the featureless, even a little ugly face and the sinister temperament and felt disgusted and very wrong. She felt very uncomfortable when she thought about protecting and helping this person everywhere. But when she thought of the mysterious man who wore a black robe and a black hat all his life and his eyes were full of blood, she trembled slightly in her heart. They must be pretending they are jealous of me. Mubai took a deep breath and introduced half boastingly, we at Shrek Academy would rather have nothing than something bad. No matter when, even if Shrek Academy closes, we will never accept trash, only monsters. We only accept students under the age of 13 and they must be gifted. The graduation requirement of the academy is to be above level 40 and before the age of 20 and to reach the level of soul sect to be allowed to graduate. The academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 people have actually graduated. After leaving the academy, all of these 14 people have become world-renowned figures. The most outstanding one among them is now the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, and his authority is second only to the Pope. The rest who did not graduate, all of them cannot complete the 40th level of training before the age of 20 and die while hunting soul bees. The dean said that if you are not at the 41st level, don't go out and embarrass him. Wait, Mubai was talking excitedly when he was interrupted. He looked at Ningfanggzi unhappily, but because she was a beautiful woman, he still asked with a smile, what do you want? Ningfanggzi smiled and said, I have seen the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. As far as I know, she seems to be an elder trained by the Spirit Hall itself. And you said that Shrek Academy was established only 20 years ago. Even if she is the first graduate, she will graduate at the age of 20 at the latest. Now she is at most 40 years old. Do you think it is possible to be a titled Douluo at the age of 40? This Mubai was speechless for a while. In fact, he also felt that there was a problem, but the dean usually boasted like this. He boasted so much that even he almost believed it was slapped in the face by Ningfanggzi at this time and didn't know how to refute. When Tang San heard the words Spirit Hall, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes and he suddenly said, it doesn't have to be a titled Douluo. A soul Douluo at the age of 40 is also amazing. Chapter 171. You have already found a way to die. Hehe. Ningfanggzi looked at Tang San like a fool. Mubai and the girl in white were surprised. Don't you know? The most basic requirement for the elders of the Spirit Hall is to reach the strength of a titled Douluo. Ningfanggzi looked at Tang San and Mubai with contempt and continued, the youngest person recognized on the mainland to become a titled Douluo was Haoshan Douluo Tanghao more than 10 years ago. At that time he was 44 years old. Tanghao? Tang San was shocked. This person actually had the same name as his father. He didn't expect that he was the top genius on the mainland. He became a titled Douluo at the age of 44. How incredible! He subconsciously asked that Tanghao, what is his martial spirit? You haven't even heard of Tanghao? Ningfanggzi glanced at Tang San and said Tanghao was born in the world's #1 sect, the Haoshan sect. A Of course his martial spirit is the Haoshan hammer. Tang San's hands trembled and his heart was in turmoil. If it was just the same name it would be fine, but they both had the Haoshan hammer martial spirit, which was hard to explain as a coincidence. Could it be that Tang San's heart was beating fast and he said casually, where is Tanghao now? A super strong man like him must have been very successful these years, right? Daimyo Bai sneered. I know this. 12 years ago Tanghao overestimated his own strength and went against the spirit hall, killing the Pope of the spirit hall and disappeared without a trace. He must be dead. Tang San glanced at Daimyo Bai coldly, but his heart was in a trance. Everything was just too coincidental. 12 years ago I just came into this world. My father also came to the Holy Soul village at that time. The previous appearance was blank. Spirit hall, it's spirit hall again. Tang San shouted in his heart and the sinister look in his eyes almost overflowed. The girl in white looked at Tang San and a strange color flashed in her eyes. Daimyo Bai didn't want to continue the topic at the beginning. It was too embarrassing. He felt very embarrassed when his bragging was posed on the spot. Unexpectedly Ningfanggzi continued, the youngest title Douluo in the spirit hall. Not only I have seen him, but you have also seen him. I heard that he had a conflict with teacher Zhao Wuji. If he really graduated from Shrek Academy, would teacher Zhao not know him? All this information was of course collected by the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Ningfanggzi had also read those materials and had a certain understanding of the teachers in Shrek Academy. I have seen him. Daimyo Bai looked confused. Ningfanggzi said with a smile, last year you flirted with a long-legged girl named Xiao Wu and got beaten to a pulp. Have you forgotten so quickly? Teacher Zhao was forced to kneel down and apologize because of you. Wasn't that Ling Yu and Douluo there at that time? What, it was her? Daimyo Bai's face turned pale. That was a shameful moment that he never wanted to think about in his dream. Since then teacher Zhao Wuji, who was originally quite nice to him, has changed his attitude towards him and disgust is almost written on his face. What, you flirted with Xiao Wu? Tang San's eyes turned red all of a sudden. He didn't know how to cherish until he lost her. He already understood his feelings for Xiao Wu and would never allow anyone to hurt Xiao Wu. This Dai dared to flirt with Xiao Wu. He was already seeking death. He stared at Daimyo Bai with a cold gaze, gritted his teeth and said, where is Xiao Wu? What did you do to her? Daimyo Bai's face darkened. Is this man sick? He did tease Xiao Wu but was severely punished by Xiao Wu. He admitted that he was not as strong as others. How dare this little jerk who came out of nowhere to show off in front of him? He thought he had a titled Douluo level backer like Xiao Wu. Humph, who are you? Why should I answer your question? Daimyo Bai smiled coldly, not caring about Tang San at all. Crack. Tang San clenched his hands tightly and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The girl in white frowned, looked at Ningfanggzi and asked the question Tang San wanted to hear the most. Sister, what happened to Xiao Wu later? Ningfanggzi's tone was a little strange. What else can it be? This senior Dai tried to tease Xiao Wu but was beaten badly by Xiao Wu with a strange weapon. Shrek Academy teacher Zhao Wuji went to help senior Dai but he didn't expect to hit a wall and got into trouble. Xiao Wu left naturally. The girl in white didn't look at Daimyo Bai's increasingly ugly face, glanced at Tang San and asked again, where did she go? Tiandu City. Ningfanggzi didn't think it was a secret. I saw her in Tiandu City last year. Scorpion braids, long legs, pink and white dress. She looked pretty good and she was always with the people of Wuhan Hall. The girl in white smiled lightly. Thank you sister, and stopped asking. Tang San also knew the answer he wanted to know the most. That Xiao Wu was indeed his Xiao Wu, not someone with the same name and surname. Besides, the spirit hall took her away but it didn't seem to hurt her. He felt relieved and said silently, Xiao Wu, wait for me, I will definitely come to save you. Daimyo Bai was very depressed. The bad things that made him lose his dignity were brought up and talked about. If it weren't for the difference between the two beauties he would have taken action long ago. Daimyo Bai said calmly, okay, now is not the time to gossip. Everyone introduce yourselves. If you can pass the EM we will be classmates in the future. Tang San suppressed his wild thoughts and said lightly, my name is Tang San, 12 years old, 30 level Great Soul Master. Ningfanggzi said, my name is Ningfanggzi, 12 years old, 20 SITH level Great Soul Master. The girl in white said, my name is Bai Chen Iong, 10 years old, 22nd level Great Soul Master. Daimyo Bai couldn't help but look at Tang San more. This ugly and gloomy little jerk has a good talent. When Daimyo Bai was 12 years old he seemed to be worse than this little jerk. Just don't know how strong it is, but a mere blue silver grass martial spirit. Haha, is it worthy of being called a martial spirit? We're here. Daimyo Bai stopped while talking. At this time they came to another open space where a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s was sitting on a chair and dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I'm bringing people to the 4th level assessment. Is there anyone who came to the 4th level this year? There are still 3 of them. The middle-aged man opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the 3 young men and women in front of him with some surprise. Teacher Zhao, could he be Zhao Wuji? The 3 three of them thought of this at the same time. When they thought that this teacher Zhao Wuji failed to protect his shortcomings and knelt down to apologize, they found it difficult to respect him even if he was a level 76 soul saint. Dai Mubai was too lazy to say more. His relationship with Zhao Wuji had long since reached freezing point. Zhao Wuji stood up from the chair. He was not tall and had an ordinary appearance, but he looked very strong, shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, and gave people a majestic feeling. The broad shoulders were like a city wall and the coat could not cover his strong muscles that looked like they were cast in steel. Although his presence was kind, his sturdy figure would give people a strong sense of oppression. Two of the three are over level 25. Not bad, not bad. This is the last level. If you pass my test you can officially become a member of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easy to pass. Practical experience is a must for every soul master. What I test is your ability in this area. Zhao Wuji looked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, you fight with the three of them, let me see their level. Dai Mubai reluctantly said, yes teacher Zhao. Tang San's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and asked, teacher Zhao, as long as you beat Dai you will pass? Although Tang San's tone was a bit impolite, Zhao Wuji didn't like Dai Mubai but felt that Tang San was very pleasing to the eye. You don't have to win, just hold on for half an hour. After all, you are all just great soul masters. He has one more 1000-year soul skill than you and the difference in strength is obvious. Tang San said again, then is there any restriction on the attack? Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, no matter what means and tactics can be used as long as you don't kill people. After all, in the future when you go to the battlefield the enemy will not give you a fair environment and will naturally do everything they can. Tang San nodded with satisfaction. Teacher Zhao, thank you for your answer, I understand. He looked at Dai Mubai as if he was looking at prey. Chapter 172 Meng Yuran. The school of Eodic bees. Compared to SI years ago there is no change here. Wong Shenm and his group waited at the door for a while and the Dragon Lord Meng Shu, the Snake Lady Chao Tianyang and Meng Yuran came out to greet them. I didn't know that His Highness the Holy Sun was coming and I failed to welcome him from afar. Please don't blame me for letting His Highness wait. Meng Shu and Chao Tianyang put their hands on his shoulders and bowed deeply. Their granddaughter Meng Yuran was stunned, staring at Wong Shenm, forgetting the etiquette. Wong Shenm waved his hand and said, seniors Long Gong and Shipo are too polite. I just happened to pass by here and remembered that I came here to study in the past. You two took good care of me, so I came to pay my respect. I apologize for disturbing you. Meng Shu and Chao Tianyang looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party was here to cause trouble. After all, they refused him admission because they were concerned about Prince Shuiying. Although there were reasons for the incident and Lord Long was betting on both sides and showing goodwill to Wong Shenm, he was afraid of meeting unreasonable people. If he felt that he was insulted in the past and had to retaliate, then the old couple would not be able to stand it. Fortunately, this prince was a reasonable person and did not blame them for this. Your Highness is joking. It is our honor that you can come here and make our Eodic Beast Academy shine. Your Highness, ladies, please come in. Yi Ran, you are not polite when you meet Your Highness. When Lord Long saw his granddaughter Meng Yuran remained silent and glanced at His Royal Highness the Holy Sun from time to time with a slightly resentful look in her eyes, he couldn't help but have a headache. Back then His Royal Highness the Holy Sun defeated his granddaughter with ease and generously taught her the art of flying knives, which made his granddaughter never forget him. After all these years she still remembered that when they parted His Royal Highness said that she would come back to see her if she had a chance. Now His Royal Highness is back, but unfortunately he brought a large group of beautiful women with him. Seeing how close they are to His Royal Highness, you don't have to guess what their relationship is. This inevitably made his granddaughter sad and self-pitying. Lord Long didn't think his granddaughter had no chance. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun was obviously a romantic and passionate man. Since he had such a confidant around him, a granddaughter didn't seem to be a big deal. He didn't think this was an insult to his granddaughter. What kind of person is His Royal Highness? His strength and status are both top on the continent. Those who want to send women to His Royal Highness can line up from Xingluo City to Tiandu City, but enough there were very few people who were qualified to send him a girl. Lord Long did not have to sell his granddaughter for glory. If his granddaughter did not want to, he would not force her. On the contrary, if his granddaughter wanted to, he would certainly agree. Yan Yi greets His Highness. Meng Yuran crossed her hands on her shoulders and bowed. Yan Yuran, it seems strange. I haven't seen you for so many years. You are more beautiful than before. Wong Shenm took a close look at the little sister who had grown up completely. She was more beautiful than before and not much different from the members of his harem who were all beautiful. Hearing his word, Duguyan and others looked a little strange. A quarter of an hour ago someone swore that he was just here to see Lord Long and the Snake Lady and he was not familiar with the granddaughter, but did he look like he was not familiar with her? The one named Meng Yuran was obsessed with someone at first sight and someone was not like what he said, he had no idea about her. If it were in private, the angry women would have thrown a tantrum long ago, or at least let a certain man see the power of the 9-yen white bone claw. But in public they could only endure it, but the smile on their faces was a little forced. Your Highness, you still remember what I looked like before? Meng Yuren's eyes suddenly showed some surprise. Seeing so many beautiful girls around him, she thought she had been forgotten long ago. Well, how could I not remember? It was years ago, and we even had a competition. Yes, Your Highness also taught me the flying knife technique. I have been practicing hard every day for so many years and I have made great progress. I will show you later. Okay. Wong Shenm felt several cold eyes behind him and he coughed dryly and took a few steps back. The hand he had originally tended was changed to a virtual support. Meng Yuren glanced at the SI women behind Wong Shenm, curled his lip and his mood improved. She didn't care that these women were hostile to her. As long as His Highness still remembered her, it would be enough to make her happy. Your Highness, I don't know what the relationship is between these sisters and you. Won't you introduce them to me? Wong Shenm simply said, they are all my wives. Then he introduced them one by one. Meng Yuren said, these sisters are all stunning beauties, which makes Yuren feel ashamed. No wonder His Highness said that he would come to see me, but there has been no movement for so many years. It turns out that he has forgotten the old ones when he has a new one. Dugayan couldn't help but retorted, is Sister Yuren an old one? Your Highness, did you and Sister Yuren secretly get married? Hey, I'm joking. I was only 8 years old at that time. What's the meaning of private marriage? Yuren only emphasized the friendship, not what Yunyan thought. So that's the case. It seems that I thought too much. Dugayan said to Meng Yuren, declared his sovereignty and presence and stopped talking. Your Highness, sisters, please follow me. Meng Yuren stopped teasing Dugayan and the others. She was an outsider. They and His Highness were a family. Besides, the other party had more people and more power. She couldn't win an argument, so she could only avoid the sharp edge for the time being. Wong Shenm led everyone into the school of Eotic Beast. Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianyang entertained him warmly and grandly. Compared with SI years ago, the people had not changed much, but the treatment was already a world of difference. Meng Yuren entertained the guests like a butterfly, served tea in person, and after the meal she was still a guide taking them around Barrack City. Wong Shenm was also the most distinguished guest of the Dragon Snake Mansion in decade. After the Dragon Lord and his granddaughter took them out to play, they sighed. Back then I knew that His Highness had a bright future and wanted to recruit him as a grandson-in-law. Unfortunately, due to Prince Shuiying, I had to give up with great pain. Now it seems that I was too timid back then, otherwise it would be difficult for my Dragon Snake Mansion not to prosper. Snake Woman also sighed and said, who would have thought that His Highness would rise so fast? In just SI years he went from a mere 10-level soul master to an 80-level soul Douluo, rising more than 10 levels a year. It's a miracle. It's a pity that such a peerless talent is missed. It's a bargain for the Spirit Hall. It's a pity for Yuren. Meng Shu said, I think Yuren has been thinking about His Highness for so many years. Now that we meet again, His Highness is more outstanding and dazzling than before. I'm afraid this feeling will become more and more difficult to intricate. Snake Woman is an experienced person and nodded and said, I think His Highness is not without affection for Yuren. If Yuren really can't forget it, then let her be. This is also a great thing for our Dragon Snake Mansion. Duke Long nodded, I think so too. With His Highness's status and strength, Yuren is not wrong to follow him. Chapter 173, The Miserable Daimyo. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior Longgong, but I have something to do in Soto City, so I won't bother you anymore. After being taken around by Meng Yuren for an entire afternoon, Wong Shenm asked to leave. He had to go to Shrek Academy early. Ningfanggzi was his now, and she couldn't be bullied by Xie Mao Yinhu, Oscar and others like in the original novel. Even if she had a temper like a young lady, what did those people have to do with her? Then Daimyo, the whole young master, had all the 5 vices of eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and he still had the nerve to say something about others. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were in and out of brothels at such a young age, and they still had the nerve to look down on them. What a lousy Shrek Academy. The students inside were all a bunch of rotten people, and Wong Shenm didn't plan to let Ningfanggzi stay there. Oh, you're leaving so soon. Meng Yuren's face became an ease and he looked at Longgong. Grandpa, I also want to get the 3rd soul ring. Let's go together and we can take care of each other on the way. Dragon Lord Meng Shu secretly sighing that the girl is too old to be kept, he asked, Your Highness, is it convenient for you to go with us? Wong Shenm didn't want to go with Meng Shushpo and the others. The girls around him were all his women. They traveled along the way, saved them when they wanted to, stopped when they wanted to, and played some small game. He didn't know how happy he was. If there were more light bulbs, how could he have fun? He was too lazy to bring a few title Douluo, let alone Longgong and his wife. Zuzuyunayan and the others were even more unwilling. Girls were thin-skinned. If there were outsiders around, they couldn't even get into intimate. What was the point of this journey? They all looked at Wong Shenm. Although they didn't say anything, they were already an old couple. Wong Shenm understood the meaning in their eyes at a glance, which was for him to refuse quickly. Wong Shenm said, Senior Longgong, I have some private matters to attend to in Soto City, so it is inconvenient for me to go with you. How about this, you go directly to Xingde Great Forest, and after I finish my business in Soto City I will also go to Xingde Great Forest and we can meet again then. Longgong is such a person, so he naturally sees why his family is not welcome. He smiled bitterly in his heart. If he were young he would not want outsiders to disturb the relationship between his husband and wife. After all, his granddaughter is not his highness's. Although Meng Yuan was a little disappointed, he couldn't say anything else. He looked at Wong Shenm with resentment and his heart was very sad. Well, let's meet outside Xingde Great Forest. Then it's settled. Wong Shenm immediately left with everyone. He was going to Xingde Great Forest. In addition to checking on Lu Erlong and Ye Lingling, he was also preparing to see if he could pick up the 8 spider land. This was Tang San's opportunity, which later became the 8 wings of the sea god. It goes without saying how precious the eternal soul bones are. Even Wong Shenm is jealous. He got so many soul bones, but there are only 3 eternal soul bones. You can see how low their explosion rate is. Although he doesn't need the 8 spider lands very much, there are many people around him. It would be great to take it back to the teacher. Her martial soul is a spider. The soul-devouring spider emperor has the ability to devour, and the 8 spider lands also has the ability to devour. It is a perfect match. After she absorbs it, as long as she keeps devouring and upgrading, she can soon evolve it into a divine weapon. Shrek Academy. Bang! Daimyo Bai used the 1000-year soul skill White Tiger King Kong transformation to break free from Tang San's blue-silver entanglement and kicked Tang San back 4 or 5 feet. Ahem! Tang San got up from the ground, covering his chest. His face was pale, his eyes were like knives, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although he had level 30 spirit power and Ningfanggzi's 30% strength and speed increase, he only had 2 spirit skills. Facing Daimyo Bai's 3rd millennium spirit skills, he was directly suppressed and beaten. Ningfanggzi was just an auxiliary spirit master and had no combat power. Bai Chen Iong's sharp-tailed swift spirit did not have much attack power and could only play a harassing role. What was even more hateful was that the evil-eyed lustful tiger was really full of sperm. Even in the battle he did not forget to act cool and handsome and please beautiful women. He seemed to ignore Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen Iong and only wanted to catch him Tang San and kill him. The kick just now almost took half his life. Tang San's eyes flashed with a cold light, knowing that he could not win with hard power without the clear sky hammer. Then he would proceed according to the plan in the morning. Today he must make this die pay the price for teasing Xiao Wu. Tang San suddenly raised his head and the purple light in his eyes suddenly became stronger. As he read, Tang San's drooping hands loaded up on both sides of his waist. Swish 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 swish. 10 cold lights burst out as Tang San's 10 fingers twisted lightly, shooting at Daimyo Bai's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body and lower abdomen respectively. The attack positions of the 10 cold lights were not the same, and all of them were chosen for vital point. The piercing sound of breaking through the air startled Daimyo Bai. Among all his abilities, agility was the one he was least good at. After the spirit possessed him, his speed increased, but because of his larger body size and his amazing attack and defense power, he would choose a head-on approach when facing his opponent. Daimyo Bai had suffered from hidden weapon. Last year he failed to flirt with Xiao Wu and the two sides fought. Xiao Wu was not his opponent, but she used a sinister hidden weapon which not only made him suffer the pain of being tortured but also dug out half a pound of flesh in order to remove the hidden weapon. Daimyo Bai still has lingering fears from that nightmare like Yi Parian. Seeing Tang San also using a bunch of hidden weapons, he was so scared that he shrank his body, hugged his head with both hands and protected his vital part. He retreated instead of advancing and tried to dodge with a lazy donkey rolling. But Tang San's hidden weapons were not so easy to dodge. He was slow, so he barely avoided his vital parts and other parts were hit. Ah! Daimyo Bai screamed miserably. The bone-piercing nails that pierced his eyes and throat pierced his 2 arms in front of his eyes and neck. The bone-piercing nails that pierced his shoulders were nailed under his rib. The nails that hit his lower body hit his buttocks a little lower because he shrank his body, and a chrysanthemum bloomed instantly. The heart, lower abdomen and knees were also hit off the target, and they were not fatal, but Daimyo Bai suffered terrible injuries all over his body. Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen Iong were stunned. They didn't expect that Tang San, who was beaten so badly, would use such a vicious weapon to kill Daimyo Bai. That's not all. After defeating Daimyo Bai, Tang San also don't give up. His hands were like butterflies, scimitars, locust stones, gold coin, darts, bone-piercing nail. Various hidden weapons bloomed in Tang San's rain-like technique. Some flew straight, some flew diagonally, and some went around the back, but the final target was only one, that was the body of of Dai Mubai lying on the ground screaming. Dai Mubai had long lost the ability to resist and was hit repeatedly by countless hidden weapons like a slow slicing. In the blink of an eye he was already a bloody man with no good meat on his body. It was estimated that there were at least several kilograms of hidden weapons on his body. That mess even Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen-iong couldn't bear to look directly at it and turned their heads away, not daring to look at the bloody and miserable state that looked like a human being. Stop! Zhao Wuji roared, and a powerful momentum burst out, pressing Tang San down. How can you be so vicious, kid? I asked you to defeat him, not to kill him. Look at what you have done. Zhao Wuji originally admired Tang San, but now he felt a chill down his spine. This kid is too vicious. What grudge does he have against Dai Mubai that he would torture him in such a heinous way? Although he hated Dai Mubai, he was the prince of the Xingluo Empire. If he was killed in the mission he assigned, how would he explain it? Tang San was pressed to the ground, his face bleeding from the rough ground. He said with difficulty, Teacher Zhao, you said that any means can be used. Dai Mubai has not admitted defeat and the battle is not over. Of course I can't stop, Zhao Wuji said angrily. Then you shouldn't beat him to death. We are classmates in the future. How can you be so cruel to your classmate? Who dares to have a student like you? Tang San gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Zhao Wuji, I just want to ask you one question. Is he dead? This Zhao Wuji had to say he was lucky and avoided the vital. He is still alive, but with such a serious injury, even if there is a soul master to treat him, he will have to lie down for at least several days. Tang San had already calculated it and didn't think about killing Dai Mubai. He said it's okay as long as he is not dead. In the battle the sword has no eyes. I have tried my best to avoid the vital. Since he is not dead, I won the competition. According to the rules, I am also a student of Shrek Academy. You set the rules yourself. If you trample on them, it will, then you don't have to stay in this academy. Zhao Wuji was speechless and had to say angrily, you have passed the test. I will stick to my word. I will not go back on my words with you. After that he retracted his momentum and waited for Tang San to get up. He said coldly, but you beat Dai Mubai so badly. Those attacks later were obviously intentional. You have to pay for the treatment. Tang San's face was gloomy. He knew that he had to pay the money, but he still argued, I can only pay half at most. He was injured in the EMU arranged. You should at least bear general responsibility. Moreover, after the treatment the hidden weapon must be returned to me. Half is half. Zhao Wuji had a dark face and ran to treat Dai Mubai quickly with him. He was worried that if he continued to argue, Dai Mubai would bleed to death. Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen-iong's faces turned pale. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's heart. Okay kids, you are already students of the academy. I will take you to the accommodation. The teacher who registered at the beginning came to greet them. The three followed the teacher into Shrek Academy. They saw only a few rows of dilapidated wooden houses. Apart from that there was nothing. Outside the wooden house there were three students. One of them was a young man in his 20s who looked a bit like Dai Mubai. He was sitting lazily on a recliner watching the sunset. The other two were a wretched little fat man and a middle-aged man with a full beard. The two were massaging the leg and shoulders of the young man, one on the left and one on the right. There was fear and flattery in their eyes. There are new students and three of them at once. This year's harvest is not bad. The young man looked at the three people lazily. When he saw the two beauties Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen-iong, his purple eyes suddenly lit up and then he returned to calm. Tang San nodded secretly. Although this guy was similar to Dai Mubai, he was not as lustful as the evil-eyed tiger. Chapter 174 Dissension. You two female students stay in this dormitory. The teacher pointed to a shabby wooden house and said to Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen-iong. Then he pointed to another place and looked at Tang San. You will live there with Oscar. Tang San asked, who is Oscar? It's me. A somewhat soft voice came and the bearded uncle who was pinched on the shoulders and legs by the purple-eyed young man came over and said to Tang San, I am Oscar, you can call me Zioao. While he was speaking his eyes were looking straight at Ningfanggzi and Bai Chen-iong. The little fat man not far away also came over and almost drooled at the two beauties. Ningfanggzi looked at the two with disgust and had already planned to run away. What kind of people are in this academy? There is no normal one. They are either lustful or cruel. She felt like she had fallen into a wolf's den. Bai Chen-iong also frowned. The wretched fat man's eyes were too lewd, which made her feel sick. She secretly complained to her grandfather why he insisted on asking her to serve Tang San. Is this a place for people to stay? Tang San looked at Oscar in shock and said, are you also a student of the academy? Oscar said, yes, before you came I was one of the 4 students of Shrek Academy. Tang San looked ugly and said to the teacher, don't you only accept 13 student under 18? What's wrong with him? An uncle wants one too? He felt cheated. Ahem, I'm not an uncle, I'm only 14 years old. Oscar's face darkened and he said unhappily, it's just because of my martial soul that my hair is thicker and grows faster, so I have a beard. You will be surprised when you see me tomorrow morning. The teacher introduced Oscar Oscar is right. Let me introduce you to the students of the school. In addition to Dai Mubai who you have met, there are 3 others: Oscar, Ma Hongjun and Davis. He pointed at Ma Hongjun. He is Ma Hongjun, 12 years old, martial soul, evil fire Fini. He pointed at the purple-eyed young man who was walking lazily. His name is Davis, martial soul, white tiger. He said again, Oscar's martial soul is sausage. Don't underestimate him. He is a rare food type soul master, innate full soul power. Tang San was shocked. Innate full soul power? This was the 4th innate full soul power he had seen. The first 3 were him, Xiao Wu and Wong Shenm, who robbed Xiao Wu. Okay, let's have a good rest today. The dean will lead everyone to train tomorrow. The old man was about to leave. After saying that, Tang San hurriedly said, Teacher, I am already level 30 and need to get a soul ring. The teacher looked at him and nodded. Oscar also wants to get the 3rd soul ring, but it will take a few days. Dai Mubai was severely injured by you. Even if there is a healing soul master to treat him, he has to rest for a few days. After resting, the dean will arrange for you to go. Hearing that Dai Mubai was severely injured, Davis looked at Tang San with an interested look in his eyes. Ma Hongjun was surprised and said, You actually injured Dai Lao Er? Dai Lao Er? Tang San showed a strange look on his face. Of course there will always be only one Dai Lauda, and that is our Captain Davis. Dai Mubai is naturally the 2nd in command. Ma Hongjun looked at Davis with a flattering look on his face and snorted, You can hurt Dai Er. It seems that you are quite strong, but in Shrek Academy except for the Dean, Dai Lauda has the final say, so you should be more careful in the future. He looked like a lackey, which made Tang San despise him very much, and he didn't take Dai Lauda seriously. Although his strength may not be better than Davis, he is not only a soul master but also a grand master of hidden weapon. If Davis doesn't know what's good for him, he doesn't mind letting him follow Dai Mubai's footsteps. Davis said lightly, Okay fatty, we are all classmates, don't scare the younger brothers and sisters. It's late, let's rest. After speaking, he glanced at Oscar and turned to leave. Oscar looked tangled and trotted after him. Dai Lauda, I have a few questions about cultivation, wait for me. Ma Hongjun smiled obscenely and stared at Bai Chen Iong again. For some reason he had a special feeling when he saw this girl and wanted to get her. Little sister, don't be afraid, come to me if you have any problems in the future. With me, Ma Hongjun, I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. Bai Chen Iong glanced at him coldly, curled her lips in disdain and said coldly, What if your Dai boss bullied me? You a lackey dare to grin at your master? What an ignorant stinky girl. Ma Hongjun was furious and rushed toward Bai Chen Iong, wanting to teach this outspoken stinky girl a lesson and take advantage of her. Bai Chen Iong sneered and directly possessed her martial spirit and flew into the air. The 7 treasures are famous for the 7 treasures. 1 is strength. The 7 treasures are famous for speed. Ningfanggzi activated her martial soul without saying anything and directly applied 2 amplifications to Bai Chen Iong. Bai Chen Iong looked at her gratefully. The 30% speed increase allowed the swift martial soul, which was already known for its speed, to reach a new height. Ma Hongjun sneered and was about to activate his chicken martial soul. The old eagle caught the chicken. The teacher couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Enough, Ma Hongjun, don't bully new student. Ma Hongjun glanced at the teacher and stopped angrily. You stinky girl, just wait for me. One day I will make you surrender to me. After saying a harsh word, he looked at Bai Chen Iong's tall and slender body fiercely for a few times before walking away. Who are these people? Are all Shrek Academy students this kind of rubbish? Bai Chen Iong fell to the ground, collected her spirit and cursed angrily. Tang San glanced at her coldly. He was also a student of Slake Academy, and this sentence also scolded him. What are you looking at? We were fighting side by side before. When that fat guy bullied me just now, why didn't you say a word? Bai Chen Iong was angry when she saw Tang San. If it weren't for Tang San, she wouldn't have come to this place at all. She helped him find out the whereabouts of Xiao Wu before and then fought side by side. I didn't expect this guy to be so selfish and ruthless, watching that fat guy bully her as if he didn't see it. Tang San glanced at Bai Chen Iong coldly and sneered, fighting side by side? When Dai Mubai didn't stop killing me, you were watching from the side. Why didn't anyone take a few hit for me? After saying that, he turned and left. You. Bai Chen Iong was furious. When the 3 of us fought side by side, he was responsible for the main attack and we were responsible for the support and containment. He offended Dai Mubai himself and he took special care of him out of revenge, and he blamed us. Didn't we share his pressure? Ningfanggzi watched coldly. She had made up her mind to take a short rest here. Just go home. Whoever wants to stay in this broken place can stay there. Anyway, Miss Daning will not serve you. Chapter 175. You only have this much ability. Early the net morning, Ningfanggzi, who did not sleep well all night, was awakened by the banging sound outside. Sister Rongrong, the dean has called for an assembly. Bai Chen Iong hurried over to greet her. I know, Chen Iong, you go first, I'll come in a while. Ningfanggzi said sleepily, but still sat up and prepared to get up. Although Although she wanted to sleep in, the conditions in this place were too bad. She couldn't rest well. It would be better to leave early and find a hotel outside to rest well. Bai Chen had no choice but to return to the playground. At this time Flanders was standing in front of several students. Except for Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, the other 5 people had already arrived. Dean's sister Rongrong will be here soon. Flanders frowned, thinking of Ning Rongrong's identity, and didn't say much. Ningfanggzi sent him another letter asking him to help take care of Ning Rongrong, and someone would come to pick her up in a few days. Ningfanggzi didn't authorize her to discipline him, so Flanders didn't dare to teach the little princess a lesson. It seemed like a thankless task. As a shrewd businessman, Flanders wouldn't do it. Since Ning Rongrong didn't plan to go to school here, she wasn't his student, so he should treat her as a guest. Tang San and Oscar both want to obtain spirit rings. I will let teacher Zhao Wuji lead the team and we will set off in 2 days. All SI students go, broaden your horizons and experience more things, it will be good for you. Oscar said, Dean, there are 7 people, why are there only SI? Dai Mubai is not going. Flanders said Dai Mubai has been treated and there should be no problem in 2 days. Of course he has to go. Ning Rongrong will leave the academy, she will not go to school here. Several people showed disappointment. Oscar still wanted to pursue her, but it was over before it even started. Bai Chen was flustered. She was originally the only 2 girls among a bunch of wretched men. With Sister Rongrong she could still have a companion. If Sister Rongrong left, she would be bullied by others when she stayed in the wolf's den alone. Okay, starting today everyone will train together. In the first class everyone will run 20 laps around the playground. After Ning Rongrong packed up, they had already run 20 laps and stood there panting. She curled her lips and walked out of the academy. She didn't want to stay in this damn place for a day. As soon as she walked out of the academy, she saw Dai Mubai limping over. Seeing her, he immediately asked, where are you going? Ning Rongrong said, home. Dai Mubai's face sank. Since you don't plan to go to school, why did you participate in the competition yesterday? Ning Rongrong said, what does this have to do with you? Dai Mubai said bitterly, I was hurt so badly by Tang San and you are also an accomplice. If you hadn't given him a speed and strength boost, his hidden weapon might not have been able to hurt me. You are at least half responsible for my serious injury. Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mubai speechlessly, mocking, is it so hard to admit that you are not as good as Tang San? A trace of shame flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes and he said coldly, Ning Rongrong, don't challenge my patience. This is Shrek Academy. It's not your home. Others are afraid of your 7 treasures glazed tile sect, but I am not afraid of Dai Mubai. If you make me angry, be careful. I will rape you and kill you first and then rape you again and then kill you. Ning Rongrong giggled and said, I'm so scared. She deliberately puffed up her newly developed chest. Come on, let me see how you rape me. You. Dai Mubai has been feeling aggrieved since yesterday and his heart has been filled with hatred. Finally he couldn't suppress his anger. If the white tiger doesn't show its power, you really treat me as a sick cat. The strong momentum suddenly surged and the soul power burst out instantly. Ning Rongrong's body was almost shaken and flew out in an instant. Ning Rongrong screamed, feeling that her body was pushed by a huge force and flew out lightly and fell heavily on the solid ground a few feet away. She closed her eyes in fear. If she fell hard with her small body, the end would definitely not be very pleasant. Bang! The expected pain did not come, but she felt like she fell into a warm embrace. The strong arms were hugging her tightly and the broad chest took away all the strength from her body without letting her feel any pain. Ning Rongrong hurriedly opened her eyes and what she saw was the face she often thought of. She still thought she was hallucinating. How could he be here and just fall from the sky to save her? Why don't you recognize me? Wong Shenm smiled. Ning Rongrong screamed and stammered, why are you here? Of course it's for you. Wong Shenm looked at her gently. Your father entrusted you to me. I was afraid that you would be bullied, so I left to find you. Fortunately I came in time. What? Dad entrusted me to you? How is this possible? Ning Rongrong said it was impossible, but she believed it in her heart. She ran away from home because her father wanted to send her to this man in exchange for the so-called escape route of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. She didn't expect that even after leaving home she couldn't avoid the fate of being sold by her father. Wong Shenm saw that she said she didn't believe it, but her eyes were a little sad, so her expression became gentle and she looked at Ning Rongrong affectionately. Rongrong, it's not what you think. It's my master. I found your father and proposed to him, and your father entrusted you to me. It's not an exchange of interest. You are not a commodity. I fell in love with you at first sight and have liked you for a long time. What propose? Ning Rongrong stuttered, but her heart was pounding. She was originally feeling depressed and self-pitying, but suddenly she was excited. He said he liked me for a long time and he proposed to my father. She kept thinking about these 2 things in her mind and felt filled with great happiness. Yes, it's a proposal. I paid a peerless divine medicine as a betrothal gift and helped your father upgrade the 7 treasures treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower. Your 7 treasures glazed sect is now the 9 treasures glazed sect. Wong Shenmen's voice was extremely soft. Wrong, your father agreed to my proposal and entrusted you to me. Are you willing to let me take care of you? I do. Ningfanggzi lowered her head and said shyly. Wong Shenmeng showed a charming smile and kissed Ningfanggzi gently on the forehead. She closed her eyes and trembled her eyelashes. She buried her head in his arms. At this time Dugabo and the other girls who followed also arrived. They looked at the man and woman hugging each other and their faces were not very good. Although they knew that Ningfanggzi would become one of them, it did not mean that they were happy to see another girl take away the man's love. Daimyo-bai, I saw you twice and you bullied the little girl every time. Is this all you can do? Zhu Zuyun took out his anger on Daimyo-bai and said contemptuously. Daimyo-bai's face changed wildly. These people were definitely the people he didn't want to see the most. He glanced at Zhu Zuking and saw that her eyebrows were slightly loose and her every move had a hint of feminine charm. How could she not know in her heart that she was completely cheated? Chapter 176, Bullying the Weak and Fearing the Strong. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Daimyo-bai's forehead. He regretted it so much. If he had known that he would meet this group of people, he would definitely not have been here with Ningfanggzi. As long as they were not alone, he didn't believe that the other party would deliberately bring him out to cause trouble. After all, he was the victim. His fiancée was taken away and he was taught a lesson last year. What did he say? But just now he had a conflict with Ningfanggzi. Ningfanggzi and the man surnamed Wang actually had an affair, which made him a little panicked. To be honest, he just talked a lot and at most taught Ningfanggzi a little lesson. Wrong to vent the miserable treatment he suffered yesterday. If he really wanted to do something to Ningfanggzi, he would definitely not have the courage. Although he said that he was not afraid of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, he was still very afraid in his heart. The only little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect had a much higher status than him, the unpopular prince. If he really hurt Ningfanggzi, he might have to pay with his life, but he didn't expect that he would be caught just to teach her a lesson. Looking at Zhu Zuking's indifferent and contemptuous eyes, he felt hatred, anger and fear in his heart. He didn't know how to defend himself and froze there for a while. Zhu Qing, this is your fiancé? You are right to leave him. He bullies the weak and fears the strong, is lustful and shameless and specifically attack little girls. Such a scum should have his 3rd leg broken to completely lose the ability to harm girls. Duguyan's words were very fierce. She was no longer an innocent little girl, so she was naturally not as shy and reserved as before. She spoke boldly and unrestrainedly. Anyone with social experience would know that women like her were basically married women. Zhu Zuking gave Duguyan a cold look and said in a cold voice, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Don't always involve me with him. If you don't like him, just do it. Don't even mention the 3rd leg. It's up to you to break all 3 legs. Xiao Wu shouted, okay, do you want to fight? Let me do it. He teased me last year and now he's bullying Ningfanggzi. He deserves to be beaten to death. Daimyo-bai's face was ashen and cold sweat was pouring down his back. He was filled with hatred and anger in his heart. He forced a smile. Zhu Zuking, Zhu Zuyun, Ningfanggzi is your friend. Sorry, I don't know your relationship. I didn't mean to hurt her. I was just joking with her. As soon as the word fell, all the women looked down on him. Zhu Zuyun smiled and said, Mu Bai, we are from the same Luo Empire. Although you can't be my brother-in-law, we still have some ties. If you offend me, admit your fault and I may not bother to argue with you. But Ningfanggzi is someone's new love. If you want to beg for mercy, you are asking the wrong person. We are not familiar with Ningfanggzi and cannot be her master. Daimyo-bai was embarrassed. Although he knew that he would be despised by this group of beauties, he did not dare to show that he was not afraid of death and confronted the other party. Others are afraid of their Luo Empire, but Wong Shenmeng is not afraid. Many years ago, my elder brother suffered a great loss at his hands and his elder sister-in-law was also taken away. My elder brother dared not say a word. He was not as good as my elder brother. His fiancée was also taken away and he dared not fart. The other party really dared to kill him and no one could avenge him afterward. He was the kind of person who died in vain. He looked at Xiao Wu. Miss Xiao Wu, I didn't do anything to you last year. Later you hurt me so badly that teacher Zhao was implicated and now he has a lot of complaints about me. You won't bear grudges against me, right? Xiao Wu said contemptuously, you are a villain who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Daimyo-bai was very single. Yes, I am a villain. Everyone don't bother with me. Xiao Wu didn't know what to say for a while. This guy looked tall and mighty facing the weak. She was also very fierce at times, but she didn't expect that she would be so soft-hearted when she met someone she couldn't afford to offend. Zhu Zuking turned her eyes away directly. Although there was no relationship between them, he was her fiancé after all, which still made her feel ashamed. Even Zhu Zuyun felt this way. This was the prince of their Luo Empire. Such behavior embarrassed the people of the Luo Empire and she was also ashamed. At this time Wong Shenmeng came over holding Ning Rongrong's hand. Humph, a ghost in your heart. Ning Rongrong was still immersed in happiness just now. When she saw these women, her face immediately fell. She snorted and pinched Wong Shenmen's waist with her fingers. Wong Shenmeng held her hand tightly and glanced at Dai Mubai. Rongrong, what do you think we should do with him? Ning Rongrong was very angry with Dai Mubai. After thinking for a while, a trace of evil light flashed across her face. He threatened to rape and kill me first. Can he experience this feeling? That's easy. Wong Shenmen's eyes were full of colors. The power of the infinite demon pupil was activated and Dai Mubai instantly fell into an illusion. Ah, don't come over, don't come over. A group of swift-wind demon wolves surrounded Dai Mubai. Their wolf eyes glowing with green light shot out humanized lustful light and pounced on him one after another. The swift-wind demon wolves are an alien species among soul beasts. They have a perverted habit for human soul masters. As long as they catch human soul masters, regardless of whether they are men or women, they will repeatedly ravage them to vent their beastly desires. The most perverted thing is that they have not yet been reproductively isolated from human. There is a kind of half-orc between soul beasts and humans called wolf thieves, which are hybrids born after the wind wolf ravages human. Killing the wolf thieves can even implode soul bones. Swish! Dai Mubai's clothes were torn apart by the wind wolf and the sharp claws scratched bloody marks on his body. He screamed repeatedly and was pressed to the ground by the wind wolf, and then he screamed miserably. What happened to him? Ning Rongrong saw Dai Mubai standing there motionless, but his face was twisted and his expression was ferocious, but in this huge pain he seemed to have a perverted expression of enjoyment. Aren't you going to let him experience being raped and then killed? He is experiencing it. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, then I want to see it. Let me see it too. Forget it. What's so good about it? It's eye-catching. Xiao Wu shouted, I want you to see it. Can't you just cover the key part? I just want to see what it's like. Okay, I'll let you see it. Wong Shenmeng saw that the other girls were all tempted, so he nodded and agreed to their bad taste. His eyes were full of light and his huge mental power enveloped everyone. In the sight of Ning Rongrong and other girls, a wonderful picture was presented. In a forest, Dai Mubai was being rubbed on the ground by a group of wind demon wolves. Although the parts that offended people's eyes were mosaicked, it still shocked the three views of several girls. So disgusting. Ning Rongrong looked at Wong Shenmeng with a perverted look and quickly covered her eyes, not wanting to look at the scene that made her feel physically uncomfortable. Hey, I'm here to help you vent your anger at your request. Wong Shenmeng saw that the eyes of the girls were a little strange and immediately turned off the screen in anger. After a while, Dai Mubai screamed and his bloodshot pupils gradually lost their vitality. A swift wind demon wolf that was still lying on him saw that he was dying and immediately bit off his neck. Dai Mubai in reality covered his neck with one hand and his buttocks with one hand, sweating profusely, his face pale, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 177. Dean Flanders and I are brothers. Let's go. I don't want to see this person again. Ning Rongrong had a disgusted expression on her face and the other girls also avoided her as much as possible. Let go. Yin, do you want to meet Tang San? A trace of hatred flashed in Yin's eyes. She had seen Tang San in Tang Hao's memory. He was the enemy who killed his son. Tang Yuahua's expression moved. Tang San, who is he? What is his relationship with Yin? Wong Shenmeng said Tang San is Tang Hao's son. What, the second brother's son? Where is he? Tang Yuahua's expression was slightly excited. Although she no longer had that kind of feeling for Tang Hao, they were siblings after all, and Tang Hao took good care of her back then. Although she had also repaid him in her own way, the brother-sister relationship still weighed heavily in her heart. What, that Tang San is Tang Hao's son? Ning Rongrong was surprised, but we talked about Tang Hao yesterday and he seemed to know nothing about Tang Hao. Wong Shenmeng said that's because Tang Hao kept it a secret from him. Tang Hao lived in the Holy Soul Village for years and acted like a useless person. Later, when he saw Tang San had the clear skyhammer spirit, he thought he could train Tang San to avenge him, so he began to pay attention to Tang San. I often saw Tang Hao when I was a child and I was almost killed by him. What happened? Everyone's face changed. Although they knew that Tang Hao was an enemy, they really didn't know that he almost killed their own man back then. This matter is also related to Tang San. Tang San and I awakened our martial spirits at the same time and place, but the Nodding Soul Master Academy only had one place for a work-study student. Grandpa Jack, the village chief of the Holy Soul Village, initially planned to let Tang San go to school, but Tang Hao disagreed. Grandpa Jack let me go and it was already agreed. The next day Tang Hao regretted it again and ran to Grandpa Jack's house asking Grandpa Jack to change Tang San to go to school again. Grandpa Jack was different. Wong Shenmeng now thinks about it. In fact, there are still some lingering fears. At that time she really had no power to resist and was killed by his little finger. I realized that the situation was not good, so I told Grandpa Jack that there were my enemies in Nodding City city I didn't dare to go to school and the quota was still given to Tang-san. Tanghao didn't do it. What? Second brother actually did such a thing? Tang Yuahua was a little bit unbelievable. In her eyes the second brother was upright, open and above board and valued love and righteousness. How could he be fickle and ready to kill a child? Wong Shenm rolled his eyes. What's so strange about this? Tanghao is a shameless villain. Yin knows it best. Zhu Zuyun patted his great chest and said in fear, Tanghao deserves to die. He almost lost his husband. Duguyan also said hatefully, yes, he really deserves to die. He should have been killed directly when he was caught some time ago. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu showed resentment in their eyes. Originally they were hostile to Tanghao only because of their men's positions, but now it has directly transformed into a real deep hatred. I didn't expect that the dignified Haoshan Douluo would do such a thing. Ningfanggzi also despised him and asked curiously, how did you discover his murderous intention back then? Didn't you say that he looked like a waste? You shouldn't recognize Haoshan Douluo, right? Wong Shenm said, although I don't know he is Haoshan Douluo, I know he is a powerful spirit master. My martial soul is very strange and spirit masters and ordinary people are clearly distinguishable in front of me. Moreover, Tang-san is a twin martial soul with full innate spirit power. How could his father be an ordinary person? Ningfanggzi was surprised and said, Tang-san's talent is so good. Full innate spirit power, twin martial souls, and the other martial soul is the Haoshan Hammer. She is known as the most outstanding genius of the seven treasures glazed tile sect and her innate soul power is only level 9. Tang-san's talent is indeed strong. That's why Tanghao changed his attitude towards him, thinking that he could train Tang-san, defeat our spirit hall and avenge himself. Tang Yuahua was confused. I want to go see Tang-san. Then go, don't worry, I don't plan to attack Tang-san for the time being. Just for the time being? Tang Yuahua felt heavy in her heart. How terrifying is the strength of the spirit hall. Her second brother actually trained his son to deal with the spirit hall. Isn't that sending Tang-san to his death? At this moment the already shaky image of Tanghao's greatness in her heart collapsed a little more. No, I must stop my second brother's son from taking revenge on the spirit hall. As long as he is well behaved with me and a yin here, Xiao Meng is also his uncle or stepfather and should not defend him to the death. After a while everyone walked into Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji, who was sitting in front of the academy to bask in the sun, recognized them at a glance. His face changed and his expression was a little unnatural. Your Highness, you came to my Shrek Academy. Do you have any instructions? He spoke much more politely. When you are under someone's roof you have to bow your head. Last year he rashly stood up for Daimyobai but was forced to kneel down and apologize. However, this also lifted the spirit hall's wanted order for him, allowing him to appear in the sun openly. It's hard to say whether it's a loss or a gain. Besides, after he learned about Wong Shenm's identity, the humiliation of kneeling in his heart also dissipated. The status of the spirit hall's holy son is noble and it's not a shame for a soul master to kneel to him. You know, if the Pope is in person it would be a sin not to kneel. Zhao Wuji, you live a comfortable life. I don't have any instructions. I came to Shrek Academy to pick up Rong and take a casual walk. Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she didn't come to cause trouble. As for Ningfanggzi, he knew she didn't plan to stay here. It's better if she left. Otherwise a little princess of the seven treasures glazed tile sect would give them a headache. Where is Dean Flanders? He is his brother-in-law. How can he not meet him when he comes? Do you know Dean Flanders? Zhao Wuji was surprised. I haven't heard that Dean Flanders and the son of the spirit hall have a relationship. I know him. Dean Flanders and I are brothers. Take me to visit him. Oh, please follow me. Zhao Wuji was confused. He really couldn't understand how Flanders, who was more than 50 years old, and the son of the 10-year-old became brothers. I'm going to visit Dean Flanders alone. Yuahua wants to see Tang-san. You guys go with her. She's not strong enough. You guys take care of her. Wong Shenm finished speaking and followed Zhao Wuji to the dean's office. Come with me, I know where he is. Shrek Academy is only this small. Ningfanggzi is already familiar with it. It was rest time and the 5 Shrek people were sitting or standing on the training ground to recover their strength. There were 5 people and they were divided into 3 groups. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were still around Davis. Tang-san sat on one side with a gloomy face and Bai Chen Iong sat on the other side. She should have been in the same group with Tang-san, but unfortunately she had a conflict with Tang-san last night and she couldn't lower her face to make peace. I have a big sausage. When Ningfanggzi brought Si sisters to the training ground she heard such a vulgar soul curse. Then in their strange eyes Oscar stuffed the big sausage into Davis' mouth. Chapter 178 Tang-san, we are just ordinary friends. Dean's office. Flanders had just finished training a few students and was about to return to the office to rest for a while when he heard a knock on the door. Dean, I am Zhao Wuji. There is a guest looking for you. Guest? Flanders was puzzled and he stood up and opened the door. His pupils shrank. He had a deep impression of Wong Shenm. Last year he was trying to trick the other another party in his soul guide store, but he hit a wall which caused him a great psychological trauma. Your Highness, it's you. Flanders already knew Wong Shenm's identity and hurriedly smiled to welcome him, and feeling a little puzzled. Your Highness has come to our Shrek Academy, which makes our academy glorious. He asked carefully, I wonder if your Highness has any instructions? I just came to pick up Ningfanggzi and visit you by the way. Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the person Ningfanggzi said would come to pick up Ningfanggzi was referring to this person. He secretly guessed the relationship between the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall, but Wong Shenm's net sentence stunned him. Wong Shenm smiled and said, I came to visit you. After all, you are the sworn brother of Sister Erlong, and you are also my elder brother-in-law. I can't pass by my house without seeing you. What elder brother-in-law? Flanders was a little confused and asked hurriedly, what is your relationship with Erlong? Could it be? No, this is impossible. Flanders thought of a possibility and panicked in his heart. It felt too absurd. How could Erlong have that kind of relationship with him? The two of them were of different generations. Besides, didn't Erlong have a good impression of the people in the Spirit Hall? Wong Shenm smiled and said, Boss Fu, I will call you that too. It's just as you thought. Sister Erlong and I are in love and have already married. Although we haven't held a wedding banquet yet, we soul masters don't have so many requirements. Flanders was dumbfounded. His heart suddenly sank and he felt broken into pieces. He felt the goddess in his heart had a man, but it turned out not to be him. This feeling once again. No, didn't Erlong like Xiao Gang? Could it be that she has changed her mind? I know it's hard for you to believe it for a while, but it doesn't matter. Erlong and I have established an academy called Longdi Academy, which is in Tiandu city. You can come and see it when you are free. Sister Erlong misses you very much. After all, you are her sworn brother. You took good care of her back then. In her eyes you are a good man. Good man. Flander felt bitter. He didn't want to be a good person, but Erlong Mei didn't have him in her heart. She would rather choose a useless martial arts master back then, and now she has chosen a boy who is more than 20 years younger than her, but she has never considered him. Flander smiled bitterly and said, I will go when I have time. I didn't expect Erlong Mei to be with you. I hope you can treat her well. She is suffering. Wong Shenm said generously, don't worry, I will definitely treat Erlongja well. After all, how can I not love my wife? Right? You are right, Flander said depressedly. Then I won't bother you. I have something else to do. I will leave first. Wong Shenm stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Flander said, how about staying for a meal? No, I'm afraid I will eat you bankrupt. Wong Shenm shook his head directly. I want to stay here for a meal. I will never eat your pig food. Well, I won't keep you. Flanders smiled bitterly again. He was not in the mood to entertain guests, and he did not want to entertain this guest. A love rival. Although he has always been a loser, he would still be a loser without Wong Shenm. But who let Wong Shenm get the beauty? On the training ground, suddenly a group of beauties came, and Oscar and Ma Hongjun stared. Tang San and Davis' faces changed drastically. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at the familiar figure and was extremely excited. He ran over and was about to hold Xiao Wu's hand, but she dodged him directly. Men and women should not be intimate. Don't touch me. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San stunned, and he shouted, Xiao Wu, I am Tang San. Don't you recognize me? Xiao Wu said, I know you are Tang San, but I already have a boyfriend. Don't pull me. Have a boyfriend? Tang San didn't react for a while. When he figured out the meaning of this sentence, his face changed wildly. Xiao Wu, you actually changed your mind. Did someone force you to say that? Xiao Wu frowned and said, Tang San, no one forced me. It was my own choice. You will bless me, right? Tang San roared, no, Xiao Wu, you are mine. How can you like someone else? Have you forgotten our years of getting along in Notting City? Have you forgotten the feelings between us? Xiao Wu hurriedly shouted, Tang San, don't talk nonsense. You and I are just classmates, at most friends. Why can't I like others? And how can I become yours? Tang San said in disbelief. Xiao Wu, do you only regard me as a friend? Otherwise? Xiao Wu said puzzledly, how old were we at that time? I was only 11 years old when I left Notting City. What else is it if not a friend? She suddenly looked at Tang San in disbelief. Tang San, you don't have any feelings for me, right? How old were we at that time? Didn't you say you treated me as your sister? Tang San said excitedly. Xiao Wu, I didn't understand my feelings at that time. It was not until you were captured that I realized that I couldn't live without you. I worked hard to practice, hoping to save you one day. Xiao Wu found it hard to accept that Tang San actually had that kind of feelings for her. How could this be possible? She immediately looked gloomy and said solemnly, Tang San, it's impossible for us to be together. I already have a man. Don't think about me, otherwise it will be bad for both you and me. Tang San's face was as gloomy as water, and he was extremely angry. He cared about Xiao Wu day and night and worked hard to practice, but in the end he was ruthlessly abandoned. You are Tang San, right? Tang Yuahua saw that Tang San was deeply shocked and she couldn't bear it. She glanced at Ayin and saw that Ayin had no pity or love at all. There was only indifference and hatred. hatred in her eyes as if Tang San and her had some deep hatred. Who are you? Tang San's voice was cold. I am your aunt. Tang Yuahua said softly. Your father Tanghao is my second brother. And Tang San frowned and said, I have never heard of any relatives of mine. Tang Yuahua said, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. It's not too late to get to know them now. She was about to tell about Tang San's life experience but saw Davis coldly said to Zhu Zuyun, you still have the face to appear in front of me? Zhu Zuyun sneered. Davis, don't say it's all my fault. I advise you to be polite, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. You shameless bitch, I want to see how you are rude to me. Davis showed a trace of anger on his face. Although he could not do anything to Zhu Zuyun, this bitch should not have given him a green hat openly. If he still wanted to stand up in front of outsiders, he could not be indifferent today. Zhu Zuyun said, you can try. I don't want to pay attention to you, a clown, and you don't come to bother me, bitch. Davis was angry. He didn't see Wong Shenm, which made him bolder. He roared, possessed by the white tiger martial spirit, and rushed towards Zhu Zuyun. Chapter 179. Bai Chen Iong wants to save herself. Bang! Davis flew back faster than when he came, rolled on the ground several times, and a trace of blood oozed out of his mouth. Davis, I didn't want to pay attention to you, but why do you look for trouble every time I see you? Wong Shenm looked at Davis and knew his general situation at a glance. Suddenly a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Oscar and showed a sympathetic look. Oscar didn't understand, but when he saw Davis injured, he hurried over and helped him up. Davis, Zuyun is my woman now. If you don't accept it, defeat me and do everything you can to snatch her back. Bullying a woman can't show your ability. Wong Shenm said calmly, I'll teach you a lesson this time. If it weren't for you, the great prince of Xingluo, you would have died in the Xingdu Great Forest last time. Davis' forehead was covered with cold sweat. Half of it was pain and half of it was fear. Let go. Wong Shenm had no interest in Shrek Academy. His only opponent Tang San couldn't make any waves now, and he felt it was meaningless to suppress him. To be honest, he really couldn't see how Tang San would turn the tables unless Tang Chen came out now. Wait, Wong Shenm, give Xiao Wu back to me. Tang San recognized the person who awakened his martial spirit with him years ago. Seeing Xiao Wu nestled in his arms like a little bird, he clenched his hands fiercely. Xiao Wu has nothing to do with you. She never belonged to you. How can you talk about not returning her? Wong Shenm said lightly. Then he hugged Xiao Wu and turned away. Tang San's face changed and he wanted to rush up to attack, but thinking of Davis in the Soul Sect realm being killed in one move, he finally endured it. Wong Shenm smiled lightly and suddenly lost the fun of suppressing Tang San. The enemy is too weak. What sense of accomplishment can be gained by bullying a weak chicken? If you want to bully the strong ones such as Tang Chen and Tanghao. When thinking of Tang Chen, Wong Shenm thought of Bo Sai, the high priest of the Sea God Island, but Tang Chen's dream lover. Since Tang San and Tanghao have been cheated, Tang Chen cannot be an exception and the family must be neat and tidy. He suddenly turned around and waved to Bai Chen Iong. Little sister, come here, I want to ask you a few questions. Oh, Bai Chen Iong was a little flustered, not knowing why Wong Shenm wanted to find her. This person who was so good looking and made people feel good at first sight was actually the son of the Spirit Hall. In my grandfather's words, the Spirit Hall was not a good thing. Bai Chen Iong originally had no good impression of the Spirit Hall, but after meeting His Highness the Son of the Spirit, for some reason her bad impression of the Spirit Hall disappeared completely. Wong Shenm took Bai Chen Iong to a secluded place. What do you want to ask? Bai Chen Iong lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Wong Shenmen's eyes, rubbing the corners of her clothes with both hands, feeling a little uneasy. Don't be nervous, I have no ill will towards you. Wong Shenm said gently. Did you come to Shrek Academy for Tang San? Bai Chen Iong was surprised and asked, how do you know? Wong Shenm said calmly, although your 4 single attribute families were abandoned by the Haoshan sect, I know that your Min clan and Li clan have always been loyal to Tanghao. Tanghao escaped from me not long ago. If I guess correctly, did he go to find you? This. Bai Chen Iong looked nervous and stammered, I don't know. I haven't seen Tanghao. But in his mind, the man in black with a shabby black coat and a black hat who exuded a terrible murderous aura appeared. Wong Shenm smiled lightly. I just kindly remind you that the current Tanghao is not the same as in the past. You are not afraid of Tanghao. If you get involved with him, you will not end well. Bai Chen Iong's face turned pale and he said nervously, Your Highness wants to attack us? Tanghao and our Wuhan Hall are enemies. He came to you to integrate your strength and continue to oppose our Wuhan Hall. Wong Shenm said indifferently, the 4 single attribute families, even if added together, can be destroyed in a snap for our Wuhan Hall. If your grandfather still wants to follow Tanghao, it will lead everyone in your family to death. Don't you fear death and are willing to sacrifice your lives for the culprit who hurt you so badly back then? Bai Chen Iong bit his lips, clenched his fist, and his heart was fluctuating sharply. Wong Shenm said calmly, actually I don't care. The 4 single attribute families don't know what's good for them. It doesn't take much effort to destroy them. But since I met you today, you and Rong have fought side by side and you are also friends, so I will say a few more words to you. There are always sober people in your 4 major families. Not everyone is willing to follow the clan leader to die. If you don't want to see everyone being sent to death by your grandfather, you have to do something. Bai Chen Iong's face was pale. What can I do? Grandpa doesn't listen to me. He also asked me to serve Tang San, saying that Tang San is our young master, and asked me to listen to Tang San in everything. She felt very wronged and her eyes were red as she spoke. Your grandfather can't see the situation clearly. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time here. Wong Shenm said, you have to save yourself. Your grandfather is old and he doesn't have many years to live. You are still young. He plans to take the lives of all of you to fulfill his loyalty. Are you willing to die in vain for Tanghao's hatred? I have said all. You can do whatever you want. If I come to destroy you one day, I can only say sorry at that time. Bai Chen Iong was stunned. His face changed constantly and suddenly he said, Your Highness, if I surrender to you, can my people be saved? You want to surrender to me? Wong Shenm said in surprise. Your Min clan and our Wuhan Hall have a grudge. Bai Chen Iong gritted his teeth and said, it's all past hatred. People should look forward. In that incident, the culprit of all was Tanghao. If he hadn't killed the Pope, how could there be everything later? What can Wuhan Hall blame for avenging the Pope? It's ridiculous that Tanghao himself hid at that time, and Hao Shenzong also closed the mountain gate, leaving us 4 major families to bear the consequences. But Grandpa not only did not hate Tanghao but also continued to be loyal to him. I don't want to see the people of the Min clan sacrifice in vain for Tanghao, the enemy, again. In my opinion, if we want revenge, the first person to find is Tanghao. Wong Shenm looked at her deeply. You are very good and you have a good awareness, but what's the value of you joining me? Your grandfather is engaged in a conspiracy against our Wuhan Hall. He is the clan leader and his guilt is of course shared by your entire Min clan. Once we take action, we will only eradicate your entire Min clan unless you can make contributions to prove that you and Bai He are not in cahoot. Bai Chen Iong was terrified and trembled. Do we have to do this to satisfy His Highness? Wong Shenm said indifferently, I see your performance. If you do nothing, there will be no mercy when the reckoning comes. If you perform to my satisfaction, then let alone the rest of the clan. Even if your grandfather's life is spared, it is not impossible. A gleam of light flashed in Bai Chen Iong's eyes and she nodded gently. Chapter 180. In the town, Tang San watched Wong Shenm leave with his own eyes, his heart filled with grief and indignation. But Article 7 of the Xiantian Bailu General Outline Taishan collapses in front of him and his face remains unchanged. The yellow river bursts at his head and his face remains calm. A true master of hidden weapons always has a calm mind, which made him forcibly suppress the idea of using hidden weapons to take back Xiao Wu. The gap in strength was too big. Unless he made a hidden weapon ranked in the top 10 of the hidden weapon 100 solutions, there would be no guarantee. Of course, what chilled him the most was Xiao Wu's attitude. This gave him a strong hatred in his heart, hating Wong Shenm for taking Xiao Wu away. If Xiao Wu hadn't been captured, how could she have changed her mind? He believed that as long as he killed Wong Shenm, Xiao Wu would return to him and fall in love with him again. That person is the holy son of the spirit hall. Ma Hongjun swallowed his saliva. He fawned over Dai Lauda but was killed instantly by him. It seems that his fiancée was also robbed, but he dared not say a word. And Dai Lao Er, it seems that the smaller busted beauty is Dai Lao Er's fiancée. What a pair of superb sisters. Ma Hongjun secretly drooled. The son of the spirit hall really knows how to enjoy himself. His good fortune makes people jealous. Compared with him, the women he has experienced in these years are no different from chickens. He glanced at Dai Lauda and Tang San and a look of sympathy flashed in his eyes. What a pair of brothers in distress. Speaking of that, Xiao Wu is also a top-notch girl with long legs, absolutely amazing. And Tang San's aunt a top-notch mature woman with a temperament that makes people feel ashamed. Ma Hongjun's jealousy burned fiercely and he kept swallowing his saliva. When Bai Chen Iong came back, she saw Ma Hongjun drooling with a wretched face. She looked at the fat guy with disgust and ran away. Although she had decided to resist her grandfather's decision, she had to find a suitable excuse. If she went back in less than a day, she was afraid that her grandfather would force her to come back again. After a while, Dai Mu Bai with a pale face limped and went to the hospital. He walked back. His walking posture was extremely strange and his face looked a little trance and twisted as if he was immersed in a nightmare. Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other, both with strange expressions. Yesterday, one of Tang San's bone-piercing nails left Dai Mu Bai covered with wounds. When they thought of that scene, both of them felt tight in their buttock. Dai Lao Er, you are not well yet. Haven't you asked a healing spirit master to treat you? Are you pretending? Ma Hongjun said carelessly. Unlike the original novel, Ma Hongjun and Oscar are not Dai Mu Bai's younger brothers, but but Davis' younger brothers. Knowing that Davis and Dai Mubai are like enemies, they naturally target Dai Mubai in order to please Davis. Although they often suffer losses at the hands of Dai Mubai, they also get a lot of benefits from Davis. For example, the fees for the two to go in and out of the brothel are basically paid by Davis, and they often go in and out of high-end places with him. For them, Dai Mubai is a tool to please Davis. Get lost. Dai Mubai glanced at the fat guy who was helping the tiger. His eyes were as fierce as a wounded beast, which made Ma Hongzhen shudder and feel a little scared. He was immediately ashamed and angry. Although Dai Mubai was stronger than him, with Dai Boss around, would he dare to fight him? Dai Mubai, you fucking bang! Before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Dai Boss, you! Ma Hongzhen looked at Davis with a wronged face, and he didn't react to why he wanted to hit him. If you want to hit me, just hit me, but keep your mouth lean. Do you think you can scold Dai Mubai's mother? Davis was depressed, and Ma Hongzhen ran into the gun. He couldn't deal with the people of the spirit hall, but he couldn't deal with you, a dog. Boss Dai, I was wrong, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't be angry, I won't dare to do it again. Ma Hongzhen cursed in his heart. In the past, when Davis was not present, he often greeted Dai Mubai's parent. At this time he was so excited that he blurted out that he almost forgot that Dai Mubai and Davis were born of the same mother. Trash. Tang San looked at this scene coldly and was very disdainful of Ma Hongzhen. He was just a lapdog who bit people for Davis. Ma Hongzhen was slapped by Davis and didn't dare to make trouble again. He could only feel wronged and stare at Dai Mubai with resentful eyes. He glanced at Tang San inadvertently and saw the trash look in his eyes. He immediately hated Tang San in his heart. At this time Flanders came over. It's almost time to rest. It's time to go to class. Flanders was in a bad mood and said with a sour face, take a rest in the afternoon. Let teacher Zhao take you to the Xingde Great Forest tomorrow morning. Dai Mubai's face changed. Dean, my injury is not healed yet, can I not go? Flanders said it doesn't matter if the injury is not healed, just walk slowly, heal the injury while walking, and when you arrive the injury will be healed. You are a team, of course you have to go together. This is to cultivate your tacit understanding so that you can perform better in the future team battle. Okay. Dai Mubai nodded helplessly. Bai Chen Yang curled her lips, not optimistic about this team at all. There are many internal conflict. The members don't like each other and even have hatred. How can such a team be integrated so easily? But it doesn't matter, all this has nothing to do with her. Wong Shenm stayed in Soto City for one night and headed towards the Xingde Great Forest the NET day. Their speed was a little slower than Shrek. Although there were no casualties, they spent a lot of time traveling along the way. 3 days later they arrived at the Xingde Great Forest and prepared to rest in the town. At this time Zhao Wuji and SI students also checked into a hotel. Let's stay here, rest for one night and set off tomorrow morning. You will pay for accommodation and meals. Shrek Academy was not rich to begin with. People like Zhao Wuji and Flanders had no income and their economic situation was not very good. Except for Davis, Tang San and his friends were all spirit masters under 40 years old. Instead they all had subsidies from the spirit hall, so their daily expenses were naturally enough. The hotel was a 2-story building. The lobby on the first floor was a simple restaurant and the second floor was for accommodation. Zhao Wuji opened a single room for himself and went upstairs directly. The rest of the people were too lazy to discuss with each other and Dai Mubai opened a room for himself. Davis and Oscar lived together while Ma Hongzhen, Tang San and Bai Chen Yang lived separately. Let's eat first and then go up, Davis said calmly. He was the captain and his strength crushed everyone. No one dared to disobey his word. The SI people found a table in the corner and sat down. They ordered the food they wanted to eat and the SI people ate their own food as if they were sharing a table. Chapter 181. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. At this time 60% to 70% of the guests were already seated in the restaurant. At this time a group of people suddenly walked in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was handsome with very shiny hair. He was wearing a moon-white soul master robe which was very exquisite. It was embroidered with silver thread and the light flashed between his movement. Behind the middle-aged man there were 7 young people, SI men and 1 woman who looked to be around 20 years old. They wore the same moon-white soul master robe but without the silver threads embroidered on the middle-aged man in front. But whether it was the middle-aged man or the 7 young people behind him, they all had silver threads embroidered on their left shoulders. There is a green ring mark everywhere and 2 words of the same color are embroidered inside the ring, Kanghui. When the restaurant owner saw them coming in, he hurriedly greeted them, nodding and bowing in an indescribably polite manner. That girl is pretty, Boss Dai. These guys should be from Kanghui College. Ma Hongzhen's small eyes squeezed into a ball by fat stared at the only girl in the team of 8 people. The girl is indeed quite pretty and can be regarded as upper middle class. Although Bai Chen Yang is beautiful, she is young after all. Compared with the fully developed G girl, she looks much more immature. For a teenager of Ma Hongzhen's age, a more mature girl is obvious. obviously more attractive. Coupled with his evil fire, his eyes are naturally shining and he stares at her fiercely. Davis said lightly, it's just a small Kanghui college, it's not a fart to show off. Neither Ma Hongjun nor Davis deliberately lowered their voices. The middle-aged man among the 8 people cast his eyes over, frowning slightly. When he saw that the table of Shrek Academy was just a group of children, his face suddenly became even uglier. Ma Hongjun smiled evilly at Bai Chen Ayong as if showing off, there will be a good show to watch. Tang San glanced at him coldly and ignored him. Ma Hongjun was secretly annoyed and continued, this is part of our practice. Dean Flanders said that a soul master who dares not to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Moreover, it is safest to provoke people from the Soul Master Academy. At most it will just be a fight. Bai Chen Ayong sneered in his heart and said lightly, it is stupid to make trouble recklessly. If you see a beautiful woman like a wolf and stare at her, you will be beaten to death sooner or later. Hehe. Ma Hongjun disagreed. You girls, don't you like being looked at by men? Otherwise you love beauty so much and you dress so beautifully, you can't let women see it, right? I tell you, you girls like to say one thing and mean another. When you are looked at by men you like it very much, but you always make a vicious and hateful e-pression. When you get to bed you may be so wild-eyed. Before she finished speaking, Bai Chen Ayong poured a bowl of bone soup on the table which was ready to drink directly on Ma Hongjun's face, making him scream with burns, and a large area of his fat face was burned red. What the hell are you doing? Ma Hongjun jumped up with a bang, covering his face and shouting angrily, what are you doing? A dog thief can't spit out ivory, so I'll wash your stinky mouth. Bai Chen Ayong was stared at fiercely by Ma Hongjun, and although she was a little scared, she still said with a cold face she thought that Zhao Wuji was upstairs and that wretched fat guy shouldn't really do anything to her. If she couldn't do anything, she could just run back. With her flying speed as a spike-tailed swift, this group of people wouldn't be able to catch up with her. When she returned, her grandfather would blame her and she would have an excuse. Who knew that at this moment a young man from Kanghui College stood up from his seat and walked away. A waiter just brought a dish for their table. The young man from Kanghui College suddenly quickened his pace, and amid the waiter's exclamation he just bumped into the waiter. The plate hit Ma Hongjun's head, who was roaring angrily at Bai Chen Ayong, and the juice dripped all over his head and face. The boiling hot oil was much hotter than the bone soup just now. Ma Hongjun screamed loudly and his face was instantly covered with blisters. I'll kill you. Ma Hongjun howled like a pig being slaughtered and his martial spirit possessed him. His whole body turned into a chicken-like appearance with the mohawk-style comb on his head raised high, and he opened his mouth to spray out a line of Fini fire. The young man couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed by the Fini fire. He flew back and his body was burning. Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout the restaurant and the diners hid aside. The middle-aged man was furious and hurried to help the young man put out the fire, but the whole person was still burned on the outside and tender on the inside. Although the injuries were not many, he looked very miserable like black charcoal. The teacher of Kanghui College had turned his face into a livid color. What an arrogant and vicious boy, teach them a lesson. The students of Kanghui College were waiting for him to speak. In addition to the one who was burned by Ma Hongjun and the only female student, the other 5 people immediately rushed towards Ma Hongjun. Boss Dai, help me. Ma Hongjun saw 4 or 5 people rushing over and his arrogant momentum immediately waned. He hurried to ask the boss for help. Waste. Davis cursed inwardly and stood up directly. Ma Hongjun was his lackey after all. You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Of course he couldn't just sit and watch Ma Hongjun get beaten in front of him. Besides, he didn't take the small Kanghui Academy seriously. Boom. After the martial soul was possessed, the momentum of the 47th level soul master spread violently and the 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, shone on the spot, shocking the 5 academies at once. They were just a group of great soul masters, the highest of whom was only level 27, the one who was burned by Ma Hongjun's Fini fire line. The rest of the people were generally no more than level 25 and their soul rings were 1 white and 1 yellow, which was far worse than Davis's configuration. Fini fire line. Seeing that the 5 people were shocked by Davis, Ma Hongjun attacked and burned one of them with another angry flame. Damn little thing. I'll deal with that soul sect. You guys take care of that little bastard. The teacher at Kanghui Academy was furious. Although the talent and strength shown by Davis made him afraid, but things had come to this point and he could not care less. Martial soul possession. His martial soul was the black tortoise. A circle of black ripples was released from his body, forcibly suppressing Davis's momentum. His limbs shrank by 1/3 at the same time, but his back had bulged, which turned out to be a huge carapace. 5 soul rings rose from his feet and hovered above his body. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow and 2 purple, turned out to be a soul king level master above level 50. Bang! Davis's claws slashed fiercely on the back of the black tortoise, but he could not break the defense at all and was instead repelled several steps by the teacher. A tiger and a turtle immediately started a battle. On the other side, Ma Hongzhen was surrounded. After the two people who were burned by his sneak attack recovered, they also joined the encirclement. 1 against Si, almost only one encounter, he was drowned by the opponent's soul skills and let out a shocking howl. Oscar stood aside uneasily, but he was helpless. He was just a food-type soul master without any fighting power, and he didn't dare to go up. Tang San Dai Mubai and Bai Chen Iong had no intention of helping. The trouble was caused by the fat guy and Davis, and they deserved to be punished. They would not stand up for the fat guy. Chapter 182. Watching the show. Boom! Just when Ma Hongzhen was beaten up, a black shadow suddenly fell from the upstairs and the whole earth shook. The black shadow was Zhao Wuji. He was about to go to bed when he heard Ma Hongzhen's heart-wrenching howl downstairs. Ma Hongzhen was a student trained by Shrek Academy, one of the two geniuses discovered by Flanders himself. Naturally, his status in Zhao Wuji's heart was different. He roared angrily, and the powerful King Kong bear martial spirit possessed him. The aura of his whole body spread without reservation, and in an instant most of the people were pressed down. Only a few Soul King level guests could barely resist, but they were also horrified. Soul Saint, a Soul King said tremblingly. Although Soul Saints are not considered to be the most powerful in the Soul Master world of Douluo continent, Soul Saints are already quite powerful and are at the top of the Soul Master ecological chain. Damn it! Tang San Dai Mubai and Bai Chen Iong were also pressed to the ground, unable to move. Tang San was filled with anger. He was just eating a meal, but problems occurred one after another. Now he was pressed to the ground by Zhao Wuji without knowing good or bad. His cheek just fell on a broken plate and blood was dripping. At this moment he was full of resentment towards Zhao Wuji. When he entered school, this guy almost refused to accept him because he hit Dai Mubai too hard. Although he resolved the problem, he still had to pay for medical expenses. You have to know that the money was all the hard-earned money he earned from forging iron. At that time he and Zhao Wuji had no good feelings for each other. Now that Zhao Wuji had pressed him to the ground, he was filled with frustration and resentment. The students and teachers of Kanghui College were even more shocked. They didn't expect that these two guys who spoke rudely and had an arrogant attitude actually had a soul saint following them. The team leader Yes Haikia was even more bitter. Bullying the few with the many, bullying the small with the big eye. Zhao Wuji will also fight back. Zhao Wuji's majestic body suddenly rushed out, followed by a series of screams. When he returned to his original position again, Yes Haikia and 7 students including the female student had fainted. Everyone had a swollen slap mark on their face. They were slapped unconscious by him. Teacher Zhao Wuyu, you have to make the decision for me. You must not let them go. Ma Hongzhen was crying with snot and tears. His cheeks were swollen like a pig's head and there were many injuries all over his body. He was miserable. Okay, they didn't kill me, can I still kill them? Zhao Wuji said unhappily. He is no longer as reckless as he was when he was young. It sounds glorious to be wanted by the spirit hall back then. A dozen spirit emperors didn't catch him, but it's really hard to live in hiding for so many years and not dare to show off. Now that the wanted list has been lifted with great difficulty, he doesn't want to be wanted again. After killing the 8 people from Kanghui Academy today, there will be more people who will seek revenge on him later. He can't kill all the people in Kanghui Academy, right? He may have to flee to the Slaughter City if he does that. Ma Hongzhen's neck shrank and he dared not say anything more. Zhao Wuji retracted his momentum and looked at Tang San Dai Mubai and Bai Chen Iong, who had climbed up, and said coldly, you disappoint me very much. You watched your companions being bullied and didn't even have the slightest intention of helping to join forces against the enemy. How can you trust each other in the future? The 3 of them were silent with different thought. Dai Mubai never dared to turn his back to them. Bai Chen Iong didn't consider herself a student of Shrek Academy at all and was ready to run away. Tang San didn't care. The fat guy was asking for trouble and he didn't want to be implicated. If he hadn't been counting on Zhao Wuji to help him get the spirit ring, he wouldn't have bothered to listen. Zhao Wuji dealt with the people from Kanghui Academy and went back to rest. The SI people from Shrek Academy didn't have a meal and they also smashed the hotel. Fortunately, Kanghui Academy paid for it. Waiter, continue serving the dishes. Ma Hongzhen was not only lustful but also greedy. He couldn't stand not eating a meal. Although he was beaten miserably, Zhao Wuji dominated the whole scene and beat the Kanghui Academy. Lying down, he became even more arrogant. Yes. The waiter didn't dare to say more and hurried down to prepare the food. Grandpa, there is a hotel here, let's stay here. Just then a clear and pleasant voice came and 3 people walked in. Not far away, Wong Shenm and his group also stayed in a hotel opposite. In the Lu Yuri suite, Wong Shenm and several girls witnessed the beating of Shrek Academy. There was a big screen in front of him which looked like a TV broadcasting everything that happened in the hotel. This is a special soul guide. His mental power covered the lobby of the opposite hotel and he could transmit the picture to the soul guide and broadcast it on the screen. That fat guy is so disgusting. Fortunately, Unfortunately I didn't stay there to go to school. Ningfanggzi sat net to Wong Shenm holding one of his arms and looked at Ma Hongzhen staring at girls and felt extremely disgusted. Let's keep watching, there's more to come. Wong Shenm held Ningfanggzi to sit on his lap. This little witch was also a person who enjoyed watching the fun and was very interested in the fights between soul masters. When he saw the girl he couldn't help but smile. Anyway he was free so he might as well watch the fun. What a beautiful girl. Ma Hongzhen's eyes suddenly widened and he swallowed his saliva. His swollen face was covered with bruises and blisters which looked very ugly. The girl who walked in front of the three people glared at Ma Hongzhen fiercely. Seeing him in this state she immediately showed a disgusted look. Bai Chen looked at Ma Hongzhen silently and was speechless about his ability to commit suicide. He forgot the pain even though the scar was still on his face. Do you think that with Zhao Wuji around you can be domineering and bully men and women? She moved away silently fearing that the blood would splash on her. However, that older sister was really beautiful. She was always very confident about her appearance. Now she had to admit that the older sister was not inferior to her. The girl was 15 or 18 years old and looked very beautiful. She was accompanied by two elderly people, a man and a woman. They were all smiling and occasionally looked at the girl with kind eyes. Ma Hongzhen stared at the girl with his green eyes. A 15 or 18-year-old girl had grown very mature in Douluo continent. Coupled with her extremely beautiful appearance, her temptation to him was more than 10 times greater than that of the female students of Kanghui Academy who were only average in appearance. Even Oscar couldn't help but look at her a few more times and Dai Mubai's eyes were full of evil. Only Davis didn't show much interest. If you look at me again I'll dig your eyes out. The girl was disgusted by Ma Hongzhen's eyes. Looking at his ugly face that was swollen like a pig's head she felt sick in her heart. She glared at Ma Hongzhen fiercely and said threateningly. Ma Hongzhen chuckled a few times and said to Dai Mubai, Dai Lauer, this top-notch girl is quite fierce. How is it? Is your dick hungry? Dai Mubai hated the name Lauer very much. He glared at Ma Hongzhen and snorted, what's the matter? Do you still want me to teach her a lesson with my dick? Ma Hongzhen whistled, if I want to teach her a lesson with my dick it's your turn. Snake blade. As he was talking the girl rushed up with a face full of shame and anger. She turned out to be a great soul master. 2 yellow soul rings rotated and a snake staff more than a staff long appeared in her hand. The top of the snake staff was as sharp as a knife and she chopped at him. Ma Hongzhen screamed, beauty, are you so impatient to make love with me? He opened his mouth and spit out a line of feeny fire forcing the girl back. The girl was Meng Yuran. Just as she was about to continue the attack Dragon Lord Meng Shu stopped her and said calmly, young man, you have the strength of a great soul master at such a young age. Which sect are you from and who are your elders? We are from Shrek Academy, the fat man said proudly. While speaking his naked eyes stared fiercely at Meng Yuran. Chapter 183 Kicked the iron plate. Dragon Lord Meng Shu was stunned for a moment and a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes. Obviously he was not very familiar with the name Shrek Academy, but it seemed a little familiar. Shrek Academy? I don't think I've heard of it. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, that's because you are ignorant. To be honest, he was still very interested in this girl. Unlike the female student of Kanghui Academy, this girl was a top-notch girl. Although her appearance was slightly inferior to Zhu Zuqing, she was already a rare beauty with a good figure which made him salivate. At this moment he didn't want the fat guy to take all the limelight, so he spoke first. Anyway, the dean said that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, and he was just following the dean's teachings. With Zhao Wuji as his backup there was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't believe that 2 old men and old women would be more powerful than Zhao Wuji. Duke Long frowned and his eyes turned cold. He always thought that his granddaughter's talent was already outstanding, but the teenagers in front of him surprised him. Although they were not as good as the girls around His Royal Highness the Son of God at this age, they generally had the strength of a great soul master, or even soul master, which was very rare. With so many geniuses gathered together, it might be from some powerful force. If it was not necessary, he didn't want to make a feud with the powerful force for no reason. Old man, these little ghosts are very arrogant. The snake woman looked at Tianyang with a cold look. She was much more narrow-minded than Long Gong. She hated to see people bullying her granddaughter. Yes, grandpa, that fat guy and that golden retriever are so disgusting. I must teach him a lesson. Looking at these teenagers, Long Gong said in a deep voice, I'll give you another chance. It's not too late to admit your mistakes now. Dai Mubai smiled evilly. Wrong? What is wrong and what is right? The bigger the fist, the right. Defeat us first. Long Gong's face turned completely cold and he snorted angrily, a bunch of ignorant boys, come together. I will teach you how to be a human being on behalf of your academy. The fat man Ma Hongzhen smiled and said, remember, we are not human but monsters. Second soul skill, White Tiger, fierce light wave. Dai Mubai had already taken the lead and the second halo on his body shone brightly. The strong white light condensed into a ball and a round light bullet had already spewed out of his mouth. When Dai Mubai blew out the white tiger fierce light wave, Ma Hongzhen's long mohawk-style hair shook and the first soul ring shone brightly and a purple-red Fini fire line spurted out. A bunch of ignorant little things, let me teach you, when you go out being weak is not wrong, but being weak and causing trouble everywhere is the way to death. Boom! The snake woman directly summoned the snake staff martial spirit, 2 yellow 2 purple and 2 black SI soul rings hovering on the snake staff, the powerful momentum oppressing everyone to have difficulty breathing. Dai Mubai's white tiger fierce light wave and Ma Hongzhen's Fini fire line were directly defeated by the snake staff. Soul Emperor. Ma Hongzhen was surprised, but when he thought that Zhao Wuji was not only a soul saint but also a strong one among soul saints, his courage grew again. Everyone come together. First soul skill, snake binding. The snake lady waved her snake staff, shooting out SI black lights which turned into black snakes as thick as bowls in the air and entangled the SI students of Shrek Academy. Damn it! Tang San's face was gloomy. It was this fat guy who was causing trouble again. He had previously provoked a soul king and this time he had provoked a soul emperor. According to this trend, would it be time for soul saints and soul Douluos to appear? Net. The key point was that he was also implicated, whether he was willing or not. In the eyes of others, the SI of them were in the same group. Tang San stepped on the ghost shadow tracking step, quickly dodging the pursuit of the black snake and had no intention of helping Ma Hongzhen. Bai Chen Iong flew directly outside the hotel. It turned out to be from the Min clan. The snake lady took a look at her sharp-tailed swift martial spirit, narrowed her eyes and did not chase. The other few people were unlucky. Oscar was tied up tightly and screamed in pain. Ma Hongzhen had just blown up when the snake lady's snake staff hit his mouth. With a snap, his mouth was full of crushed blood. He fell to the ground and was stepped on by the snake lady. Davis's face was gloomy. He took a fierce look at Ma Hongzhen, who was wriggling like a worm under the snake lady's feet. He transformed into the white tiger King Kong transformation and cut off the black snake. It's the white tiger martial spirit, the Dai family of Xingluo. The snake lady recognized the martial spirits of Davis and Dai Mubai at a glance. She hesitated a little, but she didn't have much scruple. They are from the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire can't control them. Besides, as long as they don't kill these two guys, the Xingluo royal family will not come to them for revenge. They are not soft persimmon. The martial spirit fusion skills of the two can also compete with the titled Douluo. The snake woman started to use her soul skills and attack fiercely. The strength of the soul emperor level was not something Davis and Dai Mubai could contend with. In a moment, Davis half knelt on the ground and Dai Mubai was stepped on by her other foot, and Tang San had already escaped outside. He would not fight a soul emperor to death for Ma Hongzhen and Dai Mubai. His hidden weapons were still useful against those below soul king, but against soul emperors they needed hidden weapons ranked higher, which were not made at present. Two little things, now you know whose fist is bigger, right? The snake woman sneered. Meng Yuran came over with a look of relief and stabbed Ma Hongzhen's lower body with the snake staff in his hand. Stop! At the critical moment, Zhao Wuji fell from the sky again and the huge soul saint aura spread out, hitting the snake woman. Chao Tian Iong. Zhao Lang Iu lured her out of her den and blinded her. When Ma Hongzhen saw the savior coming, he immediately screamed and shouted angrily for Zhao Wuji to avenge him. Unfortunately, his teeth were broken by the snake woman, so he spoke with a slur and his voice became very strange. Boom! Zhao Wuji attacked the snake woman fiercely. Before she arrived, the powerful momentum had already forced Meng Yuran to retreat again and again, and the snake staff could not stab him. Dragon Lord Meng Shu's eyes turned cold and he immediately activated his martial soul. The powerful soul Douluo aura instantly forced Zhao Wuji to retreat. The 8 soul ring on his body lit up and the dragon staff turned into a golden dragon. With a bang, Zhao Wuji was knocked back and flew out, crashing through the wall of the hotel and falling outside. The peerless dragon and snake. Zhao Wuji's face was ashen, staring at the snake woman and the dragon lord couple. Akala Zhao Wuji, a soul saint who disappeared for more than 10 years and has recently become active again. I was wondering who they relied on to be so lawless. It turns out that it was you, the lawless teacher, who taught them. Dragon recognized Zhao Wuji at a glance. Zhao Wuji originally had a great reputation, and escaping from the encirclement of the spirit hall was not something that everyone had the ability to do. Recently, because he had been a stepping stone for Wong Shenm, as Wong Shenm's reputation spread across the continent, he was also entered the sight of everyone. At this time, Lord Long finally remembered why this Shrek Academy sounded familiar. It turned out to be the Suburban. On the other side, Ning Rongrong curled her lips. This Zhao Wuji is also a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He also said that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre and those who have big fists are right. When they meet people they can't afford to offend, they are still humble. Wong Shenmeng laughed. This is normal. There are too few people who are really hard-headed, not afraid of death, and who don't obey anyone. They can grow up. Most most of them were beaten to death in the process of contradicting the strong. If Zhao Wuji was really that hard-headed, he wouldn't have knelt down to apologize to me last year. Do you really think he keeps his promise and does what he says? If I wasn't stronger than him, he would have broken the contract long ago. Of course, if he is really a hard-headed person and dares to break his promise to me, then the best result for him now is to be locked up in prison. Chapter 184. Your Highness, are you here too? Long Gong narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Wuji, smiling but not smiling. Children are ignorant, that's because adult don't teach well. If adult don't teach well, the lower beams will inevitably grow crooked. Teacher Zhao Wuji, don't you think this is true? Zhao Wuji's face was ugly. Long Gong almost pointed at his nose and scolded him for being crooked. According to his temper, if he was someone less powerful than him, he would make the other person dead or disabled today. But he looked at the dragon staff in Long Gong's hand and then looked at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were half dead under the feet of the snake woman, and he had to endure his anger. According to the rules of the Soul Master world, when encountering a conflict, just fight directly. If you win, everything will be fine. If you lose, just admit defeat. He had already lost to Long Gong, so he had to admit defeat. Even if the other party mocked him, he could only endure it. Senior Long Gong said, it is our fault in this game of Shrek Academy. We did not teach our students well. Seniors are magnanimous. Please do not argue with children. Long Gong said calmly, of course I will not argue with children, but these two are full of foul language and insult my granddaughter, so I can't just let it go. Yi Ran, how do you think we should punish them? Meng Yi Ran said bitterly, Grandpa, that fat guy is too disgusting and too vulgar. I don't know how many girls he has harmed. I think we should just castrate him. Okay then, castrate him. The snake woman sneered and raised the snake staff to stab Ma Hongjun's lower body. Don't. Ma Hongjun was terrified, screaming and struggling desperately, but was stepped on by the snake woman and could not move. Zhao Wuji said hurriedly, Senior Snake Woman, if you castrate him, it is equivalent to killing him directly. This punishment is too severe. The sharp snake staff of the snake woman stopped above Ma Hongjun, and she was puzzled and said, I just castrated him. How is it equivalent to killing him? Could it be that this kid has reached the point where he can't live without a woman? If he is so lustful, he should be castrated, and it will also eliminate a great harm to the world. Zhao Wuji said hurriedly, he really can't live without a woman, but it's not entirely lustful. His martial soul has mutated and there is an evil fire in his body. If it is not vented for a period of time, he will be burned to death by the evil fire. If you castrate him, he can't find a woman to vent, and it won't be long before he will be burned by the evil fire. Burned to death. Snake woman narrowed her eyes somewhat unbelieving and looked at Bai Chen Iong. Little girl of the Min family, is what Zhao Wuji said true? I think you are young and should be more honest. Don't lie to me, an old woman. Bai Chen Iong nodded. Senior Snake Woman, although Ma Hongjun is vulgar and wretched, he seems to have evil fire in his body. Snake Woman nodded. Forget it. If that's the case, then don't castrate him, but you two must apologize to my granddaughter, and your attitude must be sincere. Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Senior, don't worry, the two of them will definitely apologize. Snake Woman moved her feet away from Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's faces. The two struggled to stand up, feeling extremely frightened, and without saying a word they bent down 90 degrees to Meng Yuran, and their heads almost touched the ground. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said, Miss Meng, I'm a bad mouth. Don't bother with me. I apologize. Ma Hongjun's mouth was swollen like a sausage and he couldn't speak at all. He nodded. Meng Yuran mocked, seeing you guys are so arrogant, I thought you were tough. It turns out you're also bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Grandpa, Grandma, I don't want to live here anymore. Let's move to another place. Okay, let's change hotels. Long Gong and Shipo were very obedient to their granddaughter. Since the granddaughter didn't want to live here, of course they had to move to another one. Long Gong and his family of 3 left, and Zhao Wuji and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wuji glanced at this group of troublemakers and he was very angry. He stared at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai viciously, wishing he could eat them. He felt that these students were simply disasters. Last year he stood up for Dai Mubai but was kicked on the iron plate and forced to kneel down and apologize. Today I stood up for Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, but I got hit on the back foot again. Although he was not forced to kneel down and apologize, he was still ridiculed and mocked. He lost face and felt very aggrieved. Whoever causes trouble for me in the future, solve it yourself. Don't expect me to help you. Leaving a cold word, he went to rest with a depressed look. He wanted to sleep a long time ago, but he was disturbed one after another. His patience had reached its limit. He made up his mind that if anyone caused trouble for him again, he would make him pay for it before others could do anything. What a bullshit. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. There has never been a moment like now making him hate this sentence so much. Tang San and his group have not eaten yet. The meal was full of twists and turns. He was also annoyed. His disgust for Fatty had reached the limit. He wished he could use poison to mute his stinky mouth or blind his eyes that looked at girls everywhere. there. Thinking of this, Tang San suddenly had an idea. With his poisoning skills, if he really attacked Fatty, no one would be able to detect it. But after a moment he temporarily calmed down his thought. After all, he would have to use poison in the future and he might be suspected, so he decided to forget it for now. The fat man had a mouth full of broken teeth and a swollen mouth. He couldn't eat at all, so he begged Oscar to accompany him to find a healing spirit master outside. Without Ma Hongjun, the troublemaker Daimyo was taught a lesson and finally had a peaceful meal. On the other side, Long Gong Shipo and Meng Yuran came to a nearby hotel to stay. Meng Yuran was a little depressed and murmured, "I don't know if His Royal Highness the Holy Sun and the others have arrived. I told you to leave early but you insisted on waiting. Now maybe they have already entered the Xingda Great Forest." Hearing his granddaughter's complaints, Long Gong hurriedly said, "Yuran, believe Grandpa, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun and the others will definitely not be that fast. Grandpa has calculated that their speed is much slower than ours and they have to go around. Although they leave first, they should arrive at the same time as us." Just then a person came down from upstairs and greeted them. "Senior Long Gong, Senior Shipo Yuran, see you again. Your Highness, you are here too?" When Meng Yuran heard this haunting voice, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her pretty face. She looked up and saw Wong Shenm coming down from upstairs, smiling and greeting them. "Your Highness." Long Gong bowed his hands. "How about us, Yuran? Grandpa is right, you will definitely meet His Highness in the town." Dragon Lord looked at his granddaughter proudly and asked for credit. "Grandpa, you are so accurate in your calculations, so amazing." When they really saw the person, Meng Yuran was a little shy again, lowered her head and played with the corner of her cloth. Dragon Lord said, "When did His Highness arrive?" Wong Shenm said, "Just a little earlier than you, and haven't entered the Stardo Great Forest yet. Will we meet together tomorrow?" "Okay, I'd love to," Dragon Lord said happily. Chapter 185 Love Business. Early the NET morning, Wong Shenm and his group set out with Long Gong and the other two, and they happened to meet Shrek and his group outside the forest. Zhao Wuji came up to greet him with a stiff upper lip. "Your Highness, are you going to the Stardo Great Forest too?" He didn't show any resentment, mainly because the gap in strength was too big and the other party's status was high enough, so kneeling down was not that embarrassing. Besides, the wanted issue was solved, so it wasn't a complete loss. Wong Shenm nodded and said, "Yes, there are two girlfriends who are getting spirit rings in the Xingda Great Forest. Let me take a look." "Two girlfriends?" Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched lightly. He was already numb to this guy's romantic love. What made him speechless was that this guy seemed to like snatching other people's favorite object. There were a total of SI students in their Shrek Academy and half of them were snatched by this guy. And it seemed that the object that Dean Flanders had a crush on also fell into this guy's arms, which made the Dean very sad. He looked at Long Gong Meng Shu again. His face was a little stiff and he forced a smile. "Senior Long Gong, do you know His Highness?" Meng Shu smiled and said, "Teacher Zhao Wuji is really flexible," which makes the old man look at him with new eyes. "Yes, His Highness and I have known each other for a long time and we are preparing to go into the forest together." As they said this, Tang San saw Xiao Wu again. Seeing that Xiao Wu did not pay attention to him, he clenched his hands and his nails pierced into the flesh. Tang Yuahua pulled Tang San aside, took out a savings card from the soul guide and said to Tang San, "Xiao San, auntie doesn't have anything good to give you. I just made a little money these years. Here are 100,000 gold soul coin. Take it." 100,000 gold soul coins? Tang San suddenly opened his eyes wide. This was an unimaginable astronomical figure for him. He worked hard as a blacksmith in Notting City, and with the Soul Master subsidy he received, he only saved 600 to 700 gold soul coins in SI years. Besides, he had already spent most of his money after paying tuition, living expenses and medical expenses for Daimyo Bai. He was very tight on money now. He wanted to refuse. This aunt who suddenly appeared was with Wong Shenm and he didn't want her money, but looking at the shiny savings card he couldn't say no. His hand seemed to be out of control and he took the card with trembling hands. Aunt, thank you," Tang San said a little awkwardly. If he admitted that the other party was his aunt, then what was Wong Shenm his uncle? He felt very humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. Tang Yuahua gave him too much. "I can't refuse." Tang Yuahua smiled with satisfaction. She wanted to resolve the grievances between her second brother's family and her man, otherwise she would be very embarrassed to be caught in the middle. Moreover, this was also for the sake of her second brother and Xiao San, so that they would not lose their lives in vain. The second brother couldn't convince her for a while, but Xiao San was still young and should not have such a great hatred for Xiao Meng, so it might not be impossible to change him. Tang Yuahua said softly, "Xiao San, you stay in Shrek Academy and practice well, and don't think about Xiao Wu. She is not someone you can think about. There are many good girls in the world. Why do you have to hang on a tree? What kind of girl do you like? Auntie will introduce you to one later." But she already knew Xiao Wu's identity. 100,000-year soul beast transformed. Is that something that ordinary people can bear? Look at what happened to the second brother back then. In the end even the sister-in-law left the second brother and threw herself into Xiao Meng's arms. Xiao Wu is even more so. If she hadn't been with Xiao Meng she would have been killed by a titled Douluo to obtain soul bone. How could she live so freely? Xiao Wu's identity is no longer a secret among the top leaders of the major forces. They dare not make plans when she is with His Highness, but if it were Tang San the consequences would be needless to say. Even Tanghao couldn't protect her. Tang San clenched his hands tightly and anger surged in his heart. What does it mean? Could it be that these 100,000 gold soul coins are the price for him to leave Xiao Wu? He wanted to smash the savings card in Tang Yuahua's face. Is he Tang San such a money-grubbing person? His first love is only worth 100,000 gold soul coins? Tang San's hands trembled as if he was throwing his anger back, but he was a little reluctant. In these two lives combined he has never seen so much money. It's easy to throw it away, but it's not easy to make it back. How many hidden weapons do you have to sell to earn 100,000 gold soul coin? The key is that he is now a nobody and he can't find a buyer for his hidden weapon. He dare not oppose too much to the slightly stronger forces, fearing that he will be robbed. If you think it's too little, I'll add another 100,000. The price is that you don't have to think about Xiao Wu anymore. Wong Shenm came to Tang San at some point, looking at him with a smile. He wanted to see if Tang San, who thought he was deeply affectionate and pure, would sell his love for a little money. 100,000 gold soul coins were just a drop in the bucket for Wong Shenm, and it wouldn't increase Tang San's strength much. At most he could make some hidden weapons which the spirit hall had already studied thoroughly. Moreover, this was also an idle move. He suddenly thought, if Tang San was bought and tamed by himself in the future and no longer hostile to the spirit hall, then what would Shura God do? You, who do you think I am? Tang San stared at Wong Shenm angrily, but his heart was pounding. Wong Shenm said regretfully, that's a pity, but are you sure you don't want it? Let me tell you, this Xiao Wu is already mine. She doesn't love you. You can't snatch her back. Rather than losing both her and her money, it's better to take the money and make a break from now on. Tang San gritted his teeth and roared in his heart, Xiao Wu, I need strength. Only with strength can I save you. I am not selling love. I am a temporary compromise. With money I can practice better and can save you faster. I really don't sell feelings for money. Everything I do is for you. He hypnotized himself again and again in his heart, and then he believed it. First took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, be nice to Xiao Wu in the future, otherwise I won't let you go. Wong Shenm said lightly, then what is your position for not letting me go? After receiving the money today, you and Xiao Wu will break up, and whether I treat her well has nothing to do with you. I protect her as Xiao Wu's brother. Isn't it okay? Tang San gritted his teeth. So you agree? Tang San's face was dark. Give me the money. You are very good. Actually, we don't have any hatred. It's just Xiao Wu's problem. Now this problem has been solved. I am your uncle after all. If you have any difficulties you can come to me. Fuck uncle. Tang San cursed in his heart. Wong Shenm said to Tang Yuahua, give him 200,000. Although Tang Yuahua was a little shocked that Tang San betrayed his love, she felt that he was too cold and self-interested, but she was relieved. Xiao Wu is a beauty who brings disaster. She is not strong enough and has a bad status. Whoever touches her will be unlucky. It is a good thing that Xiao San can draw a clear line with her. She took out another savings card which also contained 100,000 gold soul coins and handed it to Tang San. Tang San held the two cards and immediately put them into the soul guide to hide them. He felt heavy around his waist, which made his chest stand up unconsciously. Chapter 186 Feeny Tail Coxcomb Snake. Tang San took 200,000 yuan and promised not to miss you anymore. Wong Shenmen's words made Xiao Wu stunned. Although she hadn't had time to develop any romantic feelings for Tang San, she thought of Tang San saying that he liked her but sold out the so-called love for money. For the first time she felt that she had never really understood Tang San. Let him be, it's good this way, Xiao Wu said indifferently. If Tang An didn't bother her she would save a lot of trouble. I didn't expect Tang San to be such a person. Wong Shenm didn't deliberately hide the conversation with Tang San. Everyone heard it. Regardless of what they thought in their hearts, at least they all despised him. Tang San, that kid is really a profit-seeking person. Today he can sell love for 200,000 yuan. Tomorrow he can sell friendship for 100,000 yuan, and the day after tomorrow he can sell family affection for 400,000 yuan. Such a person is selfish, heartless and unrighteous and cannot be deeply befriended. David commented lightly and then continued, yesterday in the fight in the hotel he was the only one who ran fast. He had no intention of fighting side by side. I have long seen that this guy is an out-and-out villain. Ma Hongjun had a mouthful of broken teeth yesterday. He spent a lot of money to hire a healing spirit master to heal heal the injury and the lost teeth grew again. Hearing this he looked at Tang San with resentment. I knew this bastard was not a good thing when I saw him the first time. I was beaten twice and he watched coldly. Don't give me a chance or I will kill him. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with cold light and he was also full of resentment towards Tang San. Every time he saw Tang San he remembered the miserable state of being nailed with hidden weapons all over his body that day, and then his anus would ache slightly. When he approached he would think of the nightmare again and then the whole person would be unwell. Okay, let's continue on our way. Zhao Wuji returned to the Shrek Si and greeted them. Okay teacher Zhao. Everyone didn't dare to say anything more in front of Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao was in a bad temper today. He was very angry about the incident that happened last night. He cursed at every turn which made all the students silent. On the other side Wong Shenm and his group also walked in another direction, but he left a mark on Tang San so that he could sense his direction and general location at any time. Alas, Xiao San is not like his father and he doesn't have the heroic spirit of his second brother. After Tang Yuahua met Tang San twice she had her own judgment on the character of this nephew. What heroic spirit does Tanghao have? You are influenced by the halo of your childhood. Tanghao is just a villain. If you really understand what he did you won't think he is a hero. A Yin said lightly. Tang Yuahua frowned. She didn't know what happened between the second sister-in-law and the second brother, but a Yin obviously hated and even hated Tanghao and ignored Tang San. They met twice and had no intention of recognizing each other. She was too lazy to argue with a Yin. What else could she say to a woman who had changed her mind? No matter how much reason there is, it is meaningless because women are not creatures that can reason. Of course she herself is also a woman who has changed her heart, but she still has a brotherly love for her second brother and she is grateful for the care that her second brother took when they were in the sect. Dragon Duke was surprised and said, Tanghao, is it Haoshan Douluo Tanghao? Is that child named Tang San actually the son of Haoshan Douluo Tanghao? Wong Shenm said, it is Tanghao's son. Dragon Duke thought about it and felt relieved that he did not seem to hurt the child yesterday. Snake Woman said, it turned out to be Tanghao's son. No wonder he has such good talent. He is already a great soul master at the age of 12 or 13. Those children have good talent. Wong Shenm said, the one with the best talent is the food type soul master. Food type soul masters with innate full soul power are rare from ancient times to the present. Food type soul masters with innate full soul power. That Oscar? Everyone was shocked and Ningfanggzi claimed. As an auxiliary spirit master she knew how rare it was to have an auxiliary spirit master with full innate spirit power. It's not that they are very powerful, but the probability of their appearance is really small and their spirits are not much worse. Wong Shenm smiled and said, it's Oscar. Don't look at him being timid and without dignity in front of Davis, but his talent is much better than Davis. It's just that he has no fighting power and dares not resist Davis. Dragon Duke claimed, I didn't expect that the small Shrek Academy would have such an outstanding genius. Since your highness knows that his talent is so outstanding, why don't you recruit him to the spirit hall? Wong Shenm smiled and asked back, why do I have to recruit him to the spirit hall? Dragon Duke was stunned and smiled bitterly. Yes, there are so many geniuses in the world. Compared with your highness, all geniuses are dim. Not to mention your highness, even the ladies are all top talents and Oscar is not indispensable. Wong Shenm smiled indifferently. Why didn't he recruit Oscar? No other reason. I don't like him. He only likes pretty ladies and has no interest in men. No matter how talented he is, he can't catch his eye. Besides, he doesn't like Oscar. In the original novel, Oscar under the influence of Tang San has nothing good to say about the spirit hall. He is against it from beginning to end. He also receives the spirit hall's spirit master subsidy while cursing the spirit hall. As a civilian spirit master, his spirits are all awakened by the spirit hall. He is a typical person who eats meat while cursing. The group searched the forest for a while and soon found a target. There is a finny-tailed cock-crowned snake over there about 500 years old, which is very suitable for urine. Wong Shenmen's mental power is extremely huge and his eyesight is far beyond anyone else. He soon found a target. In his sight, a flying snake is moving through the forest. The snake doesn't fly high and can only fly forward about 3 meters above the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head which looks bigger than its head and is bright red like blood. The tail is quite special and fan-shaped. The snake lady Chao Tianyang's eyes lit up. Finny-tailed cockroach snake. This kind of soul beast is quite rare. The flesh crown on its head has many wonderful functions. Still, this soul beast is indeed very suitable for you. Wong Shenm said, everyone come here. As he said, he pulled Tang Yuahua and Ningfanggzi, 2 burdens, and quickly rushed to the location of the finny-tailed cockroach snake. Everywhere he passed, all obstacles were bounced away by the powerful soul power pulling Tang Yuahua, who only had the 9th level soul power. Ningfanggzi, who has a level 26 soul power, also strolled leisurely. The others hurriedly followed and after a while they stopped. A SI or 7-meter-long finny-tailed cockatiel. The snake lady said with satisfaction. The finny-tailed cockatiel itself is non-to-IC and is a rare powerful non-to-IC snake. It attacks by wrapping its body around the enemy to suffocate it. The attack method is very simple but the speed is very fast. The snake entanglement I used yesterday came from the finny-tailed cockatiel. It can split into more than 10 flying snake and entangle the enemy tightly. It is a powerful control soul skill. Chapter 187 Beast Tide. Yan Yuan, are you satisfied with this finny-tailed cockatiel? If not, let's find another one. Wong Shenm didn't think the finny-tailed cockatiel was so great. The soul beasts he absorbed were all the top bloodline beings. If it were him, he would look down on the finny-tailed cockatiel. Not only him but also Zhu Zuking and Dugayan absorbed soul rings later, which were also from top soul beasts much stronger than the finny-tailed coxcomb snake. Meng Yuan was very satisfied. As for this finny-tailed coxcomb snake, I think it's very good. Okay then. A faint flash of color flashed in Wong Shenmen's eyes and the finny-tailed coxcomb snake rolled its eyes and fainted, falling directly to the ground from the air motionless. Thank you, Your Highness. The snake woman thanked with a smile on her face. Although this finny-tailed coxcomb snake doesn't seem to be particularly powerful, it is difficult to catch in the forest because it can fly. In the original book, the snake woman and Meng Yuan chased the finny-tailed coxcomb snake, who was not sure whether it was this one for a long time and was finally snatched away by Oscar. Thank you, Your Highness. Meng Yuan suddenly kissed Wong Shenm boldly on the face and then took out a dagger with a shy face and stabbed it into the head of the finny-tailed coxcomb snake. Dugayan snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with Meng Yuan's behavior. She dared to seduce their husbands in front of them. Isn't she too disrespectful to them? Yes. Feeling the pain from Qingwei's waist, Wong Shenm pretended to be in pain, holding Ningfanggzi and Dugayan's hands with his backhand, playing with them calmly. Heart ghost. Ningfanggzi glared at him unhappily and looked at Meng Yuan with a very unfriendly look, but Meng Yuan had already started to absorb the soul ring. After a few hours the absorption was almost complete. Wong Shenm suddenly said to Xiao Wu, when you arrive at the Xingde Great Forest, if you want to go back, go back. Return to the hotel where we stayed last night within 10 days and meet there. Xiao Wu said happily, okay, I'll go see Daming and Erming. As he said that, he waved to everyone and jumped away. Wong Shenm was not worried about Xiao Wu's safety. When she was very young she crossed the Xingde Great Forest and walked thousands of miles to Notting College. This Xingde Great Forest is her home. As long as she wants she can contact Daming and Erming at any time, and soon the two licking beasts will come to pick her up. Dragon and Sheepo looked at Xiao Wu in surprise and then thought about it. They also heard from the grapevine that His Majesty the Son of God has a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. They don't know if it is kept in captivity or what it should be. This little girl. Although the temptation is great, the two of them dare not make any plans and even dare not show any intention in this regard. Wong Shenm said to Lord Long, Senior Lord Long, I'm going to find two people. Let's part ways for now. Lord Long glanced at his granddaughter, who had already absorbed all the energy, and said, I'll stay in the town for a few days. We'll meet after His Highness comes out. Okay. Just as he was talking, a roar of bees suddenly came from the forest. For a moment the nearby soul beasts were terrified and fled everywhere, forming waves of terrifying bees. This is a 100,000-year soul beast. Lord Long was horrified. From that voice he heard an incomparable terrifying will. Even he felt palpitation. It was definitely a powerful instance that was completely superior to Soul Douluo. You guys go out quickly, I'll take you out. The Xingde Great Forest is not safe anymore. Yanzi, take Yuan with you. Go out as soon as possible. I'm going to find Lingling and Erlongja so that nothing happens to them. After Wong Shenm finished speaking, he held Tang Yuahua in one hand and Ningfanggzi in the other and said to Zhu Zuking and Zhu Zuyun, you two hold me tight. Yeah. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking hugged his waist from the left and the back. Wong Shenm spread his colorful butterfly wings and flew quickly out of the forest. A Yin's 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone has the ability to fly. Dugayan also spread his wings and reluctantly said to Meng Yuan, come on. Meng Yuan had not yet recovered from the joy of being promoted to Soul Master and encountered a beast tide. At this moment he could not care about competing with Dugayan and hurried over to hug Dugayan's waist. Thank you, Madame Dugu. The snake woman was also very good at handling things. The call of Madame Dugu made Dugayan smile and her resistance to Meng Yuan was reduced. When Wong Shenm deliberately slowed down, Ayan and Dugayan were able to keep up, but the snake woman and Long Gong were far behind. My grandpa and grandma, they will be fine, right? Meng Yuan said worriedly. Wong Shenm comforted him, don't worry, your grandpa and grandma are together. Unless you are unlucky enough to meet a 100,000-year soul beast, there will be no danger. That's right. Meng Yuan was relieved and looked at the wings behind mind Duguyan with some envy. Is this an eternal soul bone? She knew Duguyan was very happy. Guyan is the granddaughter of poison Douluo Dugabo. Her martial spirit should be the green-scaled snake. How could she have wings? Then it can only be the legendary soul bone. An hour later Wong Shenm led everyone to fly out of the forest. Along the way they were attacked by flying soul bees. However, before they got close they were all pulled into the illusion with a glance from him, and a high-altitude plane crash was staged. Wong Shenm sent them all the way back to the hotel where they stayed last night. Before leaving he grabbed a handful of plate crystal hair crystal dragon whisker needles for each girl. This hidden weapon is the simplest. Even the dumbest people can learn it after just one look. The rest is the problem of accuracy, but the power is extremely extraordinary. In the original work in the hands of Tang San at level 29, even Zhao Wuji, who opened his martial spirit, was broken. Wang Shenmeng thought about it and secretly left a tube of rainstorm pear needles for Zhu Zuyun and Du Guyan. This is the top instance among the machine pondade hidden weapon. It does not require very sophisticated technique. It is a foolproof hidden weapon that anyone can use. But the power of this hidden weapon far exceeds that of the plate crystal hair crystal dragon whisker needle. As long as the timing is right, it can kill even a titled Douluo and soul saint will die when they see it. Wang Shenmeng was also just in case. There are all kinds of people outside the Stardo Great Forest. If someone takes advantage of his absence to have ulterior motives, then these two supreme hidden weapons will teach them a lesson. Of course, ordinary small fish and shrimps are not their opponent. With their strength, if they join forces, anyone below the Soul Emperor will have to kneel. You should know that Yin's cultivation speed in the ice and fire Yin Yang I is super fast, and now he is already a soul sect. Together with the soul venerable Zhu Zuking and Meng Yuran and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower amplification, his strength is definitely not weak. Take care to protect yourself. I'll be back soon. Wang Shenmeng settled the girls and disappeared directly in their reluctant eyes. When he went back, he directly activated the teleportation soul skill, flashing dozens of miles in a flash. After several flashes he entered the place he left and began to search for Yelingling's whereabouts. Chapter 188 8 Spiderland. The beast tide in the forest continued. Countless low-level soul beasts were frightened by the previous deafening beast roar and then fled madly to other places. This was the real cause of the beast tide. Wang Shenmeng knew that the beast roar was made by Ming and it should have been received by Xiao Wu. He carefully sensed that Yelinglin had a spiritual imprint planted by him. As long as he was within a certain distance he could sense her breath. This distance increased with the improvement of Wang Shenmen's strength. At present it was only a few hundred miles. If he became a titled Douluo it might reach 1,000 miles. After becoming a god, as long as he was still in Douluo continent he could clearly feel it. Although the Xingdu Great Forest is very large with a radius of more than 1,000 miles, the area gets smaller as you go inward. For Wang Shenmeng, who has telepathy, finding someone is not as easy as looking for a needle in a haystack, and his speed is extremely fast. He passes through the forest like a shadow. A large number of soul beasts can't even see him clearly, let alone attack him. An hour later Wang Shenmeng suddenly stopped and landed quickly in one direction. In a hidden cave Yelingling and Lu Erlong were hiding inside. Yelingling asked worriedly, Sister Erlong, when will this beast tide dissipate? Lu Erlong said, this beast tide is more like the low-level soul beasts being frightened. The sudden riot should not last long. When the fright subsides it will stop. She comforted him, don't be afraid. Even if it can't stop for a while I can still take you out of the forest. As long as you don't encounter 100,000-year soul beast or are surrounded by 10,000-year soul beasts you can come and go freely. Lu Erlong is very confident. Her strength is no longer what it used to be. Although she hasn't obtained the 8 soul ring with the 80-level soul power and the top martial soul, she is not afraid of soul beasts under 100,000 years old. Even if she can't beat them she can run away. Just then there was a sudden movement outside the cave. The cave entrance they built with earth and stones was actually being pushed down. Yelingling said nervously, Sister Erlong, has a soul beast discovered us? Lu Erlong looked solemn. Hide in the corner. Yes. Yelingling also knew that she was a burden, so she quickly shrank in the corner, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible and not add burden to Sister Erlong. Boom! The big rock at the entrance of the cave cracked directly. Lu Erlong was directly possessed by the martial spirit, waved her dragon claws and a large ball of fire blasted towards the entrance of the cave. Then she pounced over and grabbed it with her sharp dragon claws. Unexpectedly the fireball was directly sucked into a huge blue void and her own dragon claws were also held by someone. With a strong pull she fell into a warm embrace. Lu Erlong was furious and suddenly she smelled a special masculine scent in her nose, so familiar that it went deep into her soul, making her whole person excited. Her body softened and she hugged the man with her backhand. Bad guy, you only know how to tease me. You didn't even call me when you came. She gently punched Wang Shenmen's chest with her little fist and said coquettishly, but her little mouth had already kissed him. I haven't seen him for a while and my heart has long missed him. Under the sudden surprise I couldn't suppress the surging emotions in my heart. Sister Erlong. Yalingling was dumbfounded. It was already dark and the light at the cave entrance was difficult. She couldn't see the face of the person who came, but she vaguely saw Sister Erlong and that person hugging and kissing each other. What's going on? Did Sister Erlong find a new love? No, it's impossible. Sister Erlong is not that kind of person. That means there is only one. The result is that her man is here. Yalingling ran out from the corner in surprise, and when she got closer she saw that it was indeed the man she had been thinking about day and night. Husband. She also hugged him from behind, her face pressed against Wong Shenmen's back, and her heart immediately calmed down just like a ship in the wind and waves arriving at the harbor. About an incense stick later 3 people came out of the cave, and the big and small beauties all had blushing cheek and smiling faces, holding Wong Shenmen's arms on the left and right. What's going on with this beast tide? There is no sign. Lu Erlong asked. Wong Shenmeng said Xiao Wu's 2 companions came to pick her up, which scared the spirit beasts outside and caused them to riot. Lu Erlong suddenly realized Xiao Wu. By the way, why did you come to the Xingde Great Forest? Wong Shenmeng said, I'm worried about your safety, so I came to see the situation. Haven't you found your 8 spirit ring yet? It's okay, I'll help you find it. Lu Erlong said Lingling's spirit skills are Phi-ed, but the spirit ring is simple. As long as the age and quality are qualified, any spirit beast is the same. My fire dragon martial spirit is a bit troublesome. It must be a sub-dragon beast, but the sub-dragon beast martial spirit is relatively rare and takes more time. Wong Shenmeng nodded. He took Lu Erlong and Yalingling around in the forest for a while and suddenly said, wait for me here for a while, I'll be back soon. Without waiting for Lu Erlong to ask, he flew away. What? So mysterious. Lu Erlong muttered and took Yalingling to a safer place, waiting patiently. Wong Shenmeng sensed that Tang San was nearby, so he went to see what was going on. He flashed to a few dozen miles away and saw Tang San sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing spirit rings with a ferocious face. Not far in front of him, the corpse of the human-faced demon spider that had been dead for a long time was lying there. Judging from its eyes and appearance, it was estimated to be more than 2,000 years old. Could it be the same human-faced demon spider in the original book? This luck is too good, right? Or is it the restorative power of the plot? He remembered that in the original book it was because Er Ming took Xiao Wu away that Tang San was targeted by the human-faced demon spider while chasing Xiao Wu. However, because the human-faced demon spider was in an injured state, it could only use the spider web binding 3 times and it was used up, so it was killed by Tang San. The situation at the moment was surprisingly similar to the original book. There were scars left by other spirit beasts on the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. Tang San was obviously picking up a leak again. Besides, Tang San seemed to be separated from Zhao Wuji and the others. Could it be that he was affected by the beast tide? It can only be said that Tang San is indeed a son of luck. He can still get the human-faced demon spider even in this situation. The protagonist's aura is too strong. Wong Shenmen's mental power radiated, covering Tang San and the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. After careful sensing, he indeed noticed that a ball of energy was transferring from the corpse of the human-faced demon spider to Tang San. Wong Shenmeng immediately grabbed it without hesitation and grabbed the ball of energy in his hand. Under the night, the ball of energy showed its true face. It was a strange soul bone like a small spider with 8 sharp spider legs emitting a faint mysterious light. Even the eternal soul bone plotted, this luck is really against the sky. It is worthy of being the protagonist. The drop of the eternal soul bone is full of coincidences, less than 1 in 10,000. With Wong Shenmen's ability to get so many soul bones, he has only obtained 3 eternal soul bones so far, which shows how difficult it is. Chapter 189, Flame Valley. Wong Shenmeng glanced at Tang San. Although Tang San looked very miserable and seemed to be about to burst, if he looked closely he would find that the most dangerous time had passed. In fact, if he wanted to, he could kill Tang San by interrupting his soul ring absorption process. But Wong Shenmen's current opponent was the god of Shura. Tang San was just a chess piece. If he was disabled, the god of Shura would probably transfer him to someone else and revive him. At that time, hiding in the dark would be difficult to guard against. And Wong Shenmeng was also worried that if Tang San was gone, the god of Shura would be so angry that he would try every means to let Tang Chen directly inherit the position of the god of Shura. Even if he couldn't do this, he could let Tang Chen come out and overturn the table and directly use him to bring him out of the blood sword of Shura, open the god of Shura in the blood sword and kill the people of the spirit hall. Wouldn't that be the end? Now he has no confidence that he can resist the divine thoughts of the god king, so Tang San has to keep it and give the Azura god hope that he can rely on Tang San to turn the tables so that he will have scruples and will not break the jar. jar. After Wong Shenm took Tang San's eternal soul bone, he did not stay any longer and went straight back to Lu Erlong and Ye Lingling. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. You came back so soon? Lu Erlong was surprised but did not ask him what he was doing. Although she has a hot temper, she is indeed a standard love brain. Once she chooses a man, she will be sincere and unconditionally good to him and will not suspect that the other party is doing bad things. Let's go and help Sister Erlong find a sub-dragon beast. Wong Shenm did not say much. He was going to give the eternal soul bone to teacher Bibi Dong. Those fairy herbs no longer have much effect on her, but the eternal soul bone 8 spider lance is a perfect match. The soul-devouring spider emperor has the ability to devour and poison, and the 8 spider lance happens to be good at these two things, which can be said to complement each other and fit perfectly. I believe that after the teacher absorbs it, he will definitely be able to upgrade the 8 spider lance to a level close to that of a divine weapon in a short period of time, and even if the energy is sufficient, it is not impossible to directly become a divine weapon in advance. It goes without saying how powerful a divine weapon is. In the original novel, Tang San killed many, titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall with the Sea God Trident. Ghost Douluo Gaimei was killed by him. If he had used another weapon, he would not have killed the 95th level Super Douluo instantly, but the Sea God Trident possessed the power of God and could restrain ghosts, killing him on the spot without any struggle. Thinking of the Sea God Trident, Wong Shenm thought of the Sea God again. He had not touched the Vasi universe cover until now because he knew that the Sea God divine thoughts were hidden in it, and he was not willing to get close to it, otherwise if the Sea God attacked him he might be killed. In the original novel, the Sea God attacked Tang San many times when he was in danger. Bibi Dong was almost killed by the Sea God's divine thoughts hidden in the Sea God Trident in the Star Do Great Forest. If she was not strong enough, the Sea God divine thoughts had limited residual power and could not continue to use big moves, she would probably have died on the spot. Later Qian Ren Yui chased Tang San, and Tang San was desperate. It was the Sea God divine consciousness in the Sea God Trident that jumped out and repelled her. Then Tang San was killed, and the God of Shura used Ningfanggzi and Oscar to come down and resurrect him. It can be said that these gods have no moral integrity at all. When they lose, they can do anything before they are strong enough. Wong Shenm does not want to get close to them. However, the Sea God is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Qian Ren Yui wants to become a god, and the Sea God will inevitably sabotage it. On the one hand, the Sea God and the God of Shura are in cahoots, and they can even accept sharing a successor. They are fellow travelers. On the other hand, the Sea God and the Angel God have always had grievances which can be traced back to before he became a god. One dominated the continent and the other dominated the sea. Does the Sea God not want to go ashore? It is completely because the Angel God did not give him a chance. If he had the faith of humans, he would not have worked so hard to subdue the thin and scattered faith of the soul beast in the sea, and spent thousands of years and almost exhausted his lifespan before becoming a god. Now that the Angel God is obviously in trouble, the Sea God will definitely take revenge. Wong Shenm led Lu Erlong and Ye Lingling through the forest. His mental power is huge, and he has the special ability of the butterfly martial soul to sense the environment through powders, so he can cover a radius of dozens of miles and sense the general situation. His search efficiency is several times higher than Lu Erlong. There are many types of sub-dragon soul beasts, but not many of them are suitable for you. The first choice is of course the fire attribute sub-dragon, followed by the wood attribute, and the earth attribute is also good. Wood produces fire, fire produces earth, and the soul skills must be good. The thunder attribute is also very good. The thunder and fire from the sky and the earth gather together, and the power is extremely grand. Wong Shenm is very familiar with soul beast knowledge, and he has done his homework in advance and knows the general distribution location of sub-dragon beast. He continued to analyze. As for the fire attributed sub-dragon beast, there is a Yan Valley near the south. It is said that there lives a blazing red dragon, which is a fire attributed sub-dragon beast and is also a very powerful instance among soul beasts. There is also a white armored earth dragon which is under the Wanhe cliff, and the blue-blooded blue dragon is in the giant forest in the east. As for the thunder dragon, it is in the big swamp in the east. These are basically them. Let's look for them one by one. Lu Erlong nodded repeatedly. She did her homework before coming here. Wong Shenm told her everything he knew, but these places were not so easy to find, and she was a little afraid to provoke them alone. Those sub-dragon beasts were in groups. If she fell into a siege, she would be in danger. Let's start with Yan Valley. If there is a fire dragon of the right age, that would be the best. If not, look for other sub-dragon. Lu Erlong naturally had no objection and listened to Wong Shenm in everything. Let go. I'll take you there. Wong Shenm held two beauties in each hand, and the bright red 8 soul ring under his feet flashed. The 100,000-year soul skill Void Flash Escape was activated. In an instant the void switched and the three of them appeared dozens of miles away. I'd better fly. The 100,000-year soul skill consumes too much soul power. Wong Shenm immediately spread his wings and flew through the sky with his two wives at a very fast speed. For flying soul masters, flying is almost instinctive and the soul skills consumed are very little. With the speed at which Wong Shenm devours the energy of heaven and earth to replenish soul power, there is no consumption at all. Even the consumption of the soul skill of Void Flash Escape, activated many times before, can be slowly replenished. He also wants to maintain his peak state. It is very likely that he will face a group of sub-dragon beasts later and he will have to catch a sub-dragon soul beast of tens of thousands of years old. It is not easy. If there are more sub-dragon soul beasts of tens of thousands of years inside, they will besiege an ordinary title. Douluo will have to retreat. Wong Shenm dare not take it lightly. Flying in the general direction around dawn, they finally found the so-called Flame Valley. It was a huge underground crack, but the crack was very deep. What flowed inside was not groundwater but boiling magma. The scorching temperature came out of the crack, turning the surrounding area into a huge furnace. There was no grass growing within dozens of miles, forming a dead end. Even above the crack, a flying soul beast accidentally passed by and was directly vaporized. That's it. I feel that there is a target we need inside. Wong Shenm landed on a bare mountain in the distance with the two women looking at the deep red crack from afar. Chapter 190 Dragon Slaying. In the rift below there is a 60,000-year-old blazing red dragon. It should be the Dragon King of this sub-dragon group. If you want to take it down, you must be besieged by the dragon group. Wong Shenm hesitated for a while. The 60,000-year-old Dragon King is as powerful as an ordinary titled Douluo. With a group of inferior fire dragons, it is not easy to deal with. He thought for a moment and said, "You two hide here. I'll go to the Rift Valley and see if I can catch him by surprise. If not, I'll lure him out and then take action." Lu Erlong Guanan said, "Then you should be careful. Safety is the most important thing. If it is difficult to do it, then we can look for other soul beasts or red dragons of lesser age. It is not necessary to take this Dragon King. Don't worry, I know my limit." Wong Shenmen's mental power enveloped the Rift Valley and the infinite demon eye saw everything inside clearly and then suddenly activated his martial soul 7 black and 1 red soul rings, which made Lu Erlong and Yalingling amazed again. At the same time, the powerful aura had already alarmed the dragons in the Rift Valley. The Red Dragon King, who was originally sleeping in the magma, suddenly opened his eyes and roared in his direction. The momentum on his body burst out and the dragons followed suit, pretending to be facing a great enemy. Escape in the void. The red 8 soul ring flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The NET moment he appeared beside the Red Dragon King. Immortal body. The moment he appeared, countless attacks rushed towards him, most of which were powerful fire spirit skills and a few were physical attacks such as the dragon claws and tail of the red dragon. But Wong Shenmen's whole body suddenly became ethereal and transparent and all the attacks passed through him and could not hurt him. Blade of God Slaying. The 5th spirit ring flashed and a golden glow appeared in Wong Shenmen's eyes. The huge mental power turned into a golden giant sword in the void and slashed towards the Red Dragon King. Ang! The Red Dragon King let out a painful roar and his whole breath shriveled. His body shook and he almost fell to the ground. Blade of God Slaying. Wong Shenm launched the first attack without hesitation. He was now in a state of nothingness. Except for mental spirit skills, he could not launch energy spirit skills and physical attack, but the God Slaying blade was enough. Although it consumed a lot of mental and soul power, it was an unstoppable move. Moreover, in the state of immortality, others could not hit him and he could attack the enemy at will. It was the most rogue way of fighting. When the God Slaying blade was launched for the second time, the Red Dragon King's spirit was hit hard again. The light in his eyes became dimmer and his whole body staggered as if he was drunk, attacking randomly. Infinite Demon Eye. The colorful light flashed in Wong Shenmen's eyes. The Infinite Demon Eye attracted the power of the 7 emotions and SI desires. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the Red Dragon King's mental power was close to collapse, the anger in the Red Dragon King's heart was infinitely magnified, making it lose its mind in an instant, leaving only endless anger and murderous intent. Boom! The Red Dragon King's powerful attack was indiscriminate, falling on the surrounding dragons, and several red dragons were killed immediately and the rest hurriedly dodged. Wong Shenm could not maintain his immortality, so he immediately removed his immortality and activated his 3rd soul skill, Great Wild Butterfly Divine Transformation. He hid himself and watched the Red Dragon King go crazy and kill his own people. Ordinary red dragons did not dare to attack the Dragon King. Led by those 1,000-year-old red dragons, they could only flee and rush out of the Rift Valley like birds and bees. Under the interference of Wong Shenmen's dream magic and mental power, the Red Dragon King only wanted to kill all the enemies who dared to provoke him. At this time, in his eyes, everything that could move was an enemy. It chased out of the Rift Valley and chased after several of the red dragons. After leaving the Flame Valley for a distance and the 1,000-year-old red dragons disappeared. Wong Shenm suddenly appeared in front of the Red Dragon King again. 7th Soul Skill Martial Soul True Body SITH Soul Skill Yin Yang Sword. As his 7th and SITH soul rings flashed, a dreamlike colorful butterfly appeared in the void in an instant. As its wings vibrated, endless dream power emanated, and all the soul beasts around who saw the butterfly fell into illusion. The two long antennae of the butterfly suddenly turned into two sharp giant swords, one black and one white, more than 10 meters long. The rich yin-yang power lingered on the two swords, making the white sword as blazing as the sun and the black sword as cold as black ice, and the shoulders crossed and chopped down. In an instant the Red Dragon King let out a miserable howl, and the entire dragon body was almost cut in half from the waist. The deep sword mark almost cut off its spine, but it did not die for a while, struggling and roaring on the ground, and the gushing dragon blood gathered into a small pond on the ground and instantly burned like kerosene. As epected of the Soul Beast King, second only to the real dragon, the quality of this Dragon King is not inferior to the Titan giant ape, and its defense is even more powerful. Even the yin-yang sword can't cut it in two with one sword. Wong Shenm praised his SITH soul skill. Yin-yang sword came from the Supreme Butterfly and the Emperor of Moth, the Emperor Moth yin-yang butterfly, and he also got the yin-yang static field. This Emperor Moth yin-yang butterfly is a super soul beast born from the combination of Yinchuan Emperor Butterfly and Yang God Moth Emperor. Although it was only tens of thousands of years old when it was killed, the difficulty of hunting it is almost more than that of 100,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for the help of the teacher, he would be powerless. But the benefits are also obvious. Not only did he get a powerful field, but the soul skill yin-yang sword he got was the one with the strongest attack ability among all his soul skills. Even the 60,000-year-old Red Dragon King with the strength of a titled Douluo was almost cut off by a sword. If it were an ordinary titled Douluo, he would be killed directly by such a sword. At this time the Red Dragon King had been severely injured and had almost no power to resist. The body that was almost broken into two pieces could no longer allow it to exert 1/10 of its combat power. Blade of God Laying. Wong Shenm launched a mental attack again, but this time he did not launch it with full strength, only exerted 1/3 of his strength, and the Red Dragon King fainted directly. Dreamland Open. Wong Shenm plane ed. In addition to the martial soul's true body, his hands formed strange fingerprints on his chest, his eyes were hazy and chaotic, and a virtual world that seemed to be an illusion shrouded him, directly taking the unconscious Red Dragon King in. Roar. At this time the other red dragons had already noticed something was wrong. The 10,000-year soul beasts were all intelligent, and the red dragons were the most powerful soul beast, second only to the real dragon. The wisdom of the 10,000-year soul beasts was no worse than that of human. Realizing that something had happened to the Dragon King, the 10,000-year red dragons flew over frantically and attacked Wong Shenm. Swoosh. The third soul ring on Wong Shenm's body flashed and the whole person disappeared. In the blink of an eye he came to the hiding place of Lu Erlong, and Yelingling hugged the two directly, and the 8th soul ring flashed and the void flash escape was launched. The net moment he appeared dozens of miles away. Even though the battle didn't last long, Wong Shenm still consumed a lot of energy after launching his ultimate move. Fortunately he finally escaped from the encirclement of the dragon group, otherwise it would be a headache to be surrounded by the dragon group. Xiao Meng, are you okay? Lu Erlong and Yelingling asked with concern. It's okay, it's just that my soul and mental power are a bit consumed. I'll recover first. After Wong Shenm finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. He is a cautious person. As long as conditions permit, he will try his best to keep himself in a complete state and will not wander around with low blood. Chapter 191 Huge Gain. Half an hour later Wong Shenm restored himself to his peak state. Sister Erlong, I have taken down the Dragon King. You can absorb this soul ring. Wong Shenm waved his hand and a gap opened in the illusory dream soil. A huge red Dragon King over 60 meters long appeared on the ground, instantly crushing a large area of towering trees. This is the Red Dragon King. Did you succeed? After Lu Erlong was surprised, he was deeply confused. He didn't know where such a huge Dragon King was hiding. It was impossible to store soul guide. The best storage soul guides only had a few dozen cubic spaces. How could it be possible to enlarge a Dragon King whose lower body was more than 60 meters long? Wong Shenm saw the doubts of the two people, smiled and said, I have practiced a special soul skill that can form a dimensional space. It is no problem to accommodate the Dragon King for a short time. He didn't lie, just a little bit different. The dream world was born in his dream. With the power of the mind as the source and the spiritual power as the foundation, the dream world of birth and death was stabilized, and then the foundation of yin and yang and the 5 elements was added, gradually evolving into a virtual world like a mirror. Of course, truth and falsehood are relative. Although compared compared with the real world, the dream world is illusory and unreal. If you are in the dream world, you can't feel the falsehood and will regard it as a real world. The so-called upside-down dream, the state is created by the mind, is this principle. Similar to the Buddhist, 4 elements are empty. All the laws are like dreams and bubbles. In the eyes of the awakened, all the world formed by the combination of the 4 elements are upside-down delusions, false and unreal and empty. But for the sentient beings living in them, they take the false as the true and cannot see through the false and the real. Wong Shenm is still far from the realm of countless worlds being born and destroyed in one thought. His dreamland is still very simple, and now it is only filled with yin and yang and the 5 elements. It can initially interfere with the real world slightly. If you want to turn the false into the real, there is still a long way to go. As for the legendary Amitabha Buddha, who derives hundreds of thousands of worlds from a dream, and each world is divided into hundreds of thousands of incarnations, and all the people in all the worlds are him and not him, that kind of incredible realm, he is not even qualified to look up to it now. After all, his dreamland is still an extremely crude virtual world. It is okay to plant some plants, but animals and people cannot stay for a long time, otherwise they will be virtualized by the virtual world and cause irreversible damage. Only when it is truly opened up into a dream world and can evolve all things in the real world and become indistinguishable from the real world can it be truly regarded as a world that can be lived in for a long time. Wong Shenm guessed that this is probably the most critical step in becoming a god, a great leap from a mortal to a creator, and once successful, it is definitely not an ordinary little god. Lu Erlong did not ask much and immediately possessed the martial spirit and hit the unconscious Red Dragon King hard. The Red Dragon King is just a sub-dragon similar to a real dragon, but only has 3 claws and only 1 dragon horn on his head. Although his defense is strong, after he fell unconscious he still cannot resist Lu Erlong's strongest attack. He wailed and died directly. A circle of dark soul ring floated out and Lu Erlong quickly sat on the ground, pulled the soul ring into her body and put it on the fire dragon martial soul. Boom! The huge fire energy poured into her body, making her feel severe pain. However, soul Douluo can already withstand soul rings of more than 50,000 years. With the quality of Lu Erlong's martial soul, although the 60,000-year-old Red Dragon King is very powerful, it is not very dangerous. Therefore Wong Shenm was very relieved and protected her by the side. At this time he had time to ask Ya Lingling, what soul beast is your 4th soul ring from? Ya Lingling said it is a 10,000-year-old mistletoe. After absorbing it, my soul power has increased to level 43. Wong Shenm nodded and said, although mistletoe is not the top soul beast, it is safer to absorb because of this. Moreover, this plant is evergreen all year round, has strong vitality and has a strong reproductive ability. It is very suitable for you. Ya Lingling said yes, precisely because mistletoe is not particularly strong to dare to absorb the 10,000-year-old one. If it was a very powerful soul beast, I'm afraid I couldn't bear it. Wong Shenm said, your martial soul curse has been lifted and it is already the top martial soul on the continent. You have also absorbed the Crimson Pearl Immortal Grass, which greatly improved your physique, martial soul and foundation. You have also absorbed the 55,000-year-old Bloodthirsty Thorn Soul Bone I gave you. Although the 10,000-year 4th soul ring is still dangerous, it can still be endured as long as it is not a particularly powerful soul beast. Ya Lingling was full of joy and said affectionately, it's all your credit. Without you I would still be a soul master living in depression and pain every day. It's great to meet you. She gently held Wong Shenm's hand and leaned into his arms. The two sat quietly on a stone slab talking about everything that happened after they separated. Ya Lingling continued, the mistletoe also dropped a piece of right arm bone which I have absorbed. The attached soul skill is parasitic ability, which has a strong restraining effect on all beast martial spirit. It can directly parasitize on the martial spirit, absorb the soul power and blood essence of the soul master to grow into a new mistletoe. The effect is very powerful, but it has no effect on weapon martial spirit. It's a very good soul skill which is a great supplement to your weakness of not being good at attacking. The 10,000-year soul bone is also very good. Wong Shenm was very satisfied with this. The key point was that this soul bone appeared with Ya Lingling's soul ring and the compatibility was almost 100%, which could minimize her overall quality and bring the power of soul skills to the extreme. Although it was only 10,000 years old, the parasitic ability of mistletoe was more difficult for beast martial souls to resist than the soul skills of some tens of thousands of years old soul bone. Besides, a 10,000-year soul bone was already very precious. If it was placed outside, it would not be bought with money. It could already become the inheritance of most forces. For the two who met again after separation, time passed quickly. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Erlong finally absorbed all the soul rings. Boom! A huge momentum emanated from her body, and her strength, which had been stuck at the bottleneck of level 80 for several months finally rose sharply again. Feeling the several fluctuations of momentum, Wong Shenm immediately understood that Lu Erlong's soul power had increased by at least 2 levels, about 2.5 levels, and was still a little short of level 83. When he absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, he only increased by more than 4 levels. It was already very good that Lu Erlong could increase by 2.5 levels. Wong Shenm looked at the huge corpse of the Red Dragon King for a while and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab it. A soul bone with a brilliant red light suddenly flew out from the dragon spine of the Dragon King that was almost cut off. Sister Erlong, you are so lucky. It turned out to be a 60,000-year-old torso soul bone. Wong Shenm held the soul bone in his hand and even he sighed at Lu Erlong's good luck. Among the SI soul bones, the trunk bone ranked first, the most important and the rarest, with a pitifully low drop rate, far more precious than the soul bones in the limb. At the same time, the trunk bone also has the greatest impact on the improvement of the soul master's strength. The 60,000-year-old Red Dragon King's trunk bone is extremely rare even in the spirit hall, enough to attract all the titled Douluo. Wong Shenm knew that it was his yin-yang sword that almost cut off the Red Dragon King's dragon spine, causing him pain deep in his soul so that he would drop the extremely precious trunk bone before he died. Hey, he actually dropped the trunk bone. Lu Erlong was also excited. With trembling hands picked up the trunk bone and looked at it for a long time and suddenly said, Xiao Meng, such a precious soul bone, you absorbed it. Wong Shenm looked into her eyes, which were full of sincerity without any pretense, and she really gave him this priceless treasure without hesitation. He felt a little warm in his heart and said softly, don't refuse, you have absorbed the soul ring of the Red Dragon King and this soul bone is a perfect match for you, which can greatly improve your strength. I will give you 2 arm bones and even allow you to challenge the titled Douluo within a few years. As for me, I have a plan and the torso bone will be available soon, don't worry about me. Okay. Lu Erlong is willing to give everything to the one she loves without any hesitation, but she is also more traditional. She instinctively obeys her man's words. Seeing Wong Shenm say this, she had to give up. She was also excited and sat on the ground to absorb the soul bone. Chapter 192 Visitors from Xingluo. The process of absorbing soul bones was not dangerous and was completed quickly. Lu Erlong's aura fluctuated again and her momentum increased greatly. Her soul power increased to level 83, close to level 84. Under normal circumstances, absorbing soul bones will not increase the soul power level by much, but her 8 soul ring and torso bone come from the same soul beast, and it is a blazing scale red dragon that is 100% compatible with her, which has increased her soul power by 1 level. How is it? What soul skills have you obtained? Wong Shenm asked. Lu Erlong said happily, 2 soul skills. The torso bone is a defensive soul skill, the blazing scale guard dragon armor, which can resist the attack of any 8-ring soul skill, and the 9-ring soul skill can also weaken the power by 50%. As she spoke, a red flame suddenly ignited on her body. In addition to her clothes, she was covered with a set of fiery red armor. The armor was made up of countless dragon scales and powerful flames glowed on it. The 8 parts of the helmet, neck guard, shoulder guard, battle robe, chest guard, bronze mirror, battle skirt and combat boots were all available, which was both gorgeous and powerful. Wong Shenm's eyes lit up and he claimed it is worthy of being the most precious top-level torso bone. This soul skill is really powerful. With your strength and the defense and attack capabilities of your martial soul, with this soul skill even a titled Douluo can compete with you for a short time. There is no rival among the soul Douluo. Lu Erlong's martial soul has, after reaching the top level, the flame has almost reached the level of the ultimate fire after being improved by the fairy grass and the soul ring and soul bone. Although it is only level 83, a combat power is really very strong. What is the soul skill obtained by the soul ring? Lu Erlong said happily, it is an attack soul skill called Hell Flame Dragon Strike. All soul power turns into a blazing fire dragon. The power is almost as strong as the full strength attack of the killed Red Dragon King. Even as my soul power increases, the final power is much stronger than the full strength attack of the Red Dragon King. After all, my martial soul is much stronger than the Red Dragon King. Wong Shenm said the full strength attack of the blazing Red Dragon King is almost as strong as that of an ordinary strong attack titled Douluo. This soul skill can now catch up with the Red Dragon King. It is really amazing. This is also related to the fact that your fire dragon martial soul is too strong. Well, I am also a soul Douluo. If there are enemies in the future, I can also help you fight them. Lu Erlong was satisfied. The gains from this trip far exceeded her psychological expectations. Congratulations, Sister Erlong. Ya Lingling was also happy for Lu Erlong and a little envious of her powerful fighting ability. It was a pity that her own 9-star begonia martial soul only had one function. No matter how much soul ring she absorbed, she was destined to have have no chance to fight in this life. Congratulations Lingling, you have gained a lot. Lu Erlong looked at Wong Shenm. Shall we go back now? Go back. Wong Shenm waved his hand and picked up the body of the Red Dragon King. This is a 60,000-year-old sub-dragon beast, and it is also a sub-dragon king. Its body is also very valuable. At least the meat is not only delicious but also very helpful for soul masters, which can enhance physical fitness. For fire soul masters it can also increase the speed of cultivation. Wong Shenm said that it cannot be wasted. In fact, he can also absorb the fire energy in the Red Dragon King's body to increase the age of the soul ring. But after absorbing the power of the Fire Dragon King in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, his soul rings reached a minimum of 70,000 years, and the seventh soul ring, which was even higher, had reached 99,999 years. But so many high-age soul rings put a great burden on the body, and it was almost at the limit of his body's endurance. Now Wong Shenm is trying to strengthen his physique, preparing to create a set of body refining exercises and then to do an ice-fire alchemy body. After cultivating an indestructible body, he will upgrade all soul rings to 100,000 years. After collecting the body of the Red Dragon King, he suddenly sighed. I don't know how Ziyan is doing. After I go back later, I will take time to go back to Wuhan City. You all should go back with me. Wong Shenm originally arranged for Ningfanggzi to get soul rings with Lu Erlong and Ya Lingling, but unfortunately they were invited away by the Pope's edict as soon as they arrived in the town. Without Wong Shenm by her side, she dared not disobey the imperial order and could only go back obediently. Lu Erlong's face changed and he said coyly, I'd rather not go. What should I say to her when I see her? That she naturally refers to Pope Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong were originally rivals in love, but now he is together with someone else's apprentice. Isn't he going to be laughed at? Well, you guys wait for me in the town for a few days. I'll take you back after I deal with the teacher. Wong Shenm also knew that he couldn't not go back this time. The teacher was probably very angry and hiding was not a solution. Anyway, he is like this now. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Can the teacher still do anything to him? Lu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he would inevitably have to face it in the future, it would be better to delay it as much as possible. It's not too late to worry about the future later. Ya Lingling didn't care, but since Sister Erlong didn't want to go, she naturally didn't go for the time being, so as not to have less people and not have the confidence to face that. Hu Lina, let go. Wong Shenm took the two and flew out of the forest. Just when Wong Shenm was helping Lu Erlong get the spirit ring, several uninvited guests came to the town outside the forest. Zuyun Zuking, what's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? The middle-aged man in the group said with a complicated look. Chanbo Chang Lao, why are you here? Zuyun, who was walking outside with her sisters, looked at the two of them and said in surprise. Zhu Ken said, I came here with Elder Chang and Elder Dai. When we heard that you were here, we invited several flying soul emperors to bring us here as quickly as possible. Zuyun frowned and said, are you here for me? Hehe. Zuyun Zuking, you have trampled the reputation of the Xingluo royal family into the mud. I used to be your teacher and feel deeply saddened by this. I am also ashamed of your self-degradation. The old man was Elder Chang, who was the teaching committee member of Xingluo Royal Academy Chang Qinli. A few years ago he took Davis and Zuyun to the Xingdu Great Forest and was severely stepped on by Wong Shenm. Zuyun, who are they? Du Guian frowned as the women stood behind Zuyun. Zuyun said, they are from Xingluo Empire. Kenbo is my elder. Chang Lao is the chief of the teaching committee of Xingluo Royal Academy. His status is about the same as Meng Shenji's teaching committee of Tiandu Royal Academy. I don't know the others. Humph. Zuyun, I am Dai Xinglei, the distant uncle of the current emperor and the royal family of Xingluo Empire. There were SI people in total. The old man Dai Xinglei, who was the leader, snorted coldly. Zuyun Zuking, you are so bold. As the fiancé of the prince of Xingluo Empire, you are not faithful to your husband and throw yourself into the arms of another man, letting the emperor. The whole country is ashamed of this. His Majesty the Emperor hopes that you can return to the country to continue the engagement, and His Majesty can forgive the past, otherwise the Xingluo Zhu family will be implicated because of you. Zuyun sneered, you are daydreaming. We sisters have long been His Royal Highness the Son of God. How dare you snatch His Royal Highness the Son of God's woman? Dai Xinglei said angrily, what a shameless woman. It is obviously you who are shameless. The son of the Spirit Hall snatched the Imperial Prince's wife, and now you are shamelessly blaming it on us and making us snatch his woman. Humph. His Majesty has already written to the Pope to protest against this matter. His Majesty said that we should take the person back by ourselves and she will not interfere. Now that the Son of God is not here, you should go back with us obediently. Zuyun and Zuking's faces changed. What does His Holiness the Pope mean? Doesn't he accept them? They also understood vaguely in their heart. From Ningfanggzi they knew that His Holiness the Pope had a strong position possessiveness for His Highness. The original purpose of sending Ningfanggzi to follow His Highness was to keep an eye on His Highness and prevent him from getting together with girls, but they didn't expect His Highness to be too strong. Ningfanggzi not only failed to keep an eye on him but also got himself involved, which made His Holiness the Pope's idea bankrupt. It is conceivable that His Holiness the Pope must have a bad impression of the two sisters who followed His Highness first. If the Douluo Empire takes them back, the Pope will definitely be happy to see it happen. With the Pope's statement, the Douluo Empire became bolder and dared to send people to find them, but still picked at the time when His Highness is not here. Perhaps in their eyes their sisters are His Highness's toys and they should be tired of playing with them for so long, so they should not make a big fuss for them. Once the facts are established, they can soften their stance and say some nice words to get His Highness's forgiveness. By taking their sisters back, they can save the face of the Douluo royal family and avoid becoming a laughingstock. But Zhu Ziyun believes that His Highness will not abandon them. They know how good His Highness is to them. Forget about anything else, the priceless fairy grass. If they are not His Highness's women, they will never get it. Therefore she is not worried at all and said coldly, I will not go with you. I advise you not to waste your thought. While His Highness is not back yet, you can still leave. Otherwise when he comes back it will be difficult for you to go back. Humph, if you don't accept the toast you will be punished. Dai Xing looked unhappy. He hated these two bitches who made the Douluo royal family lose face. He shouted angrily, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for bullying the weak. As he spoke, the white tiger martial spirit possessed him and 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black appeared under his feet and he rushed towards Zhu Ziyun. Chapter 193 Blatant counterattack. Bullying the weak, so shameless. Just then an old man shouted angrily and 2 figures came down. Grandpa! Meng Yuan shouted excitedly. Bang! The dragon head cane turned into a long dragon and directly repelled Dai Xinglei. The peerless dragon snake, this is my Douluo Empire dealing with internal affairs. It has nothing to do with you two. Don't bring disaster to yourself. Dai Xinglei looked at the dragon lord Meng Shu and the snake lady Chao Tianyang, who fell from the sky with a fearful look on his face. He the two Misu are His Royal Highness's people. His Royal Highness is a good friend of our couple. When His Royal Highness is not here, how can we allow you villains to harm His Royal Highness's family? Dragon Lord and Snake Lady had already opened their soul rings and blocked Zhu Ziyun and Zhu Zuking in front of them, saying lightly, Thank you two seniors. Zhu Ziyun said gratefully, You're welcome. His Royal Highness's affairs are our husband and wife's affairs. With us here today no one can take the two Misu away. Peerless dragons and snakes, since you want to meddle in other people's business, I want to see what you are capable of. Dai Xinglei waved his hand. Mr. Chang, let's go together. Zhu, can you personally take action and capture the sinner of your Zhu family? Chang Qinli immediately displayed his spirit avatar and transformed into a giant python. Wherever he passed the ground shook and the mountains trembled. He attacked the snake lady and her husband. Dai Xinglei transformed into a white tiger and launched a powerful attack on Lord Long. Lord Long and Lord Snake immediately activated their spirit fusion skills and the dragon and snake became one. They fought the two soul Douluos with great power. Zuyun Zuking, alas, you have betrayed your engagement with the two princes. His Majesty is furious and very dissatisfied with my netherworld Grand Duke's mansion. If it weren't for the Queen's plea, my Zhu family might have been confiscated. If you two care about the family's upbringing, come back with us. After listening to Zhu Kan's words, Zhu Zuyun sneered, Uncle Ken, don't treat Zuyun as a child. Although the Zhu family is a minister of the Dai family, they are also indispensable allies. Without our Zhu family to cooperate with them to form the martial soul fusion technique, the strength of the Dai family will at least drop by 1/3. As long as our Zhu family does not rebel, the Dai family will never turn against us. She said seriously, Uncle Ken, what's wrong with Zuking and I following His Highness? After all, we are the daughters of the Zhu family. Isn't it a good thing for the Zhu family to get in touch with the Wuhan Hall? Ordinary people know that eggs are not put in one basket. Why does the Zhu family have to be tied to the Dai family? Zhu Kan's face changed drastically. He looked at Dai Xinglei with fear and smiled bitterly. Zuyun, you are really difficult for Uncle Ken. Forget it, I won't interfere in this matter. If His Majesty the Emperor wants to blame, then blame him. Dai Xinglei saw Zhu Kan retreating without preparing to attack and immediately flew into a rage, saying coldly, Zhu Kan, you have disappointed me. You guys take these two, take them down. The three middle-aged men rushed towards Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking immediately after hearing the word. After the spirits were possessed, they were all soul emperors. Moreover, their spirits were familiar, sharp-tailed, swift. The prescions of Duguyan and others changed. They knew that the Min family and Tanghao were colluding, so why were they met up with the Douluo Empire? Could it be that Tanghao and the Douluo Empire were also colluding? Don't be afraid. The sharp-tailed swift family has weak attack power. In addition to its vast speed, it has little combat power. Today we sisters work together. What is there to be afraid of the Soul Empire? Emperor. After Duguyan finished speaking, the spirit was possessed immediately. Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing, a Yin and Meng Yuran all started the combat mode. Only Tang Yuahua retreated far away. In addition to worrying, she was a little envious of them. The 7 treasures turned out to have colored glaze. The 7 treasures are famous. One is strength. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Ningfanggzi summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower immediately to amplify the sisters. Several balls of light fell on Zhu Zuyun and others, instantly amplifying their strength and speed by 30%. Ningfanggzi's face turned pale and she was almost drained, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. The 3 soul emperors were shocked to see that these girls were so powerful at such a young age. However, the soul emperor and the soul sect were 2 realms apart and they did not think they could not defeat each other. Black Jade Thunder Thorn. Just when they didn't take the girls seriously and flew over their heads carelessly preparing to play cat and mouse, Yin suddenly flew up from the ground. The Black Jade Blue Silver Spear in her hand with a 900% bonus increased her strength and speed by 30% overall and used the 4th soul skill of 10,000 years and used all her strength to strike. The attack power was super strong and the peerless killing move that flashed like lightning and thunder instantly pierced into the mouth of one of them and the tip of the spear pierced out from the back of his head. How is it possible? The man looked at Yin in disbelief and fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! The other 2 were stunned. What did they see? A soul sect killed a soul emperor in seconds. Although this soul emperor's combat power was very ordinary and his defense was fragile, he was 2 realms apart. He didn't know that Yin's martial soul had reached the peak of the human world, far surpassing the spine-tailed swift. In addition to the 900% bonus and the extremely sharp Black Jade Blue Silver Spear, the average fragile soul emperor might not be able to withstand it, not to mention that she stabbed him unexpectedly from the mouth. Yin, good job. Duguyan was overjoyed and flew in the sky. The poison rain of the Xian Shui Black Dragon martial spirit began to fall all over the sky. Several sisters had taken the antidote and were unharmed. Although the powerful black water poison dragon venom could not cause fatal damage to the 2 soul emperors, it also affected them. They felt slightly dizzy and their breath suddenly dropped. Zhu Qing, let's go too. The 2 sisters have not been idle during this period. With the help of Wong Shenm, they have also created a martial soul fusion skill. The 9 life spirit cat and the yellow spring spirit cat merged and transformed into the unprecedented 9 nether god cat. In an instant, Zhu Zuyun, who was in charge, soared to the level of Soul King and then turned into a ghost body and disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he had come behind one of the soul emperors. The whole person turned into 9 and a chain like the 9 nether river appeared in each person's hand, wrapping around him from all directions. The powerful 9 nether ghost energy entered the body and the chain seemed to lock the soul, causing the soul emperor to shudder. The whole person fell into great pain and even the operation of soul power paused for a moment. Black Jade Thunder Thorn. A Yin who had cooperated well in training for more than half a year was waiting for this moment of soul power stagnation. A shot like lightning and thunder pierced directly into the chest of the soul emperor after he was weakened to the extreme. Meng Yuran, who helped Duguyan to contain another soul emperor, was knocked away and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But the soul emperor was not happy at all and his eyes were full of fear. What kind of monsters are these? Why do they have such terrible strength? 3 soul sects, 2 soul lords and a great soul master actually killed their 2 soul emperors in a short time. Although the soul emperor's combat power is poor, he is still a soul emperor. No matter how poor he is, he can't imagine that he will be defeated so easily. He was terrified. He didn't have any offensive soul skills. All his soul skills were about flying and speed. He turned around and ran without saying a word. Where are you running? Infinite Ouroboros. The sharp-tailed swift have the fastest speed in the world, but no matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than the light of soul skills. A black light circle flashed in the void and the soul emperor was strangled by Ouroboros. At the same time, the poisonous rain poured on him and the tuins penetrated into his body from the 7 orifices and pores, making him even weaker. 9 nether soul prisoner. Zhu Zuyun used the same trick again and came behind the soul emperor silently with the ghost body and then directly turned the 9 nether river into a chain to suppress the soul emperor for a moment. Black Jade Thunder Thorn. A Yin used up all the remaining soul power and once again pierced the soul emperor's throat like lightning that broke through the sky. Ningfanggzi's face was pale and her soul power was completely consumed. She sat down softly on the ground, but she was extremely excited. They had almost crushed and killed 3 soul emperors. She still couldn't believe it. Chapter 194. Tanghao came and Tanghao escaped. How is this possible? Dai Xinglei was shocked. He and Chang Qian in the battle against the dragon and snake couple, they were suppressed by the opponent. There was no way. The dragon and snake martial soul fusion technique was too powerful. He originally hoped that the 2 of them would hold the dragon and snake couple back and the 3 soul emperors and Zukin would take the opportunity to take Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing away by force, but he didn't expect Zhu Kan to disobey orders directly, and the 3 Soul Emperors were killed by a group of little girls from the other side. Dai Xinglei couldn't believe it in his heart. They were 3 Soul Emperors. Even if they were not good at fighting, they were still quick attack Soul Masters. Their realm was there, but they were killed by a group of Soul Sect and Soul Venerable. He no longer dared to underestimate the group of girls. Judging from their performance, each of them was a peerless genius. Even the Zhu sisters showed talents and strength far beyond what they had in the Xingluo Empire last year. At this time he finally realized that these 2 girls who made the Xingluo royal family lose face were probably not just the playthings of the Saint's son. Otherwise how could they be willing to put so much effort into training them? He felt a little tricky for a moment, but things had come to this point and his side had also lost 3 Soul Emperors. It was difficult to back down. If he went back in disgrace, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Just as he was hesitating, a blood light suddenly descended, turning into a tall figure wearing a blood-red hood grabbing A Yin. Be careful! The faces of Long Gongshi Po changed drastically. This person appeared without any sign. Judging from his aura, it was like a deep sea which made them tremble with fear. He was definitely a peerless strongman, but such a strong man attacked a young girl, which was shameless. Long Gongshi Po and his wife wanted to stop them, but they were entangled by Dai Xinglei and Chang Qunli, and they couldn't help showing an uneasy look. Tanghao. A Yin recognized the man under the blood-red hood at a glance. Although he was covered tightly and his aura had changed a lot from the past, and he used a strong, fierce and tyrannical aura, A Yin still recognized him. She wanted to escape but was locked by the powerful aura and could not move. She watched the hand grab her shoulder. Bang! There was a sound of a mechanism and there seemed to be a continuous flash of light in the void. Tanghao under the blood-red hood showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, but the moment he suddenly groaned. The whole person was shaky, his breath was chaotic and his face was pale. How is it possible? He roared, and unexpectedly under the unknown hidden weapon 27 poison needles were shot into his body in an instant and he was directly injured. Although he was careless, the terrifying power of the hidden weapon still frightened him. It is not clear whether the other party has such a cruel hidden weapon. If it comes again, he dare not guarantee that he can withstand it. Tanghao could no longer care about A Yin at this time. He suddenly attacked with the clear sky hammer, fiercely smashing down at Zhu Zuyun, who released the hidden weapon. He had already torn his face with Wong Shenm, and now he had inherited the god of killing. When he saw these women who were close to Wong Shenm, his killing intent suddenly rose and he could not restrain himself, and he was about to kill them immediately. Don't do it, second brother! Tang Yuahua cried out in the distance, her face full of horror. Tanghao turned a deaf ear to it. A trace of anger towards Tang Yuahua flashed in his eyes, and the clear sky hammer in his hand continued to hammer down fiercely. Bang! Another barely detectable sound of the hidden weapon mechanism. Tanghao heard it coming from behind and hurriedly swung the hammer to block it, but it was not as fast as the rain of pear needles, faster than lightning. 27 steel needles shot at him like a storm in an instant. If Tanghao was in his peak state, he might be able to resist it, but at this time he had been severely injured once and his speed and strength were greatly reduced and he was unable to stop it. 27 poison needles almost shot his chest into a sieve. Dark red blood sprayed like a fountain. His face turned blue and black in an instant and his breath was extremely weak. Hey! Tanghao looked up to the sky and roared. A dignified super Douluo attacked a soul sect but was almost killed by 2 girls. The depression and anger in his heart were simply indescribable, but he was also terrified at this time. He didn't know how many such hidden weapons the other party had. He didn't dare to say a word and ran away at a faster speed than when he came. Dai Xinglei and Chang Qunli were already scared to death when they saw this scene. Without saying a word, they fled frantically, even if they were hit by Long Gong and Shipo. Where are you going? Duguyan suddenly flew high into the sky and came to Dai Xinglei and Chang Qunli at a very fast speed. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of dark green venom met with the black rain in the sky, soaking the 2 soul Douluos. Chang Qunli and Dai Xinglei suddenly screamed and rolled on the ground. Their bodies began to corrode. As they rolled and struggled, they finally turned into a pool of blood. What kind of trick is this? Dragon Lord said in horror, looking at the girls with horror. Too cruel. These girls look beautiful and they look harmless like goddesses. I didn't expect them to be so cruel and powerful. A super Douluo who ranked at the top of the continent was severely injured and fled in an instant when he launched a sneak attack. I don't know if he can survive later. 2 powerful soul Douluos were turned into a pool of blood with a wave of their hands. If these girls wanted to deal with them, wouldn't they be killed in a snap? Shipo and Dragon Lord looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yanzi, when did your poison become so powerful that it can easily kill even soul Douluo? Zhu Zuyun was also curious and felt extremely happy about the death of the 2 soul Douluo. If the rain of pear needles had not been used on Tanghao, she would have also killed the 2 soul Douluo. Come on on guys. Duguyan said, my poison is not that powerful. This is the poison my grandfather gave me for self-defense. Even a titled Douluo can't stand it. It's just 2 soul Douluos. It's easy to catch them. Zhu Zuyun was relieved. Indeed, if Duguyan's poison could easily kill a soul Douluo, it would be too unreasonable. Uncle can go back. Tell the people of Xingluo imperial family not to come to me again. Also tell them to cancel our engagement. Zuking and I don't want to be the fiancé of the Xingluo prince. Zukin was numb and smiled bitterly. Zuyun, you killed Dai Xinglei and Chang Qunli and have torn your face with the Xingluo empire. Be careful in the future. It's easy to dodge an open spear, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. As for cancelling the engagement, I believe that even if you don't mention it, His Majesty the Emperor will cancel it unilaterally. Zhu Zuyun smiled lightly. The Xingluo imperial family probably wouldn't have anything good to say. It probably because the sisters were not faithful to their husbands and willing to be lowly so as to cancel the engagement in a way similar to divorce in order to save a little pitiful face. But she didn't care. As long as the engagement could be cancelled, it wouldn't be a big deal if it affected her reputation a little. Chapter 195 Demons in the Heart. After Zukin left, Duke Long buried the 3 soul emperors' bodies on the spot, and then everyone returned to the hotel to wait for Wong Shenm. Everything that happened today was a shock to everyone, especially Ningfanggzi, Meng Yuran and Duguyan, who had not experienced much life and death fighting. It was even more thrilling. In a period of time they fought against Soul Emperor titled Douluo, and Soul Douluo successively defeated one and killed Si, and they still couldn't believe it. After this incident everyone has grown up. Not long after Wong Shenm returned to the town. When he learned about what happened, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fortunately 2 tubes of rainstorm pear needles were left, otherwise Yin Zhu Zuyun and others would be in danger today. Tanghao Xingluo Empire, it's good, I'll remember this account. Wong Shenmen's face was as cold as ice and his tone was grim. The Xingluo Empire must be destroyed in the future, and then we will settle the accounts with Dai Tianfeng. As for Tanghao, Wong Shenmen's eyes flashed with a strange color and he said to Lu Erlong, you stay here and take charge, I'll go see where Tanghao escaped to. Tang Yuahua hesitated to speak but finally said nothing. The second brother wanted to kill Zhu Zuyun today and she couldn't plead for him, so she felt a little uncomfortable. Wong Shenm saw that Tang Yuahua didn't say anything to plead for mercy and nodded with satisfaction. He followed the bloodstains dripping on the ground and found Tanghao in a broken house left by a hunter in the mountains more than 100 miles away. At this time Tanghao had fainted. His body was pierced by the rainstorm pear needle and he was also poisoned by the needle and he was dying. The rainstorm pear needle made by Wong Shenm was the result of countless experiments in his dream. It didn't need to be sharpened by human lives, but its power was no less. After being supplemented with poison, it really had earth-shaking power. Last year when Wong Shenmen's strength was far less than it is now, why did Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo already fear him? It was because of the supreme hidden weapon in his hand. Whether it is the Buddha's wrath, Tangli and the peacock feather, or the rainstorm pear needle, they are all threats to their existence, allowing Wong Shenm, who only has the cultivation of a soul saint, to have an equal dialogue with them in terms of strength, not just in terms of the status granted by power. However, the materials needed for these hidden weapons are also extremely precious. The deep-sea silver mother, which is used to make the rainstorm pear needle alone, is known as the 100,000-year soul beast in the gold and stone and is extremely difficult to obtain. Only the Wuhan Hall has an unfathomable foundation so that these materials can be collected and various supreme hidden weapons can be made. Wong Shenm stood beside Tanghao and felt the strong power of the god of killing on him. He knew that since the gods in the sky had to cheat Tang San, they would try to save Tanghao even without him. Of course there are many ways, such as sending down the divine thoughts through the inheritance of the god of killing, personally removing the tuins from Tanghao, or quietly putting down a plant of the antidote medicine in the god realm. Anyway, as long as those gods are shameless, they can always find a way. In the original novel, Tang San lost his heart, but he could still be saved. To be honest, Tanghao's injury was nothing. Wong Shenm felt the extreme decline of Tanghao's mental power. His eyes suddenly became deep and mysterious. The huge spiritual butterfly secret technique was activated. He used a trace of his spirit as a carrier to gather countless 7 emotions and turned into a spiritual seed which invaded Tanghao's mind and merged into his mind in an instant. Wong Shenm regained his human body again, his face slightly pale. That was a trace of spirit that was fundamentally cut off, and it would take several days to recover. Fortunately, the spiritual seed transformed by this trace of mental power can automatically absorb Tanghao's spiritual power to grow stronger in the future without him having to cultivate it. This is the trick of the Rakshasa god, similar to mental pollution but more secretive and more difficult to deal with than mental pollution, because it is mental pollution which directly acts on the mind, just like the inner demon, which is its own thought, more difficult difficult to detect and destroy, but it will be unconsciously manipulated by it and finally become a slave of the inner demon. After doing all this, Wong Shenm cured Tanghao of the poison and left quietly. Early the next morning, Tanghao woke up from his coma. Although he was still very weak, the poison had miraculously healed. He struggled to stand up, feeling both fear and anger. Thinking of Yin, he felt love and hatred for her. Thinking of Tang Yuahua, he also felt a little dissatisfied. He felt that he had an unclear relationship with his enemy. The taste of betrayal. You'd better be forced, otherwise don't blame me for not thinking about the brother-sister relationship. Tanghao thought coldly and staggered out of the broken house. God realm. The Azura god frowned, feeling that the power of the heir he chose was still too weak. Even if he inherited the throne in the future, he would not be able to cope with the huge power of the Rakshasa heir alone. He just sensed that the angel god heir had also appeared, and she was the daughter of the Rakshasa heir. At that time his heir would fight two people at once, and even the heir of the god king would not be able to withstand it, because when they first became god, the gap between the first level god and the god king was not big. They were all just god. The real gap was the ultimate limit. It seems that we need to find a helper. The Azura god thought to himself, the sea god and the angel god are old rivals. Now that the angel god is going to return to his position, can the sea god remain indifferent? When the angel god was plotted against, the sea god was the mastermind. He immediately ordered in a deep voice, invite the sea god to be our guest. Yes sir. A priest respectfully took the order and left, heading for the sea god palace. One day in the god realm is 1 year in the Douluo continent. The Azura god just learned that the angel god's descendant had appeared, but in fact several months may have passed on the earth. Douluo continent. Wong Shenm ignored Tanghao. Anyway, the pit had been dug and there would always be a time when someone would be pitted. You wait for me here, I'll go back to Wuhan City. Wong Shenm instructed. Well, go with peace of mind, I'm here, Lu Erlong said confidently. As long as the titled Douluo didn't come, she was confident that she could defeat anyone. Even if the titled Douluo came, she felt that she could still fight him. Please rest assured, your highness, I will stay for a while and will not let the ladies encounter any danger, Duke Long said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Duke Long. Wong Shenm was not too worried. This town was less than 1,000 miles away from Wuhan City. With his speed, it would take less than half a day to go there and back. In addition to his fast-flying speed, his void flash escape was the most powerful way to travel. The most powerful part of the 100,000-year soul skill, in addition to a powerful power, is that it consumes very little soul power and can be released more times than ordinary soul skills. With Wong Shenmen's soul power, void flash escape can be performed many times in a row. It can be said that as long as he wants, he can even return to Wuhan City in an instant. But before leaving, Wong Shenm learned from the previous Eparians and secretly gave Zhu Zuyun a peacock feather just in case. Then he collected the rain pear needles that he had shot out before, reinstalled them and placed them with Duguyan. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking's martial soul fusion skills can transform into ghost bodies and move silently. If they use hidden weapons to launch sneak attacks, no one in the world can escape. He is simply a natural SITH rate person, and Duguyan can fly, so he has some advantages in using hidden weapons. After making arrangements, Wong Shenm headed towards Wuhan City. Chapter 196. Return to Wuhan City. Wuhan City. It has been less than a year since Wong Shenm left and there has been no change. However, Wong Shenm felt a little guilty for some reason. He had been flying outside for most of the past SI month and had long forgotten all the teacher's instructions. After returning, he would not be punished to kneel right. However, this matter must be faced. This time Ling Xian was forcibly summoned back, and it was unknown how the Pope would punish her. If he did not react, he would be too irresponsible. However, Ningfanggzi Douluo is at least a level 95 super Douluo. Among the many elders of the Spirit Hall, she has also entered the ranks of the strong. Even if the Pope wants to punish her, he will not do it too much, so there is nothing to worry about her safety. And Qian Ren Yui, who came back to inherit the throne, should be almost there now. I don't know how many times she has gone through the divine test, but thinking of the conflict between Sister Schwetter and the teacher, he also felt a little tricky. The teacher actually still loves Xiao Yui in her heart, but she is unwilling to admit it, or she herself does not realize it. And Xiao Yui certainly loves the teacher very much, but she cannot get the love she wants and is despised by all kinds of people, so it turns into love and hate, and the relationship between the two has long been broken. If I hadn't intervened, Xiao Yui would have understood why the teacher treated her like that, and then experienced a life and death separation that was difficult to distinguish between true and false, so that they could understand each other's true hearts, and this conflict would have been resolved. But now he has become the focus of a new round of conflict between the two. The tacit understanding between him and his teacher goes beyond the friendship between master and apprentice, and he and Sister Xiao Yui have already secretly decided to spend their lives together. These are things that cannot be be avoided. Wong Shenm is also very troubled. Both women are very important to him. If there is a conflict he will be very embarrassed. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Son of God. After entering the Spirit Hall, people who met along the way paid homage to him. In less than a few minutes the entire Spirit Hall knew that he was back. In the Pope's Hall both of them were a little absent-minded. Bibi Dong-ie leaned on the throne with her slender and round legs in stockings and her right hand gently supported her cheek. She looked very leisurely and comfortable, but if you look closely you can see the traces of joy in her eyes and the unsuppressed annoyance under the joy. Hu Lina, who was sitting below, seemed to be seriously helping the teacher with some trivial matters, but she had been turning to the document with only a few dozen words in her hand for a while. She seemed to be thinking seriously, but in fact her eyes were unfocused and she looked dazed with a slightly red cheek and her beautiful big eyes full of longing. I don't know what she was thinking about. What? Nana, since you don't want to deal with things, go back first. Bibi Dong wanted to see the younger disciple alone and the older disciple was very annoying, so she sent her back immediately. No, I'm thinking. Hu Lina hurriedly pretended to write and draw on the paper as if she was carefully reviewing the opinions, but after writing for a long time she only wrote a few words. What? Even you don't listen to the teacher? Bibi Dong's tone was a little heavier and she said unhappily, go back quickly and have a good rest. I still have a lot of affairs waiting for you to deal with. In the net few days you will be busy, so there is no need to rush. Oh, Hu Lina was reluctant in her heart. She hadn't seen her beloved younger disciple for a long time and she wanted to see him as soon as possible, but the teacher had accumulated power for a long time and she was afraid in her heart. She didn't dare to resist openly, so she had to leave with a depressed heart. However, after going out she did not go back directly but waited at the door of the hall looking eager. After a while Wong Shenmen's figure appeared in her sight. Hu Lina shouted happily, junior brother, senior sister. Wong Shenmeng walked quickly to the front of the senior sister and the two looked at each other silently with lingering affection. Senior sister is still so beautiful. With her age she has taken King Kaiyu Mao immortal grass and her charm has reached the extreme. The more you look at her in secret the more beautiful she is, and the closer you get to her the more you can't help yourself. It can be said that she is so beautiful that she can turn a country upside down and turn all living beings upside down. Wong Shenmeng couldn't help but hold her jade hand. Hu Lina blushed and lowered her head slightly, her heart filled with joy. They haven't seen each other for more than a year. When Wong Shenmeng left last year, Hu Lina was no longer in Wuhan City. For so long she missed her like a tide in her heart, and now she finally saw the person she had been thinking about. He is taller and more mature than before, and there is no trace of immaturity. He is over 18 meters tall with a majestic masculine figure and a beautiful face which is irresistible. Hu Lina thought that her junior brother had been away for less than a year and he was surrounded by a group of confidants. Although she felt a little bitter, she didn't feel surprised. Her junior brother was so amazing and talented and no man in the world could compare with him. He was so considerate and warm. It would be unreasonable if those girls looked down on him. Hu Lina was proud of her junior brother's excellence but also sad for his love. However, when he stood in front of her she felt only joy and satisfaction. Although she had 1,000 words to say to him, she still remembered that the occasion was not right and whispered, the teacher is waiting for you inside, you should go see her quickly, otherwise the teacher will be unhappy. Okay, you go back first, I will come to you soon. Wong Shenmeng also knew that this was not a place for love and affection. Under the teacher's nose he had to remain restrained, otherwise it would be like adding fuel to the fire, wouldn't it? After he finished speaking he let go of Hu Lina and walked towards the hall. Hu Lina kept watching his back disappear, then she came back to her senses with a sense of loss, touched her hot cheek and left with a smile on her lips. Wong Shenmeng came to the hall and Bibi Dong's eyes immediately fell on him. From the moment he entered the door until he walked to the bottom of the steps her eyes never left him. Her eyes were extremely gentle and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Even if she had a lot of resentment towards her little apprentice in her heart, she threw all her dissatisfaction behind her in an instant. Student greets the teacher. Wong Shenmeng bowed solemnly. Raise your head. Bibi Dong smiled lightly but her voice was a little dignified. Wong Shenmeng raised her head and the two looked at each other. For a moment it seemed as if time had condensed and they both saw themselves in each other's eyes. A teacher without evil thoughts is really beautiful, breathtaking and flawless. She is noble and pure, mature and dignified. In her infinite tenderness she also exudes an unspeakable domineering aura. No beautiful words can describe her. Why, I haven't seen you for more than half a year and you are estranged from the teacher. The little apprentice's eyes made Bibi Dong very happy, but although his silly look was interesting she wanted to touch his fingertips and feel his warmth. Wong Shenmeng smiled lightly, strode onto the high platform and sat on the throne. Then he was embraced by a warm, soft and delicate body. Chapter 197. A gift for the teacher. The little apprentice's breath was still so charming, just like before he left, making her unable to stop. Hugging him was like hugging the whole world. Bibi Dong was in a good mood and for a moment she didn't care about his romantic debt. She just wanted to keep him by her side forever and make him her own. Wong Shenm certainly wouldn't be so tactless as to mention other girls. He felt very satisfied smelling the teacher's charming body fragrance. It's just that his figure had long surpassed the teacher's and it felt very inconsistent to be hugged by the teacher like this, so he followed his heart and hugged the teacher in return. The two sat on the Pope's throne and felt each other's warmth. Little rascal, don't leave now that you're back. The thing I regret most is believing in your lies and letting you go to the Tiandu Empire. Bibi Dong adjusted her posture, half closed her eyes and murmured, it's okay if you provoke others, after all my Xiao Meng is so outstanding. If those girls don't like you then that's fine, it is a crime worthy of death, but you can't provoke Qian Ren Yui. What did I tell you? Wong Shenm was embarrassed. He was really wrong in this matter. Although Qian Ren Yui took the initiative to attack him, he did not refuse firmly enough and even flirted with her. No matter how he argued, it was useless. I won't pursue the past, but from now on you are not allowed to get entangled with her and you are not allowed to return to Tiandu city. Stay in Wuhan city obediently and watch me conquer Douluo continent for you and help you become a god. Then we will ascend to the god realm together. Bibi Dong's voice was full of unquestionable and she said lightly, as for your so-called confidants, they are not worthy of you. After 100 years they are destined to be separated forever. They are not from the same world as you. It is their honor to serve you for so long. If you really can't bear to let them go, you can also bring them to Wuhan city to serve you. Before we ascend, the teacher will not forcibly separate you, but you and Qian Ren Yui must be cut off. Wong Shenm thought as he expected. He knew that once he returned to Wuhan city the teacher would not let him go easily, so he had not returned before. Wong Shenm had actually expected the teacher's attitude towards his confidant. He dared to open a harem without fear of the teacher's attack on them because he knew that this would not touch the teacher's bottom line. The teacher's feelings for him should be very complicated, met with maternal affection and deformed love. Although possessiveness is strong, seeing that he is liked by girls, it is not just jealousy. There should be love and pride in the subconscious. The real trouble is Sister Schwetter. This is the instance that the teacher cannot tolerate. Wong Shenm did not quarrel with the teacher directly but said, the Tiandu Empire has fallen into our hands. Sister Schwetter has returned to Wuhan city to practice. First, I don't know when she will go back. I am now playing the role of Shui King, he the Emperor of Tiandu. If I don't go back, won't all my previous efforts be wasted? Bibi Dong said indifferently, it's fine if all the previous efforts are wasted. With the strength of our spirit hall, it's not difficult to unify the continent by force. Although the teacher has not completed the 9th test looking at the world, how many people are worthy of being my opponent? Wong Shenm shook his head and said, the Tiandu Empire is already in hand. If we give up and conquer it by force, countless innocent people will die in vain. I am not being soft-hearted, but unnecessary killing should be avoided. Since you cherish your own life, you should not treat human life as worthless. You still say it's not soft-hearted. Bibi Dong curled her lip and snorted, if you don't want to cause great suffering to the people, let Qian Ren Yui go back quickly. This is her mission. How can she give up halfway? Wong Shenm smiled bitterly. The teacher didn't know that Sister Schwetter had come back to inherit the throne. In the original book, it was not until Sister Schwetter became a god that the teacher knew that she had inherited the throne of the angel god. The secret of the inheritance of the angel god was known to few people in the entire continent, and the teacher was obviously not one of them. Although Wong Shenm's own deification was important, it was equally important for Sister Schwetter to inherit the throne. He couldn't let Sister Schwetter delay her path to becoming a god for him. He said solemnly, teacher, I have seen the Rakshasa god. What? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened. She sat up straight and said solemnly, why would she go to see you? Even I haven't seen her a few times. What did she say to you? I talked about the plan of the Shura god. Teacher, our opponent is the Shura god. He wants to merge the Rakshasa god and the Shura god because these two gods were originally split from one god. Bibi Dong, the orthodox descendant of the Rakshasa god, knows less than Wong Shenm, and even the relationship between him and the Rakshasa god is not as close as that between Wong Shenm and the Rakshasa god. It must be said that this is a strange thing. He told his teacher everything about himself and the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong's face was frosty and she sneered, the Shura god is crazy. He actually hopes to defeat me and even shatter the Rakshasa god position with a child. It's simply arrogant. Wong Shenm thought that if I hadn't saved you, the Shura god plan would have succeeded. You can't underestimate the Shura god plan. Although Tang San is still very weak, as long as the time comes and those gods are willing to take action, won't their strength improve by leaps and bounds? The most important thing is that the first 8 of the Shura 9 tests have been completed by his great-grandfather for him. When the time comes, he only needs to complete the 9th test to immediately inherit the Shura god position. Bibi Dong's feeny eyes were filled with evil. Then kill kill him to eliminate future troubles. Wong Shenm shook his head and said, Teacher, don't you think it's good to let the Rakshasa god position and the Shura god position merge? Why should the Shura god position devour the Rakshasa god position instead of the Rakshasa god position devouring the Shura god position? You mean after Tang San inherits the Shura god position we will kill him and smash the Shura god position and then I will absorb it and become the unprecedented only evil killing master? Bibi Dong immediately felt tempted. Wong Shenm said yes, these two god positions were originally split from one body and it is relatively easy to merge. If you absorb the Shura god position you will become the most powerful god king in history, which is much better than the current first level Rakshasa god. I heard that it is difficult to promote the god position. If you miss this opportunity it is basically impossible for you to promote the Rakshasa god position to the god king. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a ball of fire and she snorted coldly, the Shura god doesn't take me seriously and thinks that his descendants will kill me. I will let him know what it means to make wedding clothes for others. Wong Shenm said softly, Teacher, I will help you. What about Shura god? Don't think that inheritance. If he can win the throne of the god king we will definitely make him regret it. He took out the eternal soul bone 8 spider lance and put it in Bibi Dong's hand. Teacher, this is the eternal soul bone 8 spider lance. I came back specially to give it to you personally. Chapter 198, the final fusion of the martial soul fusion technique. Eternal soul bone. Bibi Dong was immediately moved. Eternal soul bones are so precious, even rarer than 100,000-year soul bone. With her status, position and strength she has only one SI winged purple wings so far. Although this eternal soul bone called 8 spider lance does not look old, eternal soul bones never look at the initial age. What's more rare is that spider soul bones are too suitable for her. Bibi Dong held the soul bone solemnly and the second martial soul in her body, the soul devouring spider emperor, trembled lightly. She felt a sense of desire and knew that this soul bone was similar to the soul devouring spider emperor and had the ability to devour. She asked curiously, where did you get the eternal soul bone? From Tang San. Wong Shenm chuckled and said, Tang San is the one chosen by Shura god. His luck and opportunity are top notch. He got the soul ring in the Star Do Great Forest and encountered a beast tide and got separated from Zhao Wuji. Not only was he not killed by the soul beast, but he picked up a seriously injured 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. He absorbed the demon spider spirit and dropped an eternal soul bone, but I happened to meet him and snatched it away. It turned out to be Tang San. Bibi Dong showed a pleased look. The Shura god chose to deal with my successor and it couldn't be a better opportunity to seize him. With this our chances of winning are much greater. Well, teacher, you should absorb it soon. Absorb it as soon as possible. Use its devouring function and evolve it into a divine weapon as soon as possible. By the way, evolve the SI winged purple light wings into a divine weapon as well. At that time form a new Rakshasa god suit with the Rakshasa suit and absorb enough energy. It will surely not be much worse than the Shura blood sword. Wong Shenm is very clear about the power of the artifact. The effect is completely different with or without the artifact in hand, and the artifacts are also divided into strong and weak. The Rakshasa suit is similar to the Poseidon suit. The Rakshasa demon scythe may be stronger than the Poseidon trident, but it is definitely not as good as the Shura blood sword. But this is not a problem. If you want to be foolproof, of course you have to arrange many means to prevent Tang San from turning the tables and become one of the props for the fusion of the two great gods. Wong Shenm has his own plan for this and he is just waiting to implement it step by step. At that time, unless the real body of the Shura god descends to the world, he will definitely be stunned. Okay, I will absorb it now. Bibi Dong did not refuse. This was a gift from her disciple who had traveled thousands of miles to give her. It was of great significance. After it was integrated into her body, she could feel his thoughts at all times. She immediately sat on the throne and absorbed the soul bone into her spine. The 8 spider lance instantly integrated into one of the dragon bones and tended into the rib. Although her SI winged purple light wings were also integrated into the spine, there are more than 20 vertebrae in the human spine. It was only 2 eternal soul bones, which was not a big deal. 2,000 years of eternal soul bones were not a burden to Bibi Dong. It took only a few minutes for them to be perfectly integrated. Swish! The Luurious Pope's robe was suddenly torn from the back and 8 purple-black spider legs stretched out, constantly growing longer. It stopped only after it grew over 3 meters. The 8 spider legs were bright purple and looked extremely shiny. They were thickest near the back and gradually became thinner as they tended outward. At the end they were as sharp as a cone. Bibi Dong looked at the 8 purple-black spider legs behind her with a curious look. When the 8 spider legs stretched out behind her, they began to move slightly. The 4 spider legs below slowly inserted into the ground, piercing the solid marble floor like tofu, and then lifted her whole body up and sent it into the air. At this time Bibi Dong looked looked like she had 8 arms that were 3 meters long, which was extremely weird. This soul bone fits me very well, almost to the point of perfection. My soul-devouring spider emperor only had the ability to devour souls before, but these 8 spider spears can devour soul power, essence and blood. It just so happens that my soul-devouring spider emperor martial spirit and mine complement each other perfectly. It can also comprehensively improve all states by 80%, increase speed by 80%, and also come with a strong to-in. Wong Shenm thought that Tang San's 8 spider land seemed to be able to only devour soul power, but after the teacher absorbed it, it could even devour essence, chi and blood. Moreover, Tang San's increase was only 50% while the teacher's increase reached 80%. It must be that the teacher's martial soul is far more compatible with the 8 spider lands than Tang San's, so the additional function is more powerful. Swoosh! Bibi Dong felt the power of the 8 spider lands for a while and took it back with great satisfaction. The look in her eyes when she looked at her little apprentice was about to melt him. Wong Shenm stared at the teacher blankly, and the clothes on his back were torn by the sharp 8 spider lands, revealing a large area of white skin. Although he had seen it before, he couldn't take his eyes off the teacher's beauty again after more than half a year. Is it beautiful? Bibi Dong's pretty face was slightly red, and she walked up to Wong Shenm and whispered in his ear, "Little rascal, we haven't practiced martial soul fusion skills for more than half a year. Let the teacher check if you have forgotten it." She waved her sleeves and a door suddenly opened on the wall behind the hall. Wong Shenm was dragged in by the teacher. What caught his eye was an exquisite, luxurious and spacious bedroom, a place for the Pope to rest when he was tired, but it was not much different from a normal bedroom. Wong Shenm was very familiar with this place. In the past few years this was also his resting place. He and his teacher also spent a lot of time here, but today he had a feeling that something seemed different. Martial soul fusion technique. The two people's minds merged, martial souls merged, and in fact the body merged. But there are many ways to merge the body. Today he probably has to experience another way of fusion. He was a little panicked. He was really not prepared, but it seemed that the teacher did not give him any room to object. He struggled several times but failed to break free. Bang! The door closed again. The inside and outside of the house seemed to be two worlds. The autumn outside the house was getting thicker, but the spring inside the house was warm. At noon the net day, Hulina, who had waited for a whole day and night but did not wait for her junior brother, could not help it and ran to the teacher's bedroom. Looking at the teacher, who was in a good mood and radiant, Hulina was a little confused. The teacher seemed to be a little different from before. She seemed to be more charming, her eyes were more watery, and the whole person exuded unparalleled charm. If I had to describe it, it would be that the teacher has become more feminine. Although she was impeccably beautiful before, she was always a little cold, but now she feels a little down to earth. Hulina didn't know where the teacher's change came from, but she was very happy to see the teacher. Teacher. Hulina bowed respectfully. Bibi Dong was eating lunch and smiled. Nana, what do you want to talk to me about? Didn't I arrange government affairs for you? Have you finished them? Hulina couldn't help but fall when she heard the word government affairs. Since yesterday she has been assigned a lot of government affairs which she can't finish. The teacher is so lazy that she didn't even go to the government affairs hall. I don't know what she did. Chapter 199. Small black room. Teacher, you haven't been to the hall since yesterday afternoon. I came to see you and continue to deal with affairs in the afternoon, Hulina said while stretching her neck to scan secretly. She didn't see the shadow of her junior brother and felt a little disappointed. Bibi Dong saw the eldest disciple's actions. How could she not know her purpose? She was not here to see her but to find the youngest disciple. I'm fine. I just want to train you these days and I'll take a break. After she said that, she ordered him to leave. Okay, you've seen it. You should be relieved, right? Go back quickly. Don't be lazy. Although there are not many things to do, but it's not easy for you. Where's your junior brother? Why haven't I seen him? Seeing that the teacher was driving her away, Hulina couldn't help but ask. Bibi Dong said seriously, your junior brother is taking a nap. He is also very hard outside. He has to rest for a few days. When he comes back, don't disturb him. There will be plenty of time to meet in the future. Why are you so uneasy? Oh, okay then. Although Hulina didn't see her junior brother, she was unwilling, but she didn't dare to go against the teacher's will, so she had to go back unhappy. Bibi Dong smiled, watched the eldest disciple leave, stood up and stretched. She was a little sleepy too. She slept too late last night and was a little exhausted. She needed to catch up on some sleep. After dinner, Bibi Dong finally found some time to practice. It was mainly the 8 spider land. The 8 spider legs were both energy bodies and could be transformed into entities. When she just absorbed it yesterday, she was not so perfect in using it, which caused her clothes to be torn. Fortunately, only the young disciple was there at the time, otherwise she would have lost a few more lives. But after a period of adaptation and control over Ruwei, she could finally switch between energy bodies and entities at will. When she used it again in the future, she she would not be in the predicament of tearing her clothes. While the teacher was practicing, Wong Shenm also came to a small dark room. This is a real small black room which is sealed by the Pope himself through the soul guide. No light can bloom here. There is only extreme darkness and extreme silence. You can't feel the passage of time in it, and you can't even feel your own existence. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. Lingxian the Fini Douluo was locked in the small black room. Her soul power was sealed. At this time she was no different from ordinary people. Wong Shenm walked into the small black room and found that not only his vision was affected but also his mental perception was blocked. With such a huge and pure mental power, he could only roughly perceive the situation in the small black room. The conditions here are actually not bad. Daily necessities are available. It is completely a suite with a bedroom, a kitchen, a toilet and a bathroom. It's just that the area is very small. The endless darkness and loneliness are everywhere, enough to drive people crazy. Even Wong Shenm said that he didn't want to stay in it at all. It was just that he felt a strong sense of depression and discomfort when he just came in. Although he was a bit of a homebody in his previous life that was based on the premise that he had a mobile phone, a computer and the internet, otherwise he would definitely not be able to stay at home. And in this small dark room it is obviously impossible to have any entertainment tools. After the martial soul was sealed, even meditation could not be carried out and the things in the soul guide could not be taken out. It was no different from being locked up in a small dark room with ordinary people. Perhaps the titled Douluo is stronger in heart and has a much stronger ability to endure loneliness and darkness than ordinary people, but after a long time he still can't stand it. In Wong Shenmen's perception, Ziyan's current situation is a bit bad. The whole person is a bit manic and painful and seems to be on the verge of collapse. She has been locked up here for a long time. If you calculate carefully, at least in 1 month, if it were an ordinary person he would have gone crazy more than 10 times. In the extremely silent room, footsteps were heard suddenly and Ningfanggzi was immediately excited and shouted, "Who?" "It's me." Wong Shenm waved his hand and the solid door of the small dark room opened, but as soon as the light entered the door it was immediately swallowed by the thick and deep darkness. No light could be seen at all. There was no difference between opening and not opening the door. When Lingxian heard this familiar voice that she had been thinking about day and night, she couldn't hold it anymore and threw herself into Wong Shenmen's arms and cried. God knows how she survived during this period of time. The resentment towards the Pope in her heart has accumulated to the extreme. If she had known this result she should have disobeyed and not come back with His Highness here. She didn't believe that the Pope could really kill her. "Okay, it's okay, I'll take you out now." Yes. Wong Shenm felt a little guilty. He came back yesterday and could have rescued Xian earlier, but he didn't bring it up directly at first to take care of the teacher's mood, and later he didn't have the chance to bring it up at all. Until this moment the teacher was in a good mood and her tolerance and doting on him reached a new level, so she didn't care about Ningfanggzi's disobedience to her orders and the crime of embezzlement. Wong Shenm hugged Lingxian's lump and soft body and strode out of the small dark room. It was already dusk outside the room and the light was not strong, but Lingxian still subconsciously covered her eyes with her arms, squinted her eyes to adapt for a while and finally felt a sense of rebirth. "Your Highness, the Pope is too bullying," Lingxian accused sadly. It's not that she hadn't thought about rebelling against the Pope, but the gap in status and strength was too big. Now it different from before. In the past, as an elder, she was actually under the jurisdiction of the Elders' Hall. The Pope had no right to command them and naturally had no right to punish them. It was just that they surrendered to the Pope, but usually the Pope would not do anything to them. But now she has another identity, that is Your Highness's woman, and the Pope is Your Highness's teacher, who is 1 generation higher than her invisibly. If she wants to be punished she really can't resist. Alas, let alone you, even I have been bullied by the teacher. But don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger and let the teacher get the punishment he deserves," Wong Shenm said, and then he used the secret method taught by the teacher to unlock Lingxian's martial soul seal. "Let go. I'll take you back." The elder sister in his arms had suffered such a great injustice and the cause was also closely related to him, so of course he had to comfort her. The two came to Ningfanggzi's residence, which was an independent villa. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, in addition to having a separate room in the Elder Hall that symbolizes his status, there is also an independent villa courtyard which is basically around the Elder Hall. The beautiful sister need comfort and Wong Shenm can't avoid another hardship, but he didn't dare to stay here and he still went back to the Pope's palace obediently at night. Chapter 200 Leaving. A few days later, Wong Shenm took the time to find Qian Douluo, mainly to understand the relevant matters of the angel god's inheritance. Now Qian Renyue is taking the god test in the angel mystery realm and it is unknown when she can come out of seclusion. He also learned that after Qian Renyue came back from the Tiandu Empire, she knelt for a full 108 days without eating or drinking before she started the angel level 9 test and became the inheritor of the angel god. This is 8 years earlier than in the original novel. Without the experience of being defeated by Tang San, her state of mind is flawless, which is of course extremely important for the last divine test. But this also means that she cannot return to the Tiandu Empire in a short time, which also means that Wong Shenm will have to work hard for a while and continue to play the role of the Tiandu Emperor. Wong Shenm couldn't help but ponder, wondering if he could find another person who is capable and loyal and reliable to free himself. Of course there is a candidate. Qingluan Douluo is very suitable. His martial soul Qingluan fantasy beast has wind and spiritual attribute. Now his soul power is as high as level 98. He has the ability of illusion that is not inferior to Wong Shenm. If he is asked to impersonate someone, it will be absolutely foolproof. However, Qingluan Douluo is too powerful. If he wants him to play the role of the emperor in the palace, he doesn't know if he is willing. If he really hates handling government affairs, it will not be so easy to ask him to take over. Qingluan Douluo is the third most powerful priest in the spirit hall, and he is the ultimate boss who has the power to deprive the Pope of his power and status. That is, the current Pope is too powerful, and even Tiandu is extremely afraid of him, so the authority of the 7 priests cannot be demonstrated. If it were a weaker Pope, he would have to perform the etiquette of a junior in front of the 7 priests and be respectful, and he would not be able to command them at all. Wong Shenm was able to make Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo obedient mainly because of Tiandu's orders, and the two of them also volunteered to be the protectors. Later he was able to command them with both kindness and force, but this was just commanding. It was impossible to make them obey orders unconditionally, even if Tiandu treated them as brothers and gave them enough respect instead of using them as slaves. Of course, if Wong Shenm tried hard, it would not be impossible to persuade Qingluan Douluo, but if there were other suitable candidate, he still didn't want to trouble this great man. A few days later, Wong Shenm finally took time out to date the little senior sister. Bibi Dong also knew that it was impossible to prevent them from meeting each other forever. After occupying the young disciple for a period of time, she generously turned a blind eye. She never included the eldest disciple. The woman is regarded as an opponent. After ascending to the god realm in the future, she is the only one who can go forward hand in hand with the little disciple forever. By then there will be enough time to accompany each other, and these women who are destined to never become gods are just passers-by after all. It is completely unnecessary to quarrel with the little disciple for these women who cannot threaten her. In Bibi Dong's heart there is only one person who is really worthy of vigilance, and that is her daughter Qian Renyue. In addition to the embarrassing identities of the two, it is also because of Qian Renyue's unparalleled talent. If there is any woman around Wong Shenm who has the hope of becoming a god, it must be Qian Renyue. Junior brother, you finally remembered me. Hu Lina was a little resentful and her rosy lips pouted. I have been back for so many days and I have been staying with the teacher. What are you busy with? Do you not have me in your heart at all? How could that be? In my heart no one can replace my position as senior sister. Wong Shenm certainly couldn't tell the truth, so he had to make up a reason. My teacher and I are busy practicing a martial soul fusion technique. You know, I have practiced with my teacher before. Now that my strength has improved, I have to practice the martial soul fusion technique again. Is that so? Then you pass the test. Hu Lina also knew that the teacher and junior brother had indeed practiced a mysterious martial soul fusion technique. It is said that it helped the teacher solve a life and death problem, and she also knew its importance. Since they were busy with such an important matter, it was indeed forgivable. However, you have made me wait for so long. Even if there is a reason, you have to compensate me. How does senior sister want to compensate me? I will think about it slowly. I have to compensate a lot and I can't just do it perfunctorily. Hu Lina held Wong Shenmen's hand, interlocked her fingers and smiled sweetly. Let's go out and play first and see how you perform. The two left hand in hand until the evening and came back hand in hand again. Hu Lina's face was filled with a sweet smile and she was obviously very happy to be coaed. I'm going back, you go to bed early. Wong Shenmeng didn't mind eating senior sister, but he still felt guilty under the teacher's nose. After all, he had just made new progress with the teacher, and when he was in a sweet mood he bullied senior sister again in a blink of an eye. It was a bit too much. What if the teacher was jealous and his legs might be broken? Of course Wong Shenmeng was not worried about his legs being broken, he was worried about senior sister's leg being broken. Okay then, come see me tomorrow. Although Hu Lina was a little disappointed, she was shy and couldn't ask her junior brother to stay. She stood on tiptoe and kissed her junior brother gently. Wong Shenmeng bit back. After a while they reluctantly separated. Good night, Wong Shenmeng said softly and left Hu Lina's bedroom. He didn't go back to the Pope's palace. He also had a palace, but he rarely lived there. There were 4 beautiful maids in it. They served him wholeheartedly for so many years. Of course he couldn't ignore them when he came back. The NET Day Wong Shenm said to Lingfeng, Douluo Zuyun and the others are still in the town outside the Xingdu Great Forest. You go and meet them first. I can only feel at ease if you are there to protect them. Uncle Guang Thorny Pig and Snake Spear are also nearby. After you meet up, go back to Tiandu City first. I will probably stay in Wuhan City for a while. Wong Shenm knew that he could not leave in the short term. The teacher would definitely be reluctant to let him go. Even if he couldn't persuade him in the end, he would not agree so quickly. At least he had to spend the honeymoon. Well, don't worry. With me here your sisters will be fine. Ziyan rolled her eyes at him charmingly. She would be jealous if she asked her woman to protect another woman. Time passed in a flash and 3 months passed. Qianren Yui still didn't come out of retreat. Wang Shenmeng couldn't stay any longer. She had been out for long enough. If she delayed any further, the Tiandu Empire would be in trouble. Bibi Dong was very reluctant, but she couldn't refuse her little apprentice's request in the end, so she could only let her go reluctantly. However, Wang Shenmeng also promised that he would come back once a month, which finally made it easier for her to accept. For Wang Shenmeng now, although Wuhan City is thousands of miles away from Tiandu City, if she rushes at full speed it won't take long to arrive and it is no longer out of reach.